Good lord. Throws you, undodgeable maneuver.
It was a hologram.
"18 little moths. Wow. How they flutter around mine head. Oh yeah. Oh boy, time to learn about a Touhou yippee. Oh boy, entertainment. Smile.
I really like the way the TTS says edutainment. Edutainment.
Furthering my education. Is there gonna be a test? $10 million girls and 10 trillion boys, okay? I have literally never played a Touhou, but I vibe so hard with Fumos. Little beasts. Two of who? Shouts out to Yuka. Time to learn about the lesbians with hats. What the fuck is a toll house? Isn't that a delicious chocolate chip cookie? I should have brought the classroom cookies. I apologize.
I think the toll house is where you have to go to pay. This is the theme of paying.
Teach me about the cup. Touhou is when the blue one is bad at math and sings about it.
I think that's Sonic. Or Powerpuff Girls.
I hope we talk about Dead Parrot today.
I don't know what that is. Maybe we'll learn about it. Maybe we won't. You could say literally anything, and I would have no idea if it was a Touhou thing or not. You could be like, oh shit, we're gonna learn about, the silly slapper and how she revolutionized Buddhism, and, like, that could be true. I wouldn't know.
Lots of threes. Are there threes in Touhou? I do not know. I'm excited for Holly to learn Touhou.
I don't know how to feel about the fact that I said that as like a joke, and people immediately chimed in with like, that could describe 3 characters. What do you mean?
Hey, Holly. This one's a multiple of 3.
No fucking way. I know that number.
Oh boy, I sure hope I don't accidentally stay awake for too long listening to this awesome stream. Clueless.
I mean, it's probably not gonna be like 6-7 hours long. But if it is,
3 of them.
smile.
How could this happen?
Well, I think it happened because he hit the reset button.
Touhou, hell yeah, I love these asshole lesbians. If this video is 6 to 7 hours long and you're watching the VOD and looking ahead at the length of the video, hi. Hello.
Yeah, I guess that'll be a little bit funny for the VOD watchers, huh? By the way, the ads are about to play. Just letting you know. I'm not afraid of this. I'm gonna share it. I should stream Quest 64. I mean, I shouldn't, but I should.
Almost 3 years of hollow tones now.
I know there's like a randomizer that comes with like non-randomizer settings that just like make it less of the bad kind of janky and more of the good kind of janky. So I might check that out someday. That does sound fun. I always forget what it's called, but I know it's on itch. Twitch is doing the thing where it says the ads are gonna start soon and they haven't been starting for like 2 or 3 minutes. Marrow, that was it. Thank you, Slaya. So how's everyone doing? I'm waiting for Twitch's backend to stop holding my stream hostage. Your friend Lauren saw me in the tower last night. What? Oh, in Destiny. I was like, what fucking tower? What do you mean? I had like a killer fucking migraine last night, and I didn't feel like playing Zelda, so I was just grinding shit out in Destiny. Got obsessed with Touhou recently, so you're very excited to see me going down this rabbit hole? Hell yeah. It's been something I've been, like, interested in on the periphery for a while. But I don't really know anything about it, so I'm excited for Doc to, learn me a thing. How's Zelda? I'm not playing it anymore, because I want to play it with my partner, but I really, really liked the, sort of sample platter I let myself enjoy. It's really fun. I'm having a good time with it. I saw a lot of birds, so I've gotten my money's worth. Okay, it's finally playing the ads. Hang on.
I'm on lunch, so I only have so much time to learn about our beloved tomboyish girl.
Hey, enjoy your lunch, boss.
Nine times 3. Hello, 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 and goodbye. I'm kidding, of course. Hi, welcome. Welcome to the stream. I was hoping to stream last week, and then I feel like fucking exhaustion hit me like a freight train, and it was a struggle to do anything other than like getting out of bed and eating, basically. You know how it is sometimes. So we're here this week instead, because it's a new week and I'm feeling better. So, well, better-ish, but better enough to do my job. So here we are. Hello. Today's exciting. Thank you, Bigwin5, for the reset. Much appreciated. 35 months, that's almost 3 years, my god. I don't know any of those. Well, no, that's not true. I know Marisa. And I've heard of Cerno. we're gonna learn all about them, I guess. Today's exciting. Touhou is something that I've always, like, kind of known about, without ever really knowing anything specific about it, other than, like, you know, it's a bunch of shmups, and also, like, it's like people can make dojins of whatever kind they want out of it. So there's lots of stuff in there. So that's cool. I know some characters are there. I know there's a girl who's, like, drums that are alive. I know there's a rabbit. There's Blue. But that's really about the extent of what I know. My friend Doc, meanwhile, legend that he is a certified expert of Touhou Project. And so he has very graciously offered to take time out of his day, out of his more than a couple of days since he was putting this presentation together, frankly, to get this presentation together and teach me, and maybe you, the viewer, all about Touhou. He is a confirmed Touhou knower. He is a confirmed Touhou scholar and enjoyer. And that's awesome, I think. So this is going to be a real fun time. Before we get started, you know, the normal sort of pre-stream stuff. Welcome to the stream. Thank y'all for tuning in. I hope you're having a wonderful day today. If you haven't already, maybe consider hitting that follow button if you like the stream and you want updates on when the stream goes live and things like that. Review the rules, follow the rules, be good, don't be a nuisance, don't be evil, don't, what's something bad you could do that'd be really funny to say? Don't eat mud. That's a rule now, sorry. You know, just review the rules. Keep in mind, the streams are intended for mature audiences. Be cool to each other. Be cool to yourself. Be cool to me and my guest. We'll all have a nice time. If you want to support the channel, subs, tips, bits, all that stuff, never mandatory. Always greatly appreciated, though. This is my job. And the very generous support of folks like you is why I'm able to say it's my job. So thank you all so much for that. Additionally, as a thank you to Doc for all of his time and hard work, I'm giving him half the tips tonight. So tonight, especially if you want to support the stream, I would encourage tips. That way I can give a cut to my friend. So yeah, that's my sales pitch, I suppose. I have the schedule posted on Twitter and Tumblr and my Discord. Join the Discord if you want. It's a nice little place. So no stream tomorrow, but Thursday we're gonna do more Dracula. And then this weekend, because my partner just finished up her big semester, actually has time to play video games again. So we're gonna do a bunch of streams together this weekend, which I'm excited about. I think that's all the preamble stuff I need to get through. I think that's all about it. If you'll give me just a second, I am going to hit up Doc and let him know that I'm ready. You good to go, boss? Question mark. And then I'll call him and say hi. It is funny that the week we're getting back to Yakuza is like so close to Majima's birthday. Also, Doc's ready, so I'm gonna call him. Hello.
How you doing?
Pretty good. I had a fucking pizza disaster, actually, which I just remembered I didn't talk about. I just had like a fucking frozen pizza in the freezer and I was like, oh, I should cook this up and have it for dinner. And I put it in, completely misreading the part where it said, yeah, you gotta put this on top of a pan. It melted through the bars of my oven rack, and was just like a heap of slop.
Because, yeah, like, frozen pizzas usually come out better if you put them directly on the bars, but not all of them allow that.
Yep. Basically every one I've ever had has been fine on the bars, but this one just turned into, like, a heap, and it was easy to clean, and the bits that were, like, not undercooked or whatever tasted okay, but it was just like, oh, man. I slopped that shit.
I'm glad you at least got to enjoy some pizza slop.
The spinach on it, because it was like a spinach pizza. The spinach on it was delicious. And I got a bit of cheese, and then I just ordered in like a fucking pizza from somewhere else because I was like, fuck it, I don't want to risk a second disaster.
That's completely fair.
How you doing today, Doc?
I just ate. I made myself a steak and pasta.
Hell yeah.
Had a little bit too much. My guts don't exactly enjoy it, but don't worry about it. That'll even out over time.
You know how it is.
And, yeah, always, really.
Doc and Holly are truly my chocolate and
And,
peanut
well,
butter
it was good.
Hell
But
yeah.
Very excited. This stream
I've been
looks
sitting here
super tough.
ready to go.
MDCT
Awesome.
And can start at any time.
Let me just... I believe it's up on stream now. I forgot to get
should
spam
be a
off
black
screen. You have to
screen.
kill him. There we go. Okay. It is a black screen.
Good.
But I
I
believe it's
wanted
being
to
captured
start-
on OBS.
I wanted to start from black.
Awesome.
Because just like Masahiro Sakurai, I'm very fond of PowerPoints introducing with a specific effect.
All right, whenever you're ready.
Oh, that is way too loud.
Ooh.
Hold on. That defaulted to maximum volume for some reason. My bad.
Hit him with that spice. Let's go.
Mhm.
Awesome. We're off to a really good start.
Yeah, so here's going to be my 142 slide long presentation that at any time we can swap over to. If we end up on a tangent, we can swap over to being on a tangent
Awesome.
at any time. And be ready to go. So, like I say on the screen here, this is a PowerPoint that I've actually been working on for the past, like, off and on, not any given day for the past 5 months. That means, like, I'll boot it up PowerPoint. Oh shit! I'll boot up PowerPoint for like a 10 minutes a day and work on it, that kind of thing. And then one day I just like sat down and I worked on it for like 8 hours straight.
God, yeah, that's how it goes, isn't it?
That is how it goes. Track playing, by the way, just because I did not set up an automatic like audio creditor going on, I'm just gonna have to vocally credit these. This is actually an official track that was produced by Zoom, who is the creator of the series. One of the like 2 times he's ever contributed to a fan album.
Oh.
And it's sort of like kind of the modern anthem of the series. It's really good. This is Every Day a Red Day.
Hell yeah.
All right, so fundamentally, it's a good question. What is the Touhou project? Holly, what's your first impressions? Because you probably said them off screen, but I didn't hear them.
I like vaguely know that it's like a doujin series where it's like, yeah, you have Zun making like his own things, but also it's very much encouraged for like fans to make their own games and songs and comics and what have you based off of the franchise.
That's pretty much right, yeah. All of that is completely true.
Yippee!
Zun actively encourages fan participation in basically anything that they want to do. He does have a separation of this is official content and this is non-official content, but that's mostly just, this is the stuff that he made. People work out the stuff that he made. He said before, he wants it to be like the Lovecraft mythos and that anyone can contribute to it when you get down to it.
That's a very funny comparison to make, but I get it.
But on my presentation here, you can also title this an introduction of a franchise primarily defined by a bunch of powerful women being extremely rude to one another.
Oh, this is extremely targeted at me then. I see. I get it.
I will explain over the course of this, how does someone get into it? What's the good stuff? Why is it so widespread? And just who are all these funky ladies?
Ooh.
I'm not actually going to explain every single character.
Oh, I figured not.
That would, but I do have a large number in here.
That's exciting.
They will not necessarily be in that order. First things first. This is the most common thing people people have as an impression of it, or at least was for the longest time. This is that series where little girls shoot lasers at each other and then have a tea party and make friends at the end of the game, right? No. Absolutely not.
Awesome!
This is a weirdly persistent, at least 18 years old myth about this series, and it's bizarre that this is still around as a thing people think about the series.
See, that's
I think
a
it's
thing,
because
it's a thing that I've heard sometimes, and even then I know enough to know that it's basically not true.
yeah, it's like they're mostly adults first and foremost, so the little girls thing is like inaccurate. Some kids, not as many as people think though. There's actually literally never been a tea party in the franchise. They do, however, go drinking a hell of a lot.
Let's go.
Yeah. Most of the characters don't even like each other. They do shoot lasers at each other, though. That's the only part that's right.
Good, good, good. Well, one out of 6 ain't bad.
Yeah. For what it's worth, I've also put it up here. Every single piece of art that I use in this is credited down on the bottom somewhere.
Nice.
It has a link to if they have a Twitter, and if they don't, then you can use their Pixiv ID to find out who they are.
Nice.
So let's go ahead and get into that first thing I said of like, how does someone get into Touhou? And let's rip off that Band-Aid first. There is no easy way to get into Touhou. There has never been a good jumping on point, fundamentally. It just has never been the case. Go ahead and...
I guess that makes sense, given how, like, wide a field, what is Touhou could be. Like, there's so much in that space, and all of them are, like, either very different or, like, a very niche type of video game.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, every single one of them has their own gimmick to it. And, like, there's, like, 2 or 3 that don't. And, like, you could say that those are good entries in. But also, are you really going to recommend someone jump in on 14? As their first thing, for instance? You could do that. And I'll actually get into and give you a couple of examples of what I think are actually pretty good intros. First off, this franchise has been going for 27-ish years.
Oh god, yeah, that's true. I forgot about that part.
Yeah, it's really, really long-lived. There's games, books, manga, music CDs with associated stories. It's gone through one soft reboot, which is a controversial way to put it, and I'll explain what I mean later.
Huh.
And that's not even counting the endless amounts of fan material. For official content alone, and I counted all this up manually, there's 31 games, 8 books, 10 short stories, 10 manga, 8 of which are complete and 2 are ongoing, and that's just a lot of game and book.
I didn't realize there were, like, official books and manga. I thought those were all fan contributions as well.
Nope. Zune actually writes a number of these himself. He's actually got 2 manga series he writes ongoing right now.
Oh, hell yeah.
There was a time when there were 3.
Huh. Damn, I'm already learning.
Getting into it is hard to do. It takes a while. But when it does get its grips into you, it tends to really stick with you. At least to what ended up being your favorite. Because a lot of folks I've met, like, oh yeah, I used to really enjoy Touhou, but I fell off in like 2013 kind of thing. But I still really like the stuff that I was around for. For me, I've been around since 2007. Mountain of Faith. It's been 16 years. And there's only a handful of other things that I can say I've been into for that long. Like swords.
Like swords. So what I'm getting out of this, is that Touhou is a lot like Monster Hunter. In that...
It's longer lived than Monster Hunter. But
true,
yeah.
True. It feels like this weird, impenetrable, oh, this thing is huge and I've heard it's really difficult to get into thing, and then it's like, oh, it digs its claws into you, and if it does that, oh buddy, you're in.
Yeah, pretty much. That's been my experience for sure anyway.
Hell yeah.
swapping over to a different playlist real quick, so I can have one that's more genericized to what I'm talking about here. This is
Nice.
this playlist, which I'm going to be taking from a lot, is something that I play on my own stream a lot. This is just everything uploaded by Maritumix, who is a YouTube musician who puts out like 2 songs a week or more.
That's a lot.
And an enormous number of them have all been remixes of one song, which is very impressive.
That's fucking awesome. It is fun
here's some
seeing
options
people in
anyway.
chat just being like, oh wait, shit, I know that name, hell yeah.
Yeah. So here's some options anyway. Here's my shoot 'em up game recommendations, because
Ooh.
you might not be aware, there's actually a lot more than just shoot 'em ups.
That's true, yeah. I know,
So if you
like, there's a bunch of, like, dungeon crawler and Sims and, like,
Those are fan
platformers
games.
and things. Oh, okay. So just you mean, like, for the official games, there's a lot that even aren't just shmups.
Yes.
Huh.
So here's an option of if you want to start early. If you want to start as early as you can in the series, that I think is a good place to enter in on. This is Perfect Cherry Blossom, the 7th game in the series.
Ooh.
Perfect Cherry Blossom is a well-balanced, well-made game that doesn't have any major gimmicks except for one, which is in your favor, because it's the supernatural border, which is both the scoring thing and also like it's a brief barrier you have to take one hit and survive anyway.
Ooh, nice.
I don't really like Embodiment of Scarlet Devil 6. I'm just gonna tell that to everyone outside right now, like watching right here and now. I am not a Scarlet Devil guy. I don't actually like that game all that much, and I would not recommend it to people as their first game.
I seen, like, at least one person in chat say, oh yeah, EOSD, you play that game to see Cerno and then you turn it off.
For what it's worth, her name is actually pronounced Cherno.
I'm learning so much already.
Yeah. There's reasons why that's the case. Number one is that her name is probably just a corrupted version of Chilno.
Awesome.
So, if you want the most no frills asterisk, it's Touhou. There's a lot of frills. Entry in the franchise. It's basically just whatever's the current the recent main game. Like the largest integer in the series is a decent way to pop in. Just as like you can just get in there, it's fine. Whatever.
Just like Monster Hunter.
Exactly like Monster Hunter. The most recent main game is Unconnected Marketeers 18. I will put a caveat to this. Unconnected Marketeers is a bizarre game for the franchise as far as that its gimmick is that it's kind of a shoot 'em up roguelike.
What?
It has some slight roguelike elements added to it. By that I mean like there's these ability cards that add on additional things to your shot, or like a second bomb or things like that.
Oh, that sounds fun.
Which ones you get, the ones you get are different every run, is the idea. Shoot 'em up purists don't like Unconnected Marketeers much because fundamentally, before you start to unlock those, you're really weak, so you're intended to, unlock them and do it over time.
Right. That's
Shoot 'em up purists.
That's how
like
games
to
like
be
that
able
go.
to shoot 'em up purists though really like to 1cc things or have the chance to from the outset.
Yeah,
And
that's
I
true.
get that. I'm not going to say they're wrong. I don't think that that's a big a deal for most people, is what I'm getting at.
Yeah, like I would say I have a slightly above casual interest in shoot 'em ups. I don't give a shit about 1cc'ing a video game.
Yeah, that's fair.
It's cool if I do it. If I can't, or if it's like way too obscene to try, I'll just play normal.
And hey, and then here's my additional offer of like, hey, do you want to try my favorite entry into the series? That's actually Impossible Spell Card. I'll tell you its numbering later because
Ooh.
it's funny.
Awesome.
Yeah. Impossible Spell Card kicks ass, in my opinion. I love that game. This is the Waluigi video game.
I'm excited to
game where
learn
you're-
what you mean by that.
It's the game where you're cheating. And So, there's no right answer to where you should, someone can enter into the series. And there's no wrong answer either, fundamentally. I think there are choices that are better for new players or new readers or whatever you want to do with the series, right? there are plenty of people who just read the series and don't play it themselves, and that's completely fine. But there's no wrong answers either. Like, you can do whatever you want.
There's basically no wrong way to have fun.
Exactly. If you wanted to say, the very first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to boot up 15, Legacy of Lunatic Kingdom, play Legacy mode on Lunatic, and that's the first thing I do, good fucking luck. But also, that's fine. That works.
Question in chat, how would you read Touhou without playing? Well, there's a number of things that aren't games that are considered, official Touhou media. Like there's books and there's manga and stuff.
And also, if you wanted to, you can just boot up one of the translation wiki and read all the dialogue there.
That too.
The number of times that I actually have booted that up to do that exact thing, to cross-reference and fact check shit, is unbelievable. I fact check stuff all the time.
Smart.
Mm-hmm. And there's also fighting games. There's full-on fighting games. These are official games made for the series. Listen, I know that there's some diehard fans of it, but don't start with Immaterial and Missing Power. Game's really weird. It is the origin of Suika, though, which is that's a good time. I think you've only really got two options if you want to start with a fighting game, or just to get into the fighting games in general. You either start with Hiso Tensoku, which is one of the very few games in the franchise that doesn't have an English subtitle. In fact, I think it's currently the only one, because one got one added on retroactively later. Or Antinomy of Common Flowers.
That's a good fucking name for something.
Mm-hmm. Soku, we shortened Hiso Tensoku down to Soku, is more like a traditional fighting game. It's grounded, although you can jump, air dash, and things like that, graze. And it has a heavy focus on projectiles, but it's still more straightforward for most people to get into a fighting game to play Soku first. It does also have pretty extensive support and a fan-made patch for rollback netcode with lobby support as well. So if you're actually a fighting game liker, this is probably the better option for you. It is bizarre because this is a deck-building fighting game.
That's a wild concept for a fighting game to me.
Yeah, it is pretty wild when you're playing it too. But then you also have AOCF, Antinomy of Common Flowers, which is actually my favorite of the fighting games, and is far and away the best of the new style of flying fighters. A flying fighter is, in this case, there's a middle axis, and you can basically jump up or down.
Huh.
Yeah. It has the advantage of being, gameplay-wise, my favorite of the Touhou fighters, but it lacks rollback netcode or support for it that fans are putting into it. So honestly, this is mostly just for rare in-person play, or if you want to play the story mode. It is on the Switch, so it is easy to play in person if you have the folks to do it with.
Flying Fighter makes me wonder now, if anyone's ever made or tried to make a Dragon Ball fighting game like that.
Probably, but the most popular Dragon Ball fighting game as of now is a
Fighter's Ed,
one.
yeah.
Yeah. Dragon Ball Fighters.
Dragon Ball Fighter's Ed.
Mm-hmm. The fighting games are, for the most part, made by another doujin group called Twilight Frontier or Tasugare Frontier. I believe I shortened them to Tasafro a number of times on this because Tasugare Frontier.
Mm-hmm.
They're the ones who make the fighting games. They do often have heavy influence by Zun, and he does either write the stories or writes the outline, and then someone else writes the story to do it. They are considered official games.
Hell yeah. I think that's really cool, just sort of here's a fan project that a bunch of people are working on, and then the quote-unquote official author goes hey, yeah, this is cool, here's some work on that for y'all. That's fun. I like that.
We're actually on a stretch of original music by Mario 2 Mix, which is all good, but I'm just swapping over to one of the remixes instead. And there's a lot more than games.
Ooh.
If you're going to start reading something immediately, I think starting with one of the books is a bold choice. Those are information dense and they're, they often require a pretty decent amount of foreknowledge.
Mm-hmm.
I think your best option for starting with a manga is this one right here, Forbidden Scrollery. Notable this has actually been officially localized.
Oh,
and
shit.
very well done, well so into English.
Huh.
Yeah, so this is something you can just buy and own. I actually currently don't own all of it because I lent it all to a friend and I just never grabbed it back. I in fact quite literally just saw these entries just in a Barnes & Noble before, and that was surreal.
That's cool as fuck.
Yeah. Forbidden Scrollery kicks ass. I will talk about Forbidden Scrollery in depth later because I do have a segment where I just talk about each individual work and everything like
Nice.
that. I do recommend Forbidden Scrollery to anyone who's interested because this is a lot of fun to read and it's interesting. So, I think for the most part though, most people, the way that they end up, into the series is that they find a favorite character and go from there. Often just from art, right?
Mm-hmm.
And there's a lot of them.
There sure are a lot of them. I think I saw you mentioning earlier that there's like the amount of Touhou characters there are is just slightly under the number of first-gen Pokemon.
At this point, yes.
Wild.
It's still going.
It's not stopping. The woman pile doesn't stop from getting taller.
Absolutely.
What is that damn ball right at the bottom left there? That's awesome.
Oh, sorry. Let me go ahead and go back up and see what you
Goodbye to my ball.
need. Right. So that ball down there, which one? Just bottom right, that ball?
The bottom left one, the one with like eyes and a hat.
Oh, the joyful spherical creature.
Really good name. I'm into it.
That is... You're asking me to explain one of the endings to one of the PC98 games.
I see. We can get to that later if you want.
No, I'm not going to remember to mention it unless I do it now.
All right, let's go.
That is just one of the endings involves turning the Hakure Yin Yang Orb, which is the sacred weapon of the Hakure Shrine Maidens, into a living being.
Aw,
Hence, it is the joyful spherical being.
good for them.
Anyway, there aren't actually this many characters. There's this full duplicates because of all that.
You son of a bitch, you tricked me. That's awesome. See, I was
Listen,
sitting here thinking, like, this is more than, like, 140 or 150 or whatever, isn't it? You got me so good!
Yeah, there's like 16 different versions of Reimu on this image.
Good for her.
So how do you do that if you don't start from something of like finding who your favorite is? That's not a thing that's really doable via just, looking things up probably. But I can't explain that. It's just a fundamental problem. It's a securitas issue. Lots of folks just find stuff that who they like through fan art and stuff. So if you've ever found a funky little lesbian you like looking at, you're already halfway there.
Hell yeah.
So why do I and others even like Touhou in the first place? Because that's actually kind of a big question. Like, there's a bunch of different answers you can give. So I'm gonna go ahead and just give what I personally do. For me, the number one reason is simple. I really like the writing of them. I like the games too, but primarily my first and foremost love of the series is the writing.
Ooh.
Worth noting, as I have this mentioned down there, this artist right here was one of the first 5,000 accounts on Pixiv, and they're still posting Touhou fan art to this day. Fuck
yeah, that's awesome.
The person's first impression of the writing is usually one of the following. Cute girls doing cute things. A lot of them do that. Generic anime fantasy. Or, wait, this is a plot. And in their defense, for what it's worth, up until 2006 or so, wait, this has a plot was also Zun's opinion on it.
That's fair. I wouldn't describe a lot of shmups as being necessarily super story heavy, so that's a reasonable genre assumption to make, I suppose.
Yeah. It's honestly kind of none of these, though, when you get down to it. And my go-to comparison is that Touhou is actually a lot like Terry Pratchett's Discworld.
You know, the bit I know about Touhou, that tracks.
Yeah. The way that I describe that and why I say that is the very first thing that Terry would tell you is that Discworld is a fantasy series, first and foremost, period. That's what it is. Zun would probably also tell you that this is a fantasy shoot-'em-up series. This is the very first thing foremost. Both of them have tons of like political satire built into them, though, and things like that. And they're, you know, written as comedy fantasy stuff, but also have a good grasp of, you know, when to be serious and drama and shit like that.
That's fun.
Yeah. The setting expands heavily alongside the cast. Gensokyo and the many realms around it are a really interesting place.
What is that satellite?
That's a satellite Thorifune. That's actually from something else that's also part of the series.
Huh.
This image is so large that PowerPoint cannot scroll through it without blurring it a little bit.
Huge!
This is up until 17. This is every single setting that the series has ever used.
Oh, fun.
Yeah. I could name each and every one of these.
Oh, I'm sure you could. I would not doubt that.
That's former hell right there.
With a fucking server room right under it?
That's actually a nuclear fusion reactor.
I see. The opposite of a server room.
Yes.
Damn, that's the door to darkness. I know that one.
That's a Kofun burial mound, which is like a, you know, structure that was built in Japan in like the 500s or so.
Ah.
They have that keyhole structure. It's interesting.
Huh. Cool.
And more specifically, that's Primate Garden in the middle of Beast Realm.
Ooh. I know that a lot of Touhou is like based on Japanese mythology, which is like a subject I don't really know very much about, so that'll be interesting to dive into.
You'll learn a lot about it if you do dive into these, because it takes some really obscure like origins of like interpretation and inspiration and stuff like that.
Oh, that's fun.
So a common thing that is a complaint about the series is that the characters are kind of stagnant, or like they don't evolve very much. And the reason why people have that reaction is because they're generally looking at a single piece of work in the franchise. The cast does actually evolve very, very slowly.
I really like that transition you just did. That's really good.
Character development in Touhou is an incredibly and extremely slow burn. And much of it happens off-screen as a natural consequence of people evolving and existing and without actually necessarily showing up in official content much. And when I mean without showing up, I do mean with like literally years between their appearances. What happens when you don't see someone in like 3 years? They've changed in some manner, right? Like
Usually,
they're almost
yeah.
never going to be exactly the same. Shoutouts to Flandre Scarlet, practically a series mascot who didn't have a speaking line for 14 years.
What? Now that's a name I have heard. That's a name I do know about. That's a famous one. No speaking lines for 14 years.
Yeah. I know.
That's awesome.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that we don't see any of it as it happens. Here's Aya Shimemaru, 10 years apart, about her job.
Damn, I've been there before, girl.
It's also, of course, a truly upsetting amount of fan content out there. Like, way too much. More than anyone would ever be able to consume. Here's a handful of recommendations, and here's some fan games specifically. None of these are obscure, so prepare for obvious, like, and common fan game options available.
Well, they're basically all new to me, so that's exciting. That one I know.
Yeah, Touhou Luna Nights, this one has actually got very popular. This is Team Ladybug's 2 games ago, because it was Luna Nights, then Deedlit and Wonder Labyrinth, and then Drainus.
I forgot they also did fucking Deedlit, didn't they?
They did, yeah.
Wild.
They're very good at their job, it turns out. They
Hell
make
yeah.
very good short games. Yeah, Luna Nights kicks ass. This is it's a... I won't actually say it's like a full, Metroidvania, the exploration platformer, because it's very much still separated out into levels, and you do those levels in order.
So it's more like a Castlevania 1 through 3 kind of game.
But plays like a Castlevania Symphony Onward kind of game.
That's fun. That's fun.
Yeah. And it has a fantastic, time manipulation gimmicks that's built directly into the gameplay. And, being able to stop and slow time are just basic actions that you can do. And they're great. They're really fun to use.
Hell yeah.
I highly recommend Luna Nights to basically anyone. You don't need to know a single thing about the franchise to play Luna Nights.
Yeah, I've been meaning to play this for a hot fucking minute.
Mm-hmm. Touhou Zakia.
This one I also know about.
Yeah. Which is a kind of food management sim game, and it's a bunch of fun. I really highly recommend playing this one. It's great. Mm-hmm. Very good aesthetic, excellent music, and, the gameplay is fun. It's really enjoyable to, I love the main gimmick of, okay, so you serve the recipes that get ordered, but then whenever a character shows up that, is from the series, they have their own preferences for what they want, but they won't actually tell you what they are. So you have to figure it out yourself.
Oh,
They'll tell you
that's
something
cute.
just like, I just want this one thing, and then you have to make the meal yourself and what they want out of it.
Mm-hmm.
And, yeah, they want soda beverage and things like that. I like Miyazaki a lot. They have been making DLC, repeatedly for it. I think there's one more planned.
I think I remember watching you stream this at some point, and I was like, oh, damn, this looks really cool.
Yeah, I've been waiting to do a full playthrough until all the DLC is out.
Hell yeah.
Because they weave the DLC into the main game, and I want to get,
that's
the full
fun.
experience of that.
Hell yeah.
Touhou Lost Branch of Legend. This is actually relatively new. Worth noting, both of the previous two, of this one and the previous one, are actually Chinese studios.
Ooh.
And they've been doing some good shit lately, honestly, with these.
Mm-hmm.
Lost Branch of Legend is a lot like... Well, let's be completely fair and honest here, because they just admitted this outright. It's a lot like Slay the Spire. It's a deck-building roguelike.
Nice.
It has the exact same layout. It has very similar mechanics. It's you merge Slay the Spire and Magic the Gathering's mana system, basically. It's a lot of fun. It's very well produced.
This seems like a logical type of fan game that people would make, considering how many fucking Touhou mods I've seen for Slay the Spire.
Oh, you mean the 35 of them or something at this point? The single most popular character mod is and has always been the Marisa mod.
Good for her.
Touhou Spell Bubble. This is technically a fan game, but also it was literally made by Taito.
Huh.
Yeah. So occasionally corporations get in on it.
Wild.
There's a set of rules on what you're allowed to do with the franchise.
Mm-hmm.
And if you are not an incorporated entity, you can just kind of do almost whatever.
Fuck yeah.
You don't have to get permission. You don't have to do anything or anything like that. If you are an incorporated entity, you do have to ask permission. I don't know how many times Zun has actually turned anyone down, though. Yeah, so Touhou Spell Bubble is it's basically just a themed version of Puzzle Bobble.
What?
Is what it is. Yeah.
Fuck, I gotta get this!
It's on the Switch. It's also on PC, I think. And it's also a good one of these.
Fuck yeah.
It has surprisingly good netcode to do head-to-head stuff as well. And it has just music produced by fans and whatnot to get in on and play this.
God damn, okay. I'm interested.
Mm-hmm. I don't have the Touhou Kart Racer on here.
There's a kart racer?
Yeah, and it was made by the people who made Double Dash.
What?
Yeah, Genso Skydrift was literally made by people who worked on Mario Kart Double Dash.
Oh my god!
Yes. That's why it plays like Double Dash.
That's awesome!
Genso Shoujo Taisen, or Fantasy Maiden Wars. This is one that you can't just... This is one that's a lot harder to track down. And also, I'd kind of cut off some of the things here. Fantasy Maiden Wars is SRW, Super Robot Wars, but Touhou themed. And up until, like, the 30, whichever Super Robot Wars 30, the one that just came out recently, out, I had constantly always heard, these are better than any actual Super Robot Wars game. For what it's worth, what I've heard, 30, legitimately fantastic, and it's not necessarily the case anymore, but these were very, very good. The complete box is available only in Japanese right now, but if you know where you're looking, you can probably get a translation for it, that kind of thing.
Nice. See, I've heard a lot of people talk about how Super Robot Wars is like a neat idea, and how it's like a fun sort of crossover thing, and I've literally never heard anyone really talk about the gameplay of it at all, other than like, here's a basic overview of what it is. So
in a lot of cases, excuse me. A lot of Super Robot Wars games in the past have like really uninspired like levels and encounters and stuff like that. Tons of reinforcements which are like the number one thing that every strategy RPG player hates is reinforcement waves. Boss fights that just have a million health and just do the same thing over and over again.
Yippee!
Things like that. Every single thing I just described is not present in these games at all.
Ooh.
Yeah, the boss fights don't just have a gigantic pile of health and only do the couple of things. They have like different they've got different like attacks per spell card thing that also change how the field works, like different gimmicks attached to what those are like and everything. It's really well done and really well produced. The visuals are gorgeous because it is Super Robot Wars, which means they have to have really complex attacks and everything. And they're really well done. The final one of these fan games I like to mention is one
the Touhou project.
So one Undertale produced by Toby Fox. It's a very specific kind. No, I'm obviously I'm goofing. Although Undertale was, once I like started getting into the weeds, you start to really feel the more and more of the inspiration Touhou has on Undertale.
I mean, that's a thing that Toby Fox has like gone on record as saying.
Oh no,
that...
he's fully honest about it. Yeah. He wears it on his sleeve. And obviously, it's not the only inspiration. Obviously, like Itoi's stuff with Earthbound and Mother 3, all that kind of thing, also heavily influenced it. So, hey Doc, isn't the music kind of a big thing? Well... there's too much of it. You alright?
Oh, I'm way good. That's a lot.
Yeah, that's only registered music, and is a number from months ago.
My god.
That's 109,000 registered arranged remixes of Touhou music.
7 digits, soon, it's coming, I believe.
If Touhou music did not exist, the doujin music scene would be tiny. Like, that's not an exaggeration either. That is 1,000% completely true and honest and accurate. It is incredibly common for musicians to release hobby albums with Touhou music and arrangements first, before finding professional work, and many continue making them well into their professional careers. The makers of JoJo Part 6's first opening, they made more Touhou remix albums than original ones.
Yo.
And they keep making more. Yeah.
Fuck yeah.
Kishida Kyodan and the Akabushi Rockets, they make a lot.
Hell yeah.
I have personally heard the franchise's tunes arranged into literally every single music style I can think of, and here's some examples. I've heard rock. Can you believe that?
I can believe that.
It's pretty tough to think about. Eurobeat, obviously.
I can believe that.
Touhou Eurobeat is so common that it finds itself into like Eurobeat playlists all the time without thinking about it at all. It is extremely all over the place. Jazz.
That tracks.
funk, bossa nova, ska, disco, easy listening, R&B, klezmer,
Yo!
country, Charleston, conjunto andino, Gregorian chant, and wartime propaganda. Give me a second as I go look up the Touhou klezmer track that I'm thinking of, because it's extremely good.
Yes.
This is by Machikado Mapoze. It is a remix of Mary the Magician from the second of the music CDs, Ghostly Field Club.
Okay. All right. Let's go. Oh yeah.
It's a good-ass klezmer track.
It fucking is.
Yeah, Machikado Mapoze was a, Nakasaka Sakano, who's the only member of it, as far as I'm aware, or only permanent member of both it and Ringing Volcano, which was the successor circle. The kind of thing that he wanted to do was translate the music into as many different, like, local styles of music as he could. For what it's worth, the Charleston, also by him. So.
Now, do you know who did the Gregorian chant versions offhand?
Okay. Not by name. I think it was just a one-off, CD. It does exist, though.
Still. Awesome.
Yeah. And chant. Let me see if I can, looks like it's not easy to find anymore because Chuds decided to take over Gregorian chant on YouTube.
Great. I fucking forgot about that.
I should.
Oh well.
Alright, well. Let's move on into the... And more, of course, sorry.
And more!
Press that as well. And more! I do have some favorites, though, so here's some brief recommendations. My single number one favorite music circle, and also kind of like my single favorite number one music like group of all time, was named Felt. And as of 2022, unfortunately, they've split up. Absolutely adored Felt so much. They had this they had a very, very wide range of styles, but my favorite was specifically the works of Moritz and Cornelius, or just MCC, with vocals by Vivienne, which were these a lot of them were ridiculous prog tracks.
Hell yeah.
And I'm playing one right now. I actually have one for every single recommended music group on here.
Nice.
This is Lost My Way from Felt. This is one of their more popular tracks. It's not like their most popular or nothing like that, but it is one of them.
I can see why this is popular. I guess I can
That's
hear.
my favorite anyway.
Hell yeah.
They are... So a lot of the folks who worked at Felt are survived by the sister circle Hatsunetsumikas, who mostly do funk. And the funk is good, but I don't like them quite as much, especially I don't like their lyricist as much.
I'm really liking
It's
this
still
one
good,
personally.
though.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's... I won't say that I don't or anything like that. My favorite circle for Japanese vocals is Diao Yazong, which is also actually the name of the song of a song in the franchise. This is Chen's theme.
Ooh.
And its main manager and arranger, RD Sounds, who also works on a different circle as well. A fair warning, if you do end up wanting to look up the lyrics, is that they frequent user of heavy subject matter in their lyrics, but if you don't understand the lyrics, then that's fine, right? This is Unprivileged Access. A remix of, I believe specifically Third Eye and not Heartfelt Fancy. It's good as hell, though. A lot of use of vocals by Marami Pop in the audio song tracks. I would be remiss to not mention Akatsuki Records, who do excellent music videos as well.
This is fun.
And as well as Shinra Bansho and its sister circle Liz Triangle, who both do great music and fantastic music videos. These three are very popular for good reason. This track right here is titled Consultant.
Awesome.
Con being the sound a fox makes.
Cute.
And then the Shinra Bancho track as well, which I really love this track. I believe it's like Charisma Rengoku Tenshin. There we go. The Charismatic Purgatory got us. That's right. Yeah, I mean, the music video is kind of horny, but the music is great.
It does kind of go off.
Alright. And then I have for some more esoteric tastes. They're both been out of the game for a long time, but these are two of my other favorite circles. From a Distance and Mohican Sandbag.
Good name.
They have been out of work for this franchise for forever, but whatever. The music is still great. This track right here is by From a Distance, and they do a very interesting, unique style of like folk orchestrated stuff. It's hard to describe. This is also my fucking ringtone. So let me tell you, when I played it, I immediately got like a slight jump of, oh, is my phone going? Yeah.
Oh no.
I Pavlovianly response to myself, and hey, there's nothing else I can do about that.
God, I know how that is. That's me with any sound effect from Smash Bros. Now.
That feels even worse. At least for me, I just have like a couple of songs I can't listen to. And then Mohican Sandbag, who made some fucking weird ass tracks, but it's great. They were like a electronic hard style and something like that group.
Oh, I'm into this.
This is also a remix of Mary the Magician, actually. A song that I played earlier, the Klezmer one, was also a remix of that.
Nice.
So many Touhou music circles are on Spotify, and they're not hard to track down. Tragically, the one thing I haven't kept super familiar with is new music groups. My taste in these is tainted by finding my favorites like 10 years ago, and not following new ones, though I really should, since a lot of them are defunct now.
God,
well, that's how music is, right?
Ain't that just the way, yeah.
Mohican Sandbag, for the longest time, folks were talking about how, one of the members died of a summer cold in 2012 or something.
Oh no.
It turns out that's not actually the case. They just lost contact with each other.
Oh no!
Yeah. Which I'm glad to hear that they're alive.
That's good!
Yeah. Alright, well. There's also tons of other music recommendations that I could make from, oh yeah, here's my favorite orchestrated music group. That's Carrot Wine or something like that. But I didn't want to spend too much time on this because this inherently took longer because I had to play some chunks of music. So here's a fun bit of trivia on the music. Zun is very fond of the music of Yuzo Koshiro, claiming that ActRaiser's soundtrack was an important influence on him wanting to make video game music professionally.
Hell yeah.
Meanwhile, Yuzo Koshiro's daughter is very fond of Zun's music and interested in music as a professional because of his work.
That's so fucking funny. That's awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, it always goes back to ActRaiser.
Yep, absolutely. Always does. I did look up to see if someone had done Touhou ActRaiser fan art just to share this tidbit.
That's really good. I will say, before we go on and do more, Twitch is barking at me to do an ad block, and I gotta get up and have a stretch anyways, so...
Feel free.
All right. I am going to get up. I'm going to have myself a stretch. I got to get a little bit more to drink. I'm going to hit the ads button while I'm away, so it's a good opportunity for you to get up and have a stretch yourself. I don't know if you're getting up yourself, Doc, but if you're going to be around, I will just leave you unmuted on Discord if you want to talk to folks. All right?
Yeah,
in that case.
I can do some very brief question and answers for the folks who are subscribed.
Hell yeah. I'll be back real soon.
Oh, this right here is a Armored Core ass track. I'm not gonna skip past this even though it's an original track. Oh, a lot of Zune Zone music I'll be playing during the character talkabouts bit. Do I have a track list in my music list? No, sorry. I'm doing all of this offhand. Like offhand. Are there any Touhou rhythm games? Both Mysteria Azakiya and Spell Bubble both have some rhythm game elements. There's Yoyami Dancers, which came out relatively recently, which is also a rhythm game. In a second, I'm grabbing the klezmer track. Will the presentation be available anywhere? I mean, this VOD is going to exist. Muse Dash does have Reimu and also soon to be Marisa as a character as well. If you play like Muse Dash. Do I have a character I hate? No. Why would I have a character I hate? Damaku Kagura is a rhythm game, and that's coming out on Steam as just a single track, yeah. But I happen to be familiar with the Touhou Game Jam group by from itch.io. Not personally, no. How many Fumos do I own? One. One of my favorite character, and that's it. Where does Multi-Blood come into the story? I'll go ahead and give you a quick preview. The first fighting game, Immaterial and Missing Power, was actually created to directly compete with Multi-Blood. It failed, as you might expect. How do I feel about fanworks in the style of Zone? They're cool, I guess. I don't check them out too much. But yeah, they're cool. Yeah, rhythm games, like all kinds of rhythm games. All kinds. It doesn't really matter. Tons of those have just entries that are like Touhou music. Isn't that meme cat girl Touhou? Which one? There's 3. Oh, one of them doesn't have any memes associated with her, I guess. Good old Michael. Okay, you wanted a link to Divine Judgment specifically? Sure thing. Here you go. For what's worth, that wasn't a remix, that's just an original track by Mario Mix. It's very good, though, so I fully understand.
I'm back.
Someone said I'd like the blue Touhou girl. Can I tell her about her, maybe? I'm sorry, there's more than one character who uses the color blue. When you get to, like, 131, there's the color blue is used.
I feel like that's akin to going, oh, Super Mario Brothers, I know that series. I like the one who is green. And you go, Luigi? And they go, no, who's that?
Oh, can you imagine, though? Someone who just goes, who the fuck is Luigi?
No, I like the green one. And through, like, a lot of pushing and pulling, you're able to figure out they mean Bowser Jr.
That would be a hell of a lot of pushing and pulling to know who Bowser Jr. is, but not Luigi. it is true. Who the fuck is Luigi is canon to Mario?
That's true.
Mhm.
That's true.
All right, I'm ready to start off again whenever we want.
Yep.
All of the art that's on the waiting screen, by the way, is by one artist, Zonose, who is an amazing artist. Like,
Hell yeah.
ridiculously good. So let's go ahead and get back to this. There's tons of doujin manga too, and before anyone says anything about this, doujin just means like fan-produced hobbyist stuff. It doesn't
Right.
have anything to do with its contents. Before someone brings that up,
I'm still not really sure how that sort of connotation that it has for that, I guess, in the West really came about.
because that's what they're into.
I guess.
Yeah. I'm very picky with doujin manga, so I'm only gonna give you a couple of offerings. And also, as I mentioned the warning down there, almost all Touhou doujin assumes a baseline familiarity with the franchise, so I recommend official works first, always. But if you really, really want to, there are some others, but none that there's some others that I could offer, but none that I would offer to a first-time reader. Starting with Zonose's like manga work, that would be a hell of a thing to start with.
Hard mode.
Hyper extra hard mode. So the two that I would recommend would be the works of Ashiyama and of Kara Getaro.
Ooh, that one's cute.
Ashiyama still creates series with serious subject matter and melancholy tones. They're very good, and two of their series are officially endorsed in that they run alongside official manga.
Huh.
Yeah. And Karageya-san no longer does Touhou fan works, but their body of work was goofier with a strong grasp on emotion and storytelling. At Shire, in particular, is amazing, and I can recommend it to anyone.
I like that
It's
cat.
that would be Rinkayanryo.
Nice.
I mean, also B-Cub. Yeah, B-Cub got their start doing Touhou doujin stuff.
That's true.
But, yeah, but that's different.
It was so fucking wild for a while when like Pop Team Epic like started getting like popular, and I kept seeing them and I was just like, oh,
And that's the funny cat guy.
right, to me it wasn't, oh, this is made by the funny cat guy, it was, oh, is this a continuation of the funny cat comics? I didn't realize she was a Touhou.
Oh, good. Excellent. Oh, that
I
frog
assumed
looks
Honk
super
Honk.
tough. The pokes.
I assumed Honk Honk was an original thing.
No, that was a Touhou fan art thing. B-Cub straight up got his start doing the same humor in Touhou fan comics, and then moved on to original stuff and got ultra popular.
Hell yeah.
This is a consistent theme. Tons of people get their start doing Touhou doujin,
Yeah.
especially Yuri artists.
Hell yeah.
Oh, I forgot to put a transition on this one, and also the background thing. So this sounds like a silly question, but it's actually pretty consistent. The Tokyo Big Sight, by the way, assumedly owned by the city of Tokyo, so that's a copyright, I guess.
I misread that as the Tokyo Big Shell, and I got really scared for a second.
Are you ready to recreate the Shadow Moses incident in Tokyo?
The Gensokyo Moses incident.
So most Touhou releases happen during these, twice a year each. Comiket, Comic Market, is the biggest pan-series doujin event, and Rei Taisai, or the Hakure Jinja Rei Taisai is what the full title is, but almost always just says Rei Taisai, Grand Festival, the largest Touhou-only doujin event.
I've never heard
Both
of that
are
one.
held at the largest convention center in the country, Tokyo Big Sight.
Hell yeah.
It is... The fact that Rei Taisai is also held there is ridiculous. It is also a very large thing. The exceptions are always print works, which come out when the publishers get to it. Books and manga are released whenever they're done.
Makes sense.
But typically, Zune releases a demo for a game during the Mei Rei Taisai. I think once during the autumn one. And then releases the actual game during Comiket. Because he has a strong love for, the doujin spirit of Comiket and things like that. So much so that a not insignificant amount of the plot of 18, that was when COVID shut Comic-Con down, and he was
Right.
so bummed out about that.
God, yeah. I remember, like, hearing a bit. I think it might have been me literally watching you stream that one. But, like, hearing some talk about how, like, that's, like, what the game was very much sort of, inspired by, where it was like, yeah, the whole spirit of the market thing was very much, like, at least in part, inspired by, like, you know, things like this, which is cool.
So where is Gensokyo and what is it? So I've mentioned the name Gensokyo a lot, and, you know, that's like, what does that actually mean? Because that's just a nonsense, like, proper noun. Gensokyo is a small pocket realm that was set up centuries ago and then sealed with a barrier in 1885 in the Yatsugatake mountain range. That's the most general way to describe what Gensokyo is. Like, period. And when I say small, I mean it's small. It is not a big place at all.
Dang. I didn't realize there was, like, actual, like, real-life corresponding dates related to it. That's neat.
Yeah, it was actually set up during the Meiji Restoration. Specifically in a region where the Meiji Restoration hadn't quite fully gotten there, so technology kind of stagnated for a while there. And yeah, the history of why it exists is pretty in-depth and interesting. It's kind of a refuge for beings that can no longer exist among modernity.
Ah.
Yeah.
That explains why, like, so many of the characters I know about and heard about are, like, you know, yokai and spirits and things from folklore and stuff like that. I mean, aside from the fact that just, you know, writing about shit like that can be cool.
Yeah. So how do you get there? There's multiple ways to get into it, but the most common way is to be forgotten or mythologized in the outside world. You can go there on purpose if you know how, but it's not easy, and leaving is even harder. The vast majority never leave if they ever end up there, and if they do end up there by accident, which is also possible, you are lucky if you're allowed to leave, because otherwise you're probably gonna die there.
Oops, hope you like it here.
And what's it like? What's Gensokyo like? It's not actually the most pleasant place to live.
Hope you like it here!
Humanity is mostly cordoned off to a single village in the lowlands where they're kept fearful of their surroundings on purpose. There's something of a masquerade to keep humanity out of the know of what Gensokyo is really like, to best capitalize on their fear. They're safe in the village, but outside of it, a little bit less so.
Uh-oh.
The barrier went up in the late 1800s, so technology stagnated for some time. They only recently acquired electricity to any degree. Like, very recently. And not all of them have it. It's like just a small chunk of the region that does.
Wild.
This is also a track on Mario 2 Mix. If you just listen to the soundtrack, to the, their playlist, you get there. But let me go and give it to you.
Link that
there
shit.
You go.
Yeah.
The barrier went up and lady up. Got that. Touhou is a setting that's not actively capital D dark, but it has a tasteful smattering of darkness that makes danger real and worth keeping in mind. You know, one of those. It's not really like, this is not a series where someone would usually go like, oh man, the things that happen here are so fucked up. This is like, oh my god. No, it's not like that at all. In practice, it's mostly pretty, upbeat and relaxed a lot of the time. But this is still a franchise that has a location called Hill of the Nameless, which is where people used to leave like kids to die. They were the Nameless because they were unnamed children.
Jeez.
Yeah, it's that kind of thing. But that's all like backstory stuff. People don't get left there anymore.
Yippee!
So what the fuck's a yokai? This is actually kind of a specific... Touhou's use of it is pretty straightforward, but also a little weird at the same time.
Oh, that's fun.
It uses the term yokai simultaneously to refer to any given beastie that you can come up with, but also more specifically to monsters that basically owe their existence to rumor, story, and belief, and thrive off of human fear and conflict to continue to live. All of your classic yokai, the way that they exist is that The fear in them and the belief in them is what causes them to exist.
Ah,
It's one of those.
so they're Elder Scrolls gods.
Kinda.
Neat.
Gensokyo exists to free yokai from the shackles of human imagination and self-determine their forms and motivations. But it did not free them from needing conflict to survive.
Oops.
So when I described earlier that the human village is kept, fearful of their surroundings on purpose, this is why. The people of the human village need to fear them for Gensokyo to function as the reserve that it is. It is for those there an unfortunate reality.
Another day at the goddamn Fear Factory.
There are rules. Yokai actually generally aren't allowed to attack people from the village. They're 1000% allowed to attack and do whatever they want to people who find their way into Gensokyo who aren't part of the village, though.
I like the 8 or 9 people in chat that immediately chimed in with Monsters Inc. when I was trying to make a Donkey Kong Country joke.
This predates Monsters Inc., baby!
Sure does!
And then work by work character talk about time. We're going to be going on a time scale here.
Nice.
Don't worry, I'm not going to talk about all 130 plus characters, just some highlights.
Okay.
And I originally called this segment the lightning round before it turned into like 80 slides.
It's a prolonged storm round.
But before I get to most of them, I have to address an elephant in the room. Touhou started in 1995 on the PC-98 home computer, not on Windows. The first 5 games in the series are all on the PC-98. It's a lot of games, actually, to get put on there. Here's the thing. I don't like the PC-98 games all that much.
Fair.
They're pretty different. They're much more goofy and lighthearted, with distinctly less storytelling focus. And I'm not going to cover any of its unique characters. Yes, even Mima for the Mima heads out there.
Shoutouts to all the Mima heads. Sorry.
Yeah, I'll mention one thing about Mima. It is genuinely weird that Mima never showed up again. She was actually very important in the PC-98 games and just, whoop, gone.
Dang. Bye.
That's not to say that they're not important. And they have their own dedicated fans who are no less real than any other fan, because that'd be weirdo gatekeeping, right? Like, if you're someone who just likes the first 5, go for it. That's completely fine. Whatever.
You should enjoy whatever the hell you want.
Yeah, there is a catch, though. Very little of the PC-98 games are relevant, and this Windows series was retroactively something of a soft reboot for the series.
Huh.
It's almost certainly not something that Zune even thought of, actively at first. But as time has gone on, so little of the PC-98 games have ever come up again that it's kind of inevitable that's the attitude that you can take towards it. The rule of thumb is always assume most recent information is accurate. Always. That's the thing to do. But everything that happened in PC-98 probably did happen in broad strokes. So, the very first game in the franchise, highly responsive to prayers.
That's the image that I used to announce the stream.
Yeah. It was released in 1996, although Zune considers the fact that he finished in 1995 the origin of the series, so he always goes off in 1995 as the first game, release date.
Cute.
Yeah. This is a really fucking strange game, because they didn't start as the shoot 'em ups that they had become. It's kind of a weird Arkanoid. Also, let me go and close this out, and let me grab the official music real quick.
Yes. I love me some fucking PC-98 music.
Understandable.
Oh.
And listen, the PC-98 music for these was excellent, as you'd expect. They're famous for it.
Fuck yeah.
Believe it or not, there were actually some remixes for the PC-98 games before the Windows games came out.
Aw, cute.
People have been a fan since then.
Good.
Story of highly responsive to prayers is very simple. Something destroyed the Hakure Shrine, the shrine that Reimu Hakure, the main character, goes off to get revenge over. There's branching paths that lead to different boss fights. That's it. There's no dialogue in this game. There's no nothing, really. There's just like a short blurb of like what the start is like.
Ah, so it's an old game, old game.
Yes. The series' overall main theme of Eastern Story, originates as an unused music track in this game.
Ha!
Yeah, let me go ahead and see if I can grab the very first version of Theme of Eastern Story. Yeah.
This is unused?
This went unused, yeah.
My god. This goes off, though.
Yeah, every single game from 6 onward uses a remix of this theme. And I think a lot of the Peace and Enemy games do too, as the menu theme.
Hell yeah.
And then here's our first, character one.
Reimu,
That's
I know
Mario.
her. She's Mario.
Yeah. She's the wonderful shaman of Paradise, or shrine maiden of Paradise, depending on who you ask. Honestly, this should actually have mostly been translated as shaman the whole time, but it took a while for them to catch up with that. Now, hold on. Let me go ahead and grab...
Someone in
Where
chat
are you?
asking, isn't she more like Wario? No, she's
No.
red. And
Yeah,
also, she's
and-
the main one.
Yeah. Like, I understand where they're coming from, character-wise. Reimu's kind of greedy.
Good for her.
Yeah, but it's fine. Where the hell is Nance Capriccio? There it is. Right here is the very first fight theme Reimu ever had. This was when you played against... she was available as a boss fight in 4.
Oh.
So Reimu, obviously the series' foremost protagonist. There's an extremely interesting thing about Reimu. Nothing has ever been written from her perspective.
Huh.
Yeah. And it's like, this is a deliberate choice by Zun. It's not an accident. He's mentioned this before. He actively makes the decision to never write anything from Reimu's perspective. And by doing that, she kind of feels a little bit different in everything.
That's fun.
Because
I like that.
Everyone else reacts to Reimu in different ways. And because, it just shows in those works. The concept of the mythical good cop has become so forgotten it's fallen into imagination, so here she is. This is a joke for anyone who wants, who's gonna call me out about using the term cop, alright? It's fine. Reimu is actually, like, a super interesting character in practice. Because, like I said, she's, nothing's ever been written from her perspective, but there's still a lot of writing about her, right? So she has very, very strange ways of reacting to things. She has, like, different motivations per work. She's really, really interesting. And so some people think that she's inconsistent, and I get that, but also there's nothing about it that is, like, inherently inconsistent if you think about how the series is written overall.
I'm seeing people describe her as being kind of surly, and I like that. I think that's fun.
She's very surly.
Oh, I
She's
like her.
surly and grumpy, and a little bit apathetic, but also does have, and is also very much married to her job.
I like
Is
her.
another thing. Yeah. So, Story of Eastern Wonderland. This was the second game, and they were actually released at the same time. 1 and 2 were released just together, even though he finished 1 first. This is the first shoot 'em up in the series. It's still a little weird, though. It only has 5 stages instead of the series' traditional 6, although it does have an extra stage.
Nice.
Story is also incredibly simple. Monsters show up at the shrine, and Reimu goes to track down why that is. She eventually finds out that Mima did it. A tank was involved.
This is always happening.
Always.
They need to get rid of the goddamn tanks.
Fun fact, Marisa was a redhead here due to palette restrictions and how he was depicting character portraits. She was actually apparently always intended to be blonde.
Oh, that's fun. That's like how fucking Link in A Link to the Past has, like, pink hair.
Pink hair. Yeah. Yeah, the tank is the tank is not the stage 1 boss, if I remember right. She is the extra boss.
Huh.
I think actually there's 2 different tanks in there. It's on both. That's right.
There's 2 tanks?
Yeah, sorry.
What, we got tank
Yes.
and we got tank deluxe or something?
Yeah, pretty much. One of the tanks is just a tank. The other one is a big ol' eyeball.
Awesome. I was literally about to jokingly say, is one of the tanks a yokai or something?
All right, back in the PC98 days, the term yokai basically didn't show up. It was a lot of things. We'll get to things getting solidified down later on.
So like in a lot of sort of early works that aren't necessarily intended to become a big thing, a lot of the questions end up being answered with, don't worry about it.
Yes,
I see.
100%.
That's
Yeah,
awesome.
Yeah, 1000%. Yeah. Later on, they almost always have answers, but early on, it tends to be, don't worry about it.
I like when there's just like a weird thing and the answer is more or less just, don't worry about it.
Yeah. So, Story of Eastern Wonderland. Also, the second boss fight in the series has Reimu think that she's getting proposed to, and then gets disappointed when she isn't.
Aw, that's so sad for
By a
her.
woman.
That's so sad for her!
Yes.
Love loses.
So
Marisa,
people know
I know
about
her.
this one. Yeah. She's Wario.
She's Wario.
She's yellow.
She is yellow.
Ordinary magician, Marisa Kirasame.
Marisa, known for being very normal.
Yeah. She's the series' secondary protagonist. Zune actually prefers to write Marisa over Reimu because she's a lot easier to understand. And technically at this point, I think Marisa's actually been in more games overall than Reimu.
That's so funny.
With a 100th Vlad Market, I don't think that Reimu shows up in it at all.
Huh.
Aside from in text. But Marisa is the playable character and the only one. She's also the face of the series, literally, in that, every single game uses a picture of Marisa's face as the icon on Windows.
Good for her. She's still the icon.
If her fighting game Hip Check and Bridget's were to collide, hers would win to the destroying the tick box.
Awesome.
Yeah, Marisa is also very interesting. She's been around forever, obviously. Her writing changes from the PC98 games onward. And she is also someone who's very much... Unlike Reimu, we've actually seen a lot of things from Marisa's perspective. She has an interesting, attitude towards most things. First off, she's an incredibly hard worker and doesn't want anyone to know it.
No, they need to think I'm lazy!
Exactly.
They can't know!
Over time, she has gone from, extremely brash and confident and, a notorious, thief and things like that, to being much more responsible and also a little bit insecure and things like that.
Aw.
There's a distinct track from the origin of the series to now, where she's very different now than what she was originally. She does still, to this day, fire a rainbow-colored laser called Master Spark.
Good.
And this is very, very, very important.
It's so important. Literally, that's basically the one thing I know about her, is that her iconic move is the gay beam.
It's called Love Sign Master Spark.
Oh my god.
And it's a giant rainbow laser.
Oh my fucking god. That's a little on the nose.
Yeah, a little bit.
I love her.
And also, the second, there are 2 entirely different series that have a gigantic laser powered by love, and they do it in very different ways.
Awesome.
Phantasmagoria of Dim Dream. This is which Dim is short for dimensional. This is the first versus shooter in this franchise, of only 2, soon to be 3.
Ooh.
Think Twinkle Star Sprites, but with more bullets.
I've heard the name Twinkle Star Sprites before, but I don't think I've ever actually seen it.
It's a versus shooter where two players are playing. They're on both sides of the screen, and they fire up at like things that are coming at them, and they have special attacks and stuff that go towards it. Think of a shoot 'em up version of Puyo Puyo.
Oh, that's cute. I like that.
Yeah. And there are 3 versus shooters in Touhou as well. 2, soon to be 3.
Ooh.
So, story is more complex, but not so much more than the other ones so far. A battle royale happens outside some weird ruins, which turns out to be a dimensional traveling ship. The PC-98 games were weird.
Awesome.
The character in this game, Shirikita Shirakawa, was basically the prototype for how Marisa would speak for each appearance from Touhou 6 onward.
Oh, that's fun.
Yeah.
It's always neat when you can see sort of like the foundational stuff in early works in like different ways getting like changed into something else later on. I always like stuff like that.
Yeah. Dim Dream is... This game has endings, like capital E endings that are fucking weird.
Uh-huh.
Marisa gets a living ICBM or a nuclear-powered maid named Rukoto, who is also just straight up stolen from a fucking manga series.
Awesome!
There is a character in this one who's from also a different manga series, just playable. Her name's Ellen. It's fucking... This game is bizarre. The PC-98 games were the Wild West, alright? No one was doing this kind of thing.
Damn, they got Ellen the Generous in this one.
Yeah. So, Lotus Land story. This is the 4th of the PC-98 games, and this is the one that really reflects what the series would be like going forward. This has 6 stages and an extra boss.
Oh, I like this cover art.
Yeah. It has a couple of character selections. It has... And it's the first one that really feels like a Touhou game, if I'm being honest, right? And also it's story's basically the same as Story of East and Wonderland, though. Like, it's almost exactly the same. Rainbow and Marisa go off to figure out why yokai swarmed the shrine, and it turns out that they're coming from a world hidden beneath a lake where the swarm's master, Yuka, lives. This game is the origin of the name Gensokyo, though it was only used as the Japanese title for the game, so Touhou Gensokyo, Lotus Land Story. That's what this one's called. The term goes unused in text in these. Also, it's the one where Bad Apple's from. It's the Stage 3 theme from this game.
Now that one I do know. That one I have heard of.
Have you ever heard the original version of Bad Apple?
No.
I'm about to.
Yeah, the lake is made of blood, but that's fine. That's whatever.
All lakes are made out of blood if you think about it.
I did actually figure out the math once to figure out exactly how much all of the blood on Earth would actually fill in a lake, and it's not that much. It wouldn't fill in even like one of the Great Lakes.
That's a damn shame. We need more blood. Stat.
Absolutely. 100% agree with that.
Everyone, we're pulling a double shift at the blood factory tomorrow.
Now you might be wondering, hey Doc, why the fuck did you do that math?
I'm not wondering that at all. That's normal.
Yeah, I'm not talking about you. We're cut from the same cloth on that front. I mean, someone in the chat, maybe. I don't know why I did that math. I just thought about it once.
You know how it is with math, fluids.
So this is Mystic Square, released in 1998. This was the last PC-98 game. And it's pretty... Yeah, there we go. So this is actually my favorite of the PC-98 games, and the one I'll admit is pretty good. I actually like this one more than Embodiment of Scarlet Devil 6.
Nice.
Guess what? The Hakure Shrine gets swarmed again. This time, though, it's clear from why from the get-go. They're tourists from Makai, which is another realm of existence, basically.
Awesome.
Rainbow Marisa, as well as Mima and Yuka, the 2 previous antagonists, go to Makai to stop the flow of demonic tourists.
Bro, cut it out. We got work to do. You gotta stop coming here.
Yeah. This is the one that, like, this is a plot that honestly would fit in modern Touhou.
Yeah, I can see that.
Like, this one makes perfect sense. And this is also the only PC-98 game to use all of the music made for it. All of the other ones had unused tracks.
Huh.
So on the switch to the Windows games, 1 through 5 were worked on while Zun was in college. He released them under the name of the college group he was part of, Amusement Makers.
Mm-hmm.
Between those and the following games, he also contributed some art, music, and the characters of Reimu, Marisa, and Yuka to be used in a sort of weird sister series that also spun off from Amusement Makers by a team? I'm actually not sure if this is a team or a single person. And Shinsatsu Saredo, and that series was named Seiho. You really don't have to worry about those.
Okay.
By 2002, Zun formed his own circle named Team Shanghai Alice, a name he uses to this day to release the games and release the first Windows game.
I do like the people in chat asking, hey, does that translate to Western Story?
Maybe? Oh, Seiho, yes, that's exactly what that translates out to.
Because Touhou is
Yeah.
Eastern Story, right?
Yes.
That's cute.
Let me see here. We're about to start to get into the weeds on characters, just so you know.
Yippee!
Do I not? There it is. Yeah, okay. Embodiment of Scarlet Devil is the first Windows game, and it is still to this day the most popular Windows game, purely by virtue of being the first Windows game.
Mm-hmm. Makes sense.
This game was, every single time he releases a new one, sales of this one also go up, is how it works out, because people just go and reach for this one.
Awesome.
You probably know about this one. Like, you've heard of it before, I'm sure.
Uh-huh.
I kind of dislike Embodiment of Scarlet Devil mechanically, but I won't deny that it's important, fundamentally, you know?
Mhm.
Like, for a number of different reasons. It's the one that kind of set the tone for the series going forward.
Yeah, I get that. It's how I feel about, like, fucking Metroid NES. Like, it's foundational for a lot of platformers in general. It's dog-ass to play, I think.
Yeah, same. Especially when Zero Mission exists.
God,
you know?
yeah.
Like, why would you ever play the original Metroid when Zero Mission exists?
There's no
now?
reason.
Or at least play the first 2/3 of Zero Mission. What can I do?
I'm the Zero Suit segment enjoyer, even if it's a little weird and different.
That's completely fair. I don't at all.
I understand.
Yeah. So the Embodiment of Scarlet Devil is the first entry in the seminal Touhou plotline of, yo, the weather's fucked up.
Uh-oh.
Who did that?
Uh-oh.
A vampire releases scarlet mist into the sky in an attempt to be able to go out during the day. Reimu and Marisa investigate out of concerns that the mist is harmful to health.
Vampires
So, like,
are
the health
always
of the
doing
villagers
this.
and stuff. Yeah. Fun note, this is the first shoot 'em up ever to name its attack patterns.
Huh. Like
With
out
the
of any shoot 'em up ever made?
Yes.
Wild.
Yeah, that took until 2002. It was the introduction of spell cards for the characters to use, which the spell cards are... There's a backstory thing for them. I'll get to it once we got to a specific print work, which explains them. Oh, hold on.
Hey, I know her. Hey, I seen her.
Little Ice Fairy of the Lake, Cherno.
It's true.
Initially unimportant, Cherno is all over the place.
I didn't know that she was basically nothing in this game. That's awesome.
She was the stage 2 boss and completely unrelated to the plot of the game.
Good for her.
She showed up again in 7, the next game, as a mid-boss for the first stage.
Awesome.
And she had no dialogue in that one, and she has almost not much in this one either. For what it's worth, the dialogue in Embodiment of Scarlet Devil especially is all jokes. From start to finish, there's not really any plot to it at all. Honestly, Embodiment feels a lot more like a PC-98 game than it does a Windows game.
That's fun.
That's kind of what I'm getting at with that. Zun legitimately feels bad about the time he labeled her with idiot in a game manual.
Oh no!
To this day, he is legitimately, like, he's apologized once for it, and he legitimately feels bad about it. And she got associated with the 9 circle thing on it because that's what she was labeled with idiot in the manual.
Oh no! I'm just imagining fucking Zun, like, way late at night, just like in a bar, fucking haggard, clutching his face, like, oh god, I shouldn't have called her that.
Drinking with Ryuki Shio 7, the creator of the like When They Cry series, because they are drinking buddies, actually.
Oh hell yeah!
Yeah. Cherno got a tan once, immediately decided she could beat up a god.
That makes sense.
So Cherno is she's a fairy, and when I say that she's a fairy, there is a distinct thing that's associated with the Yosei. Fairies are immortal unless you remove the thing that they represent from the entire world, which is hard to do. And Cherno is associated with coldness, so good fucking luck. Although I guess we're doing a pretty decent job of that right now, aren't we?
Yeah!
Anyway.
I was about to say, and then I got sad thinking about it, so I didn't.
And fairies are small fry, fundamentally. They're not that strong. They're dumb. Like, every last one of them is pretty dumb. They are simple. They are eternal children and just, like, things like that. Cherno is legitimately one of the more powerful and smarter fairies that exists. That's not saying that much. On both fronts.
Cherno very much seems the sort to be like, come on, I'm just a little guy and it's my birthday. You wouldn't kill me on my birthday, would you?
She's actually the opposite of that. She's like, I want to fight and I want to get into this fight. It is my birthday. I want to go at you.
Come on, I'm just a little guy. You wouldn't deny me a fight because I'm just a little guy and it's my birthday.
Exactly. That's what Cherno is like.
Good for her.
Give me a sec.
I know her. She's Dio.
Yeah. Let me get Made in Pocket Watcher Blood because I like that more than a dial. Excuse me. I'm gonna have to grab a drink in a second here.
Yeah, no problem.
Sakia, the perfect and elegant maid. So, she is the Windows game's original tritagonist, which by that I mean almost every single game has a choice of Rainbow and Marisa to play as. Like, when you get down to it. That's most of them, right? And the third, if there is the third character to be played in the game, the very first one was Sakia in the Windows games.
Nice.
The very first one originally was, I think it was Mima. I think maybe Mima was playable in one of them as well, alongside the other two. Well, whatever. Sakia has many backstories. It's not clear if any of them are accurate.
Is that a in-universe or out-of-universe thing?
Both.
Awesome!
There is an entry written into like her entry in a book, which has like, here's like 3 or 4 different like origin stories for Sakia. We're not sure which of them is accurate, and that's true for out of the series as well.
I like that she's just making shit up about herself and seeing what sticks. Good for her.
I also did just remember, Mima was not playable in one of the regular games until Mystic Square. The reason why that's the case is she's mysteriously absent for Lotus Land Story to begin with. It's like, no one knows why she's not around for that one. So, yeah. Sakia has learned what oxygen is like 3 times and has forgotten as many times. Each time.
Girl, you need that to breathe! I assume.
Yeah, she does. She didn't stop having to breathe at any point. She still does.
Girl, your lungs, the capillaries!
Too late, already happened.
Ha! Awesome.
Yeah, Sakia is the perfect and elegant maid, which is her title. Sakia herself, it's unclear if she is a gigantic dumbass or if she's just or if she's very good at messing with people. It seems like it's kind of like sometimes it's one and sometimes the other. Once when she was told to go replace a cup that got broken, she went and found an identical cup and then broke it in the same way. And then replaced the broken cup with an identical broken cup. Every time she makes tea for Amelia, she makes really weird tea that no one is clear why she made that.
That's fucking awesome. See, I had known nothing about this character, and because of the whole, like, time powers and throwing knives things, I just assumed she was some fucking edgelord. Yeah!
Yeah.
She's great, actually! She's wow!
Yeah, Sakuya... The thing is that she has elements of that, and then they're fully tempered by the fact that she is a goofball as well.
Good, I like her.
She's also, in fact, an incredible cook. She's an amazing maid. She basically does all of the cleaning herself at the mansion, things like that. Yeah. So, this is going to sound kind of funny for the folks who are big fans of the character that I'm skipping over because I'm going to her sister instead. So, Blanca Scarlet is, the folks who watch Arcade Pit, this is Miss Arcade Pit, the one who got Touhou Questions banned.
God, I fucking forgot about that! I forgot that fucking Touhou Questions are persona non grata now!
That happened like 6 years ago. Anyway, Blanca, Sister of the Devil. The reason why I'm including her and not Ramelia in this list, because I'm not covering every character, and Ramelia is honestly a pretty simple character. And for the longest time, so is Flandre. But then she started showing up again out of nowhere. She's like 3 years ago, she suddenly started showing up again. And like, we have a lot more glimpse into her character than what we thought before. She's likely to be one of the first characters people hear about, despite her long absence and lack of dialogue or appearances or anything like that.
Mm-hmm.
And she's much more composed than her reputation would have you think. There's like... Give me a second, because this is actually an important thing to like get a grasp on.
Mm-hmm.
So her song "You and Owen Was Her" is like the most famous track in the franchise. Most people on the chat have probably heard this before. Even
right, Ronald McDonald's theme.
Seen... Yeah, Run Run Roo, all that kind of thing. When was her 17.5? Flandre was playable in one of the most recent games. And her song got a remix.
Ooh.
And it is completely different.
Huh.
It's like, whereas the original is very manic and like, wild and deliberately discordant and whatnot.
Right.
The remix, honestly, sounds like Motore Sakuraba did it, and is very, very composed and there's not really much wildness going on to it at all.
Like, I can tell that this is a remix of that song, but it does sound really, really different.
Mm-hmm. It has a little bit of the menace still, because she is still bloodthirsty and menacing, but she's actually got a lot of self-control, it turns out.
Mm-hmm.
A thing that people used to not think at all about the character. Zun really likes to, when he gets the chance, to grab a character that people know about and completely twist their like fan reputation into something else.
That's fun.
Yeah.
I like that. So, I know that her song was called like "You and Owen Was Her" or something like that.
Yes.
What the fuck does that mean? What is "You and Owen"?
So Agatha Christie wrote a book called, well, it had two different titles which were both very bad, and I'm not going to say either of them.
Wait, it's a fucking Agatha Christie reference?
It is. Yuan Owen was the mysterious bad guy in, I think one of them is like more reasonable to refer to, 10 Little Indians, which is a story of about a bunch of people getting picked off one by one in a mystery. And so Yuan Owen was her. Flandre is the her in the question, is the idea. Now, for what it's worth, that does not mean that actually is the case. It's just the name of the song. That's it.
Okay.
It does not actually reference that.
I was about to say, like, is the implication, because you and Owen, the joke of that is it's like unknown. So I was gonna say, is like, was she just like a mystery figure in the game, or is she implying that no, she was an antagonist of an Agatha Christie novel?
And yeah, so someone in the chat is mentioning, no chat, there's an even worse title for that book. Yes, there is. I'm not saying that one under any circumstance. But you are correct. This is the one I forgot. And then there were none is the correct title I should be using for that. And I apologize for using the one that I used before.
I didn't actually know that about that book. I've only ever heard it as and then there were none.
It had two different titles before as well.
Huh.
So, Flandre is, she's actually been really fun lately. And while historically I've been the number one I don't care about this character guy, because she started to show up again and now has things to do, I like her now. That's how it works.
Nice.
If all they have to do is show up and have things to say, and I suddenly like them. That's basically what it is.
It's that simple. Take the character, let the character be a character. The character is now a character you can care about. It's literally so easy.
So, Perfect Cherry Blossom. This is the 7th Touhou game. It is the second Windows game, and I actually quite like Perfect Cherry Blossom a lot. This game introduced seeing your hitbox when you've turned on focus.
Ah.
That is not a thing that was in Embodiment of Scarlet Devil, and not having that sucks ass.
Uh-oh!
Yeah.
Right, because, like, your hitbox isn't, like, the entirety of, like, the borders of your sprite,
small.
right? Yeah.
Yeah, it's like a small chunk in the center of your sprite.
Mm-hmm. You can't see it in 6?
No.
Oh,
you can
God.
get a patch that... There's a patch that lets you do that, but PCB is the one that actually introduced it.
Mm-hmm.
It's also the first game with the gimmick. The supernatural border, which I explained earlier, is very simple. It's basically just you grab Cherry Blossom points and you get a temporary shield that the longer you keep it without getting hit, the more points you get, I believe.
Nice. That's fun.
So it's also part of the scoring system of the game.
Mm-hmm.
What? It's mid-May and it's still winter.
Uh-oh!
What? Weather's fucked up again.
Who keeps fucking with the weather? Stop!
Yeah. The protagonists figure out that spring is being siphoned away from Gensokyo into the netherworld. A time to make an ancient cherry blossom tree bloom. It's bothering the mansion too, so Sakyo goes off and investigates alongside Rainbow and Marisa.
Nice.
Fun fact, this is the first and to this day only game in the franchise with the stage beyond the extra stage, the Phantasm stage.
Ah, extra.
Mm-hmm. There's Dollmaker, Bucharesti, and... Okay. 7-color puppeteer, Alice Margatroyd.
Puppets.
A formerly frequent customer who's since faded from view. The opposite of Flandre. Alice's last line was like 11 years ago. Despite the fact that she was all over the place before then.
Mm-hmm.
Alice used to be used as a frequent foil for Marisa, where, like, her and Marisa were very different characters who were otherwise good friends and, were frequently depicted alongside each other. I say the words good friends, you can go further than that if you want.
I see.
Yeah.
I feel like you could say that about very many characters in this, frankly.
Mm-hmm. If you ask me, Marisa's girlfriend is Rainbow, but we'll move on.
I'm in that camp too, but I don't give a heck. You do whatever.
She is also the character who gives people the most hope that Miriam will one day return because Alice is from the PC98 games.
Oh, fun!
Yeah, she's actually she was the stage 3 and extra boss of Mystic Square. And Alice is, she's that. So here's the thing. I haven't talked about specific kinds of yokai yet.
Mm-hmm.
Because up until now, specific kinds of yokai have been unimportant.
Right.
Flandre is a vampire. That's different. And also the same. They're considered a yokai. And actually they're considered kind of oni in Touhou rather than anything else.
Mm-hmm.
But a bunch of characters in Embodiment of Scarlet Devil were just generically yokai without any actual specifics. Alice and Patchouli, who's also from the previous game, are both magicians. And that's capital M magicians, but that's their species.
I see.
Alice is a new magician. She only just recently became one. To become a magician, you have to cast the spells of, like, abandon food and abandon aging. That's the idea. Rid yourself from the 3 worms, etc., that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
And Alice did that relatively recently, This is in contrast to Marisa, who's still human.
Right.
And that's why they would be used as a, like, you know, one-to-one foil here. She's new to being a yokai, so she actually still eats and drinks and sleeps and stuff like that, even though she doesn't have to, but because it's comfortable as a human being.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Oh boy, Yomu.
Well, that's an exciting start.
Yomu, the half-human, half-phantom gardener.
Oh, I like her. I decided.
Mm-hmm. No, that's completely fair. A lot of folks like Yomu for good reason. She's fun. She's the second tritagonist because Yomu has also been a playable character a number of times in the Windows games.
Nice.
And, you know, is like in 17, she was one of the 3 playable characters. That kind of thing. She's not used as often in like stories as you'd think, despite being a playable character a number of times, because she's hard to use effectively in those stories. She slashes first, asks questions never, because Yomu is probably the single dumbest character in the franchise. Absolute dumbass, this lady is.
Good for her!
She has 1 brain cell, and it's devoted to cutting.
She's perfect.
She
She's got it all figured out.
Yeah, she's incredibly loyal to her charge and just listens to her under every circumstance. She will do anything Yuko tells her to do, basically. And she will not think about it a lot of the time. She's also, like, she's got a couple of, like, weird quirks that are usually not found on characters. She's a notoriously mean drunk, for instance. Every time that she's gotten drunk, she's just been an asshole.
That's
and,
so
like,
fucking funny.
Yeah. Things like that. Actually, yeah, a lot like Kill 6 Billion Demons Maya. That she's actually pretty similar to that. Of franchise yokai, she's rather young. She's less than 60 years old.
Mm-hmm.
And she's a half phantom, which by that I mean that she has a second body that is the phantom that is also around her, that is also her.
Ah.
Fans
Cool
like
word.
to call that myeon. Yeah. And here is her charge in question. Yuko Saigoji, Ghost of Flawless Immaculate Beauty.
I've seen her before, I think.
Probably.
I remember seeing her years ago and thinking, why does she have a diaper on her head?
Oh, that's just the early Touhou, like, bonnet.
Yeah,
Everyone has that.
it's just a weird looking bonnet.
Yeah. With the Dreamcast logo on it.
Right. She's got to represent Sonic Adventure and Seaman.
So Yuko is the first character in the entire series to be designed with an intended-to-be emotional storyline.
Nice.
Every single character before here has been jokes, primarily, right? Like,
Yeah.
that's most of what it is. And Yuko, meanwhile, actually has a fairly kind of tragic backstory and stuff attached to it. And the ending of the game has, like, an interesting emotional crux in the form of her remembering herself when she was alive.
Aw.
She's a ghost. Legitimately might be the single most comprehensively intelligent character in the entire franchise, but she hides it.
She can't have them know or they're all gonna come to her for shit.
Yeah. The Prism Rivers, I mean, it's not... For the Prism Rivers, it's just their backstory. And with Yuko, it's both the backstory and current story going on. Yuko knows what everything's going on basically as it happens, and before everyone else. She almost never does anything about it, and she likes to hide the fact that she knows what's going on. Yeah. And she's a lot like Kirby in a way.
She's pink.
She is pink. She likes to eat. That's mostly it.
Good for her.
Yeah. And yeah, Yuko is, and she's really fun. She's actually like also a character with a very distinct historical inspiration.
Hell yeah.
She is the daughter of Saigyo Hoshi, who, if anyone is aware of that, who that poet was, specifically was the one that was given up by the poet and everything like that. develops the ability to cause death into things as she wills it, uses it on herself.
Uh-oh.
Her body is then placed underneath a cherry tree that is a, like, soul-sucking and, like, destroying cherry tree. That is a yokai by itself, the Saigyo Ayakashi. And her body is used to, what do you call it? Used to seal it away. That kind of thing. And the entire reason why she does the plot of this game is to try to awaken that cherry tree, because she's unaware that that's her own corpse underneath there.
Ah.
The emotional crux of this game is her going through, she remembers everything about her life at the very last second.
Dang. That's
it's
funny and cool to see, like, a series that, like, up until this point has mostly just been, like, fun, goofy, jokey times, like, try and, you know, do something with more emotional weight behind it. That's neat.
Exactly. Yeah. And it's, exactly at this point, it's kind of like, this point and onward is when Touhou becomes Touhou.
Hell
if I'm being
yeah.
honest. Like, this is when it suddenly becomes like, oh, there's something here. Yeah.
Nice.
And then this motherfucker.
Ah! Right. This one I've also
gonna
seen, because I also thought that she had a diaper head.
Yeah, I'm gonna actually play her, remix into Enemy Common Flowers, because I fucking love it.
Nice.
I'm not playing Necrophantasia because I don't like it as much. This is Yukari Yakumo, the yokai of boundaries.
Right, that's what her thing is, it's boundaries.
Yes. She used to be enigmatic and mysterious.
Used to.
She is not nearly as enigmatic and mysterious because she's been around for, what, 20 years now?
Awesome.
Like, fundamentally, it's her motivations are known at this point. She is one of the people who created Gensokyo, is fundamentally what it is.
Oh, cool.
And everything that she does is in the interests of the perpetuation of Gensokyo.
I like the idea of a character being like, oh, everything I do is shrouded in obscurity, and everyone else around her is like, girl, we've been hanging out for 20 years. We know where you live.
Well, they don't know where she lives.
We don't
No
know
one
where
knows
you
where she
live,
is.
but we know most else about you.
Yeah. And no one likes talking when we're being around Yukari. She's like... She's not pleasant to be around, fundamentally.
Girl, we've been hanging out with you against our will for coming on 20 years now.
And of course, she is also the bane of silly power level arguments everywhere.
Oh my god.
Because the manipulation of boundaries is like... It's explicitly a semantic power, which is to say, oh, you can justify that by doing that, then obviously it works. Now, the important thing is that over time, Yukari has actually become the poster child character for power level shit being scaled back in Touhou. Where it turns out she's not nearly as powerful as it seemed like she was originally. She's actually had troubles doing things in a couple of games. She has, and the introduction of another character who is explicitly like the more obvious version of Yukari, who otherwise has unlimited divine cosmic power to throw at things as well. That's exaggerating, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
The concept of a sage of Gensokyo. The sages are the ones who set up the project of creating Gensokyo in the first place. Yukari was the first one we ever met, although we didn't actually learn the term sage for some time later. Yeah. Yukari also has a little something also going on with her backstory stuff. And we'll get to that now. Because we have to talk about the next two characters much more extensively.
Before we do that, I do gotta get up and have a stretch.
Alright.
This seems like a good a point as any for a quick hopping off, and you also said you gotta get yourself some water.
I gotta get a drink, yeah, and I gotta use the restroom and things like that.
Alright, that's a good opportunity then. I'm gonna get up, I'm gonna have a stretch, I'm gonna get some more water for myself. I'm gonna drop a fucking bomb in chat so you guys can attack and kill each other while we're away. Alright, power level argument. Her versus Gold Experience Requiem versus Goku versus Superman.
Oh, come on. Why would you do this to me?
I'll be back in a couple
hate
minutes. Oh, I hate this too, but I'm not going to be here to see any of it. Bye!
Sorry about that. How y'all doing? I'm good, yeah. That's just... I have a bad cough, that's all. Oh, Wriggle would win that fight every time, considering she can control those 300 beetles. Currently downloading the bottom of Scarlet Devil. I would recommend you start with a different game, but go for it if you want. I feel like Yukari wouldn't beat Mr. Satan because she'd recognize the power of having Mr. Satan be around. My presentation already had games for beginners. That was at the start, basically. I already did that. If you want to go check that out, then the VOD will exist, and you can check it out another time.
Hi, I'm back. Anyways, I'm not looking at the chat. All you motherfuckers are wrong. Bugs Bunny wins.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Easily.
Bugs Bunny always wins.
Right, because it'd be funny if he wins. So. Alright, let's swap back on over.
Actually, before we move on, do you have any, do you have any questions, or are you just kind of following as we go here?
I'm following along for the moment.
Okay, that's fair. There is a question, like Q&A bit at the very end that
Hell
I
yeah.
have ready to go.
I will say again before we carry on for more. First of all, hey, thank y'all for tuning in. I hope y'all are enjoying the stream. Second of all, if you're not already, let me just do a fucking shout out in chat now that I can do these. Go follow Doc on Twitch. Does real cool streams. Go check him out.
And hey, I do. Someone actually mentioned this way long ago that if you ask me a question about cooking, historical weaponry or armor, or Touhou, my brain does immediately stop and have to answer that question. That is a thing that happens.
Hell yeah.
Like it happens every single time.
Hell yeah. And third of all, question mark? I'm splitting the tips with Doc tonight, so if you want to support the stream tonight, tips are probably the best way to do that.
And if you did, I'd really appreciate it as much as she would, I'm sure.
Hell yeah. I believe
what's my
that's about
Twitter?
it.
My Twitter is the same, but with underscores between every letter, because unfortunately, I would love to have no underscores, but there's someone who already has it and actually did legitimately use that account for a while.
Mm-hmm.
And even if I did get them to hop off of it, I can't use them without underscores anymore, because at some point Twitter made it so you had a 6-letter minimum. So I can't swap to it either.
Damn. Also, if you're looking for
Juniper Theory.
Hell yeah. If you're looking for a quick link to it, I did put Doc's Twitter in my tweet announcement for the stream, so you can just go look at mine and click on it there. It's so easy.
Right. So, the next bit right here is something that I would like to talk a lot about, because there is a entire sub-series that's going on.
Mm-hmm.
The Hifu Club sub-series. Let me go ahead and grab a track from this, because I scrolled down really far, because I think Ghostly Field Club is pretty deep in here.
I imagine you're literally about to answer this, so you can feel free to hold your horses and you want, but damn, who's this fucking newsboy-looking character?
Oh, that's Renko.
Awesome.
Renko Asami, who, that's Idolatrized World. What am I talking about? Hold on, why did I scroll up and press that? Okay, Evening Dials and then Dara Tonight. Here we go.
Yippee!
This is the very first track in the Hifu Club sub-series. I didn't include, for anyone who's unaware, I didn't include Dolls in Search of Paradise because I didn't want to give it its own thing. But it's actually the first of the music CDs. And the Hifu Club sub-series otherwise has had been every single music CD since. Just adjusting volume. Okay. Mm-hmm. So these started in 2003, and the latest entry was in 2021, although the last full entry was 2016, because the one in 2021 didn't have a story associated with it. The Hifu Club sub-series is a bunch of music CDs with attached stories about those CDs.
Oh, that's fun.
Unlike the normal series, which takes place more or less in real time, the Hifu Club stories take place in the near future, a time where children no longer smile.
Uh-oh!
Yeah. The world is passively all kinds of screwed up, and these two generally muse about philosophy and the state of their lives in the stories of those music CDs. They're written in a more somber, overall slightly different style to the main series, and they have a slightly harder edge to them because of it, you know?
Ooh. These CDs coming to you live from the grim darkness of 2024.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, climate collapse has officially happened in the Hifu Club sub-series, that kind of thing.
Uh-oh.
Capitalism ran so rampant that, but science still continues onward and stuff like that. So at some point they had to implement lifetime limits.
Huh.
Things like that, yeah. Mary Heron and Mary, who I'm going to refer to exclusively as Mary during all of this, and for anyone who's unaware, that's because her first name is deliberately unpronounceable, or things like that. It's often translated as Maribel, which is fine, but it's not actually Maribel. That's not what her name is pronounced. The closest is Mary Berry, and it's I'm just going to go with Mary.
Mary Berry from Great British Bake Off. I know her.
Yeah, absolutely. Renko calls her Mary, and so I'm going to be calling her Mary as well. Strange Bird of the Moon, Illusion of Mysterious Cat. Let me get that track on. Where is it? Oh, right. Bird of the Moon, Cat Phantom is what it's called right here. So these two are great and need to be talked about more than the little.
Yippee!
Because Renko and Mary are They're the most unambiguous couple in the series. It's never been outright said, my fucking god, these bitches gay. Good for them. Good for them.
Good for them. It's like a fucking Pearl and Marina situation, I take it.
But trust me, everyone can see it.
Oh, of course.
Yeah. My fucking god.
At a certain point, the subtext just kind of become text.
Yeah, pretty much. Although, it took a decent amount of time, believe it or not. Like, they only became, like, a distinct couple, like, 4 or 5 music CDs in. It's basically the point in which, although Renko fucking pined over her the whole time.
Aww.
Renko was smitten since day one. Mary took a while to warm up, because there's multiple times where Renko is just, like, fucking thinking about how, like, amazing and, like, perfect Mary is and things like that.
That's cute.
Despite being a sub-series made when Everzun doesn't have time to finish a game, the Hifu Club stuff is extremely influential. I know of at least 2 commercial series where the main duo are directly inspired by these two. And their dynamic.
Which ones?
One of those is someone actually a lot of people know about. Sorowo and Toriko from Other Side Picnic.
Oh!
Yeah,
That's cool.
This is so much so that they're inspired by them that I believe you can't track it down anymore. It's impossible to because it's been scrubbed.
Oh.
But Other Side Picnic started out as Touhou fanfiction starring these two.
Oh, that's fun.
Yeah, it was a crossover of Renko and Mary doing that stuff, the Hifu Club stuff, with straight up, was it? I forget what the original name. It's the thing that was Stalker was inspired by the story.
Yeah, I also don't remember the name, but I know what you mean.
Yeah, and that guy is the guy who did the whole like "this too is Yuri" thing. If you've ever seen like quotes from that,
yeah,
Roadside Picnic, yeah. Like it's that guy. These two were the ones who directly inspired. Like it's so unbelievably blatant too in a lot of ways because one of them has special eyes that can see across time, like through like dimensions and see things that are what are really real, things like that. Oh, that's exactly what Mary does. Renko, meanwhile, is like the more mundane one, who is the eventual instigator of their relationship that forms and things like. It's so incredibly obvious. The other one is Girls Last Tour. Almost certainly inspired by these two as well. It has its own doujin culture separate from the main series, and sometimes they don't even interact. There's people who are only around for the Hifu sub-series and nothing else.
Yeah, that makes sense. They feel like they're distinct enough from each other that it would make sense that some people would really only be here for one or the other.
And like, for the rest, there's more than just these two. For what it's worth, those are the two that I can definitely 100% name, 100% directly inspired by these two. Like that's. But there's almost certainly way more because
Pop Team Epic.
Oh, Pop Team Epic, obviously. But you're aware of Bloom Into You, right? It was like the most popular Yuri series that happened that entered mainstream in a long time.
What's it called?
Bloom Into You.
Yes.
Yes. Nakatani Neo, the creator of Bloom Into You, made fucking Hifu Club doujins, like that, Yuri doujins, before, during, and after Bloom Into You.
I can respect the dedication.
Yeah, she adores these two, like, to an outrageous degree.
Good for her.
And, like, there's more than just those two. Like, there's so many more. Mary and Renko are a wonderful, like, duo to read about.
Hell yeah.
Also, someone made a mock-up marriage certificate of these two, and that's adorable.
Aww! That's
this is a
wonderful.
marriage certificate of these two characters.
Good for them. My fucking god, these bitches official. Love wins.
I adore
on
this
Twitter.
series. The Twitter actually that is actually there. It's
Yeah.
on Twitter. Yeah.
That's cute.
I'm constantly holding out hope for a new entry because these two have the best dynamic in the franchise. Slumming Circle, uncredited on purpose. We get Lucy at 53 minutes. My personal favorite entry of the series is changes all the time. Currently, it's retrospective 53 minutes. It's just about the two of them taking a train to Kyoto that takes 53 minutes to make the trip. That's it. The music, not coincidentally, runs 52 minutes and 45 seconds. It just barely missed the 53-minute mark.
Dang.
Satellite Cafe Terrace also is very good. Is Trojan Green Asteroid was fantastic. Their relationship is so fucking good.
Mm-hmm.
There is a time in which Mary actually gets attacked by some weird thing that lives on a satellite.
Uh-oh.
It's described as a strange chimera, and she gets sick from the experience.
Oh no.
And Renko is like feeling terrible about it, like sitting over her hospital bed. And Mary looks up at Renko and goes, "Man, this should have been you. You're the one who wanted us to go up there in the first place."
Oh.
They have it's slightly vitriolic, but like in a good way. They did also wake up in bed together once.
Good for them.
That was in Dateless Bar, Old Adam. Sorry, Hiva Club, we're leaving you to side now.
Bye.
All right, so Curiosities of Lotus Asia, which started in 2004, and its latest entry was in 2021.
Dang. Cola. Drink that.
Excuse me, it was just I had a gas bubble form.
From the cola.
Yeah, from the cola. So it's a serialized novella, but it's more of a series of slightly connected short stories. So as Ryunosuke Morichika, the series' sole important male character, the only dude that matters.
Ah, see, I was about to say, damn, who's that hot butch in the background?
Yeah, sorry, that's a guy.
I
Don't
feel
worry, there
like
are other hot butches.
good for them. This is just making me think of that one fucking tweet of like the person talking about how she thought she saw another butch at like a bar, and it turned out he was just a twink that thought she was a twink too.
That's good. It stars Ryunosuke Morichika and his life that's kind of happening to the side of the franchise. He's almost never alone, and characters from throughout the franchise end up in Korendo, the shop that he runs, all the time. He's usually upset by this. They're generally goofy stories where much of the fun comes about how entertainingly wrong about things he is.
Awesome.
Ryunosuke Morichika, the curious fellow of curios. He's kind of Maurice's godfather as well.
Oh, fun.
Yeah, it's their relationship is interesting. The way I've described it before is that they don't actually like each other all that much, but I'm willing to bet that if this, like, push came to shove, if either of them ever needed help for something, they would come immediately to help each other. You know, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
I muted myself accidentally for a second there. Don't worry about it.
Uh-oh.
He's useful in writing as one of the only non-combatant characters in the entire series. He is actively scared of a lot of the characters in Gensokyo.
Wait, this dude rules!
Yeah. He's a half yokai. What the half is not known, but he is a half yokai. What this does is kind of like, it's not a Dampier situation where you get all of the upsides of both and none of the downsides. He's like slightly more long-lived. He is resistant to diseases for both, at the very least, which is actually quite nice.
Nice.
And he only needs to like eat a little bit to survive.
Mm-hmm.
That aside, that's basically all he's got from it, and he's just a guy. I'm gonna get down to it. Zun claims he's not his self-insert, but he's super is.
That's great.
Which Zun did a self-portrait, and that self-portrait looked almost exactly like Ryunosuke. Yeah. Yeah, the character is very funny to read because he's, like I said, he's entertainingly wrong all the time.
Mm-hmm.
He's not dumb so much as he is one of those people who just fills in the blank because he thinks he knows everything but doesn't. Marisa has said about him, you have to trust about only half about what he says. The rest of it is bullshit.
Oh, this dude does rule, I've decided, actually.
Renosuke is genuinely a lot of fun to read. He's a fun character.
Hell yeah.
All right, Imperishable Night. I don't even have to change the music here.
I know this song. I love this song.
Oh, yeah, Lunatic Princess is great.
It's like one of my favorite Touhou songs.
This is the music CD version of it, which is slightly different.
Ooh.
Imperishable Night is the single most content-filled game in the franchise and made by himself. It stressed him out so much to make a game with this much shit in it that we've never seen this amount of game since.
Can't blame him.
Yeah, it's like, oh yeah, this is a game with, 4 teams of 2 characters. It has a complicated scoring and survival system.
Mm-hmm.
It has 2 different final bosses depending on which route you go through. It has 2 different stage 4 bosses depending on which character you're playing as. It has a bunch of unlockable extra fights. It was the first game with spell practice. So I could go down and down. There's so much shit that was unique to Imperishable Night at the time, and a lot of it is still unique to Imperishable Night because there's just so much stuff in here. And it almost made him stop working on games entirely.
Oh no!
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad it didn't, but also I guess I couldn't really blame him too much if it did.
Mm-hmm. It's a plot on this one. Someone noticed that the moon was fake. It's not usually fake. This is new.
Uh-oh! Who
Check
fucked
out,
with the moon?
Yeah. To check this out, the protagonist teams up with a yokai who manages to cast a spell that night won't end for a single day. So there's a time limit to investigate what's going on.
Ooh, that's fun. I like those stakes.
Yeah. This game kicks ass for what it's worth. Imperishable Night's fantastic.
Hell yeah.
It's just, I'm not surprised that there's never been a game like it ever since, Fun fact, there's technically 12 playable characters in this one. 4 teams of 2, and then all 8 of those characters solo.
Wild.
Yeah. The, Imperishable Night is... The plot is, yeah, the moon is fake because it turns out there's a duo are trying to cut themselves off from the moon entirely. And this is causing problems with yokai and stuff like that. Interestingly, this is the one where oh yeah, the weather's fucked up. We caused that this time. Yeah.
Something's wrong with the moon! Quick! Fuck up the weather!
Yeah. Reisen Udongen Inaba. Worth noting, none of those are her actual name as far as we're aware, and they're 3 separate individual names. Her name is Reisen, it's also Udongen, and it's also Inaba.
That's awesome.
Let me go ahead and try to get her theme up, because it's a pretty good one.
Ooh.
It's not one of my favorites or nothing, but it's nice. Scrolling up, scrolling up, scrolling up. There's Invisible Full Moon. She is also a frequently appearing playable character.
Good for her.
Reisen is kind of a... she's one of the agonists, but I wouldn't say that she's a protagonist, so I guess quadragonist?
She's agonizing.
Exactly. She is also one of the premier examples of long-term character growth in the series.
Nice.
She has maybe met Buzz Aldrin. It's a possibility.
Buzz Aldrin confirmed for canon.
Yes.
Maybe.
So, I want to talk briefly about Reisen's as the long-term character growth thing because it's very interesting. First off, she's a moon rabbit. In that she's, the story of the rabbit on the moon kind of thing. It's a common Japanese thing. So they're an entire species of the original moon dwellers. Long story short, the moon got colonized by the Amatsukami, the original Japanese gods.
Huh.
And the moon rabbits are kind of second-class citizens on their own homeland.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. So Reisen was, at first, relatively proud of being from the moon, even though she's a fucking deserter. as in like a wartime deserter and everything. The Moon War, like, is something that got sort of retconned out as being a thing that happened, so instead she's kind of like a deserter
just
for no
fucking
reason.
drop the Moon War so casually on me.
Well, it didn't. It seems like it didn't actually happen, so what else can we talk about? Huh?
That's even better! I completely blanked that part out because I was so fixated on the Moon War.
Yeah, there was a thing with, like, you know, when the U.S. landed on the moon, the fucking moon dwellers fucking hated this.
Oh my god.
For what it's worth, that's still true. They did, in fact, hate this. We'll get to there later. Mhm. So, Raisin deserted from the moon at some point, and even despite that, she at first was quite proud of being from the moon.
Mm-hmm.
Over time, she basically got de-propagandized.
Huh.
Yeah, like where the moon sucks. It sucks shit. It is a xenophobic society that is completely isolationist, has a hard, like, no visitor policy, among other things. It is, they almost fucking glassed Gensokyo once to move there when they first forced to, things like that. The moon is terrible.
Damn.
Worth noting that despite that, the series does make a point to separate Lunarian people from their society.
Mm-hmm.
Because, you know, no individual person is responsible for their entire society and how it works. That kind of thing. And so,
Man, there is, like... I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing that it feels so refreshing for a fantasy series to do that instead of pulling, like, oh yeah, and any individual of a society is completely representative of all the ills they've ever committed or whatever, and, like, they're all love it and they're all in support of it or whatever kind of dumb shit like that, you know?
there is, excepting maybe one or two, most of the people from the moon we've met have been fine people. They just have the problem of being from the moon.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that kind of thing. And so Raisin was de-propagandized over time, and now she proudly refers to herself as an Earth Rabbit.
Aw.
Instead. She has fully adopted Gensokyo as her home, and she has become so much nicer over time because of it.
Hell yeah.
Like, Raisin went from very pompous and stuck up and proud of her origins to being genuinely pretty nice, helpful, and like proud of her adopted home is the long and short of it.
Mm-hmm.
Kaguya Horai-san,
I know her.
eternal inhuman princess.
She's the one who's
She's
mean
based-
and has a wife that she hates.
Yes. Based directly on the tale of the bamboo cutter.
Yeah.
Which is to say, she's Princess Kaguya. Directly, outright. 100% Princess Kaguya. The equivalent in Chinese being Chunga, who actually is a different character in this series. Chunga and Kaguya are different people.
I guess that makes
Unless
sense.
they're not.
I guess that makes sense given how the whole, like, you know, it's different beliefs that explicitly bring these beings to life and how those are, like, technically different, even if they maybe are, like, similar and overlap in a lot of ways, and how that would maybe be kind of murky. That's cool. That's cool.
Yeah. For what it's worth, there is actually a theory that has some support that they are the same person. But that's like the, you know, the long shot theory that could work out, but it's not necessarily guaranteed to be.
It's fun seeing that sort of thing played with.
Yeah.
I've always been a
If you
sucker
know
for
of the
that.
tale, yeah, if you know of the tale of the bamboo cutter, you know who Princess Kaguya is.
Mhm.
She is the, you know, the beautiful, you know, found it like in a bamboo log, like she was found in there, grew up to be this, you know, incredibly beautiful person that everyone wanted to have suitors for and everything, wanted to be her suitor, but she would give people impossible requests to prevent this from happening.
Right.
And that story happened in Touhou, straight up. But then she went back to the moon and all that kind of thing, where she was declared a race traitor.
Huh.
Because she went to Earth
Ah.
and stuff like that. And it's a little bit more complicated than that, but that's part of how slightly part of how it went down. And I'm trying to remember exactly what it was like. Kaguya's story is not one I have perfectly memorized because unfortunately, Kaguya doesn't show up very often.
I can see why you hate the moon so much now.
I mean, I like the story of the moon, but everyone should hate the moon. That's how it works, you know? You can have both of them go off in your brain at the same time, I feel like.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, right. She also became truly immortal. That's the other thing. That's actually the real reason why she got exiled. That's right. So when she took the Horai elixir, which is an elixir of true immortality, as far as we are aware, this makes you so immortal that you can never, because it removes the concept of death from your being entirely. Huh. This unfortunately also made her so full of the Shinto concept of impurity, kegure, that she can never go back to the moon.
Huh.
And so she gets exiled and things like that. But she also had to escape things. It's a little complicated once you get into the weeds on that. Mm-hmm. She and Eren slaughters a whole bunch of emissaries from the moon, trying to get her to go back and maybe get imprisoned or something like that. And so she gets stuck in Gensokyo for many, many years in something called a Cinderella cage, which is the way to get put into stasis kind of thing. Mm-hmm. She recently emerges from and tries to cut off the moon from connecting to the earth entirely. Mm-hmm. Kaguya hasn't shown up outside of a specific storyline too much, so people disagree on her personality a lot. There's a lot of different approaches to what Kaguya is like.
Mm.
Officially, she is a little bit more of a goofball than than maybe you would expect, but also not as much as fans go in on.
Mm-hmm.
And in the "Help Me Eren" song, that's actually a little bit silly because she's actually the one who came to help Eren, the other way around. Now, Moko.
Oh, I know her. She is a wife that she hates.
Yes. She's loosely based on the Tale of the Bamboo Cutter. Because one of the people that Kaguya turns down in Touhou is Moko's father.
Mm-hmm.
And using that as kind of a jumping off point where she begins to form a grudge against Kaguya, she goes off and finds... long and short of it, she also takes the Horai elixir and becomes eternally immortal, is the idea. But she's just a human from Earth. Her backstory, as written in Chapter 4 of Cajun Lunatic Renegade, which is a story we'll get to in a bit here, is one of the best things Zun's ever written.
Let's go. I'm
really,
glad to hear
really
that,
well
because she's a character that I slightly know things about, and I like her a lot.
Yeah. Moko is usually a lot of people's first intro of oh, this character actually whips. This character's got a lot of fun stuff going on in her story and that. And so she's usually the first yeah?
Possibly related question. Why are there a bunch of people in chat saying, however it doesn't eggs? What does that mean?
I don't know.
Oh, the subtitles said that. I thought this was a Touhou meme.
No,
this was just my subtitles thinking I said that.
Eggs only come up twice.
They
do come up though. One character says a word through a mouthful of eggs, and because of this, people have made that her catchphrase.
I see.
I'm the guy who sucks, plus I got depression, but in a manic kind of way.
Good for her.
That's kind of her characterization going on. She's actually doing pretty well these days. She's her depression's improved.
Oh, hang on. I think someone may have just linked however it doesn't eggs. Give me just a second to double check.
Oh, it's one of those Moko memes.
Oh, these ones. Yeah, I know these. I've seen these.
Jokan Heel, I believe, is the artist.
Mm-hmm.
Or Jokan Heel, or something like that. There is one artist who makes a bunch of Chinese Moko reaction images, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on. Actually, Moko is, the thing is that while they started out, with the Eternal Grudge thing going on, Kaguya was missing from Moko's life for, 1,200 years.
Mm-hmm.
Fundamentally, over time, she's kind of gotten over it, you know?
Mm-hmm.
They don't really hate each other much anymore. That's the thing. they've even gone off about this. Moko's actually appeared recently in a comic and has even explained that, yeah, she sometimes shows Kaguya around the village and stuff like that. They just hang out.
Aw, good for them.
Yeah.
She's got a wife that she doesn't hate anymore, but she still hates her.
Each other.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's kind of part of how it works.
That's awesome. Good for them. I like that both of them have had the concept of death completely removed from their being, so they're just kind of like, hey, this was fun. Do you want to, like, maybe kill each other tomorrow?
Yeah. Pretty much. The thing is that because... Listen, if you're talking about two truly immortal people who are in a relationship in some manner, you can't judge about what anything they do because you don't have any frame reference anymore.
It's normal for girls.
Hey, don't you dare Homestuck post about this. That's unallowed. That's not allowed.
What happened?
Someone made a Homestuck post about this. I can't accept it.
Who was it? Who was it? I gotta find it. I need to dole out the punishment. There we go.
All right, let me. Sorry. When I get to the fighting game, sometimes my actual folders for all of this music are incredibly well organized. The problem is that they do. Once it gets put into the mix, it becomes difficult to track things down.
Mm-hmm.
So, Immaterial and Missing Powers, 7.5. Worth noting, 7.5 came out after 8.
Huh.
Surprise! Decimal games are a thing. Developed by Not by Zun, by Twilight Frontier, Passifro. Immaterial and Missing Power is a fighting game and not a straightforward one. Though released after Imperishable Night, this takes place before. Inspired to throw a party after Perfect Cherry Blossom, Reimu finds himself throwing parties every day for 11 days. Reimu or an attendant find this weird and a strange mist that keeps showing up, and they try to investigate what's going on. This game was developed to directly compete with French Bread's Multi-Blood. In the long run, it extremely did not.
Oops.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so fucking funny.
Alright, hold on a second.
Now, I do enjoy her giant gourd, presumably full of booze.
Oh, absolutely.
It's time to fucking party.
There it is. So, Suika, the tiny night parade of 100 demons. So, if you are aware of any myths about Oni, which I think out of all of the kinds of Japanese mythological monster you'd be aware of, I would assume be Oni.
Just smiles serenely.
Yeah. She is Shutendoji, boss of the Oni.
Awesome.
And more specifically in Touhou, she's one of the 4 devas of the mountain, who are like the 4 biggest deal Oni around.
Mm-hmm.
Despite being pretty rare of a customer in the games, she shows up very frequently in the manga. And in fact, she's the main character of the current one going on.
Oh, good for her.
Mm-hmm. Hey, you should go to http://oni.gay/ for a good time, I promise.
Awesome.
I'm telling everybody right here and now. Go do that. Go look that up.
What is that?
Come back to me in a second.
I'm gonna go look right now.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Awesome. Fucking bought that URL. That's awesome.
I did.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I'm sorry for stealing it, but I think I've put it to good use.
No, it's good. It's good. You thought you were going to get sent to a gay porn website? Adrian! Why the fuck would we have a link to a gay porn website on my stream?
Yeah. Why would...
What did he mean by this?
Please have a little faith. Please have a little faith in me. I wouldn't do that. If I were to do that, I would have inserted the QR code that I have that goes to Goatsy on here instead.
Jesus Christ. Don't do that.
I do have that. That is a thing that I own.
That's an evil rune that you have.
It is. Suika is, she is, almost a classic Oni. The thing about, she drinks constantly, so much so that she's a mean sober, not a mean drunk. Quite literally, up until relatively recently, no one had ever seen her sober. And she is mostly a classic Oni with the exception of she's a little bit more willing to be a, okay, hold on a second. Why do I have that? Why don't you? You don't have the initiative to get a QR code to Goatsy, is what it is. I did.
I just don't want to have Goatsy on hand.
That's fair. Listen, I'm a former Something Awful user. We got different opinions on it, okay?
I know.
So, yeah, one thing about Oni and Touhou is that they hate liars. They are, like, they actively despise them. Suika is a little bit more willing to lie than most, and she's a little bit more magically focused than most. She is still incredibly strong as any Oni would be, and is, you know... She's the tiny night parade of 100 demons for a reason. She's a big deal.
I like her.
Almost everyone likes Suika for good reason. She's great. And her animations in the fighting games are great.
She is a terrific athlete.
Sangetsu. This is actually a collection of 4 separate manga. They just were, like, they had long times in between their releases and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
So, Sangetsu, these are... Long and short, they're the 3 fairies mangas. The latest one is called Visionary Fairies and Shrine and stuff like that. In general, if I'm referring to all of them, I'll just refer to them as their collection, the Sangetsu.
Mm-hmm.
It's a collection of 4 that all star these eponymous 3 goofuses, the 3 fairies. Particularly lighthearted, the Sangetsu manga target a younger audience than Touhou typically does, and are mostly slice-of-life gag series.
Touhou for kids.
Yeah. Well, Touhou for kids is basically what the series is right now, even though it's actually at its darkest it's ever been.
Yeah, I suppose.
Over time, Touhou has become extremely popular with kids in Japan. Like,
Aw, nice.
The average age group, whereas almost every other, like, doujin thing or anything like that keeps on skewing upwards in age group, Touhou keeps on skewing downwards, where there's more and more kids showing out the Reitai sign and stuff like that. To the point where there's actually an art contest for specifically kids who are not even in high school yet. And Zun
so
is the judge.
That's so cute! No!
It's very cute. And also, you can go look these up. Some of those kids are fucking ridiculously good artists.
Let's fucking go.
Unbelievable. Yeah, like I could go dig them up at some point. It is genuinely impressive.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. These are stories that basically show good insight into the life of fairies, one of the most common supernatural beings that live in Gensokyo. Other characters appear as targets of praying stories, just regulars in general, and they're a good fun time. Though the latest series does also have its big moments, because Zun can't turn that off anymore. You know, he does do that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. One of, not the only reason why Flandre came back is actually because some kid in Zun's, like, son's school drew Flandre on, like, a school board, like a board or something, like a whiteboard.
That's cute.
And he's like, seeing that, Zun decided, like, okay, you know what? Fine, let's bring her back.
Ha!
So here are, in fact, the 3 fairies of light. Sunny Milk, I apologize for her name. Star Sapphire and Luna Child. That's Sunny Rutile Flexion. Here's Sleepless Dim Night, which is this is it's Luna's theme.
Sunny Milk just makes me think of, like, dandelions.
Yeah, that's fair. That's accurate enough.
But I imagine someone is probably thinking about, like, spoiled milk left out in the sun or something.
So these 3 are inseparable. So here they are all at once. Like, you don't talk about one member of the 3 fairies of light, except for Luna, like, once. You talk about all 3 of them at once. They're nearly unstoppable so long as they're all focused and working together, which never lasts for long.
ADHD queens!
because they're fairies. They're kids. That they act like little goofballs. And in particular, Sunny is the leader of the three of them and is a huge dumbass.
Good for her. Kids
Luna
should be.
is... Yeah, kids should be dumb. It's true. Luna is also there and is an even bigger dumbass. And then Star is a little bit smarter than the other two and knows how to get away scot-free a lot of the time and escape being punished. Yeah. So Sunny can refract light. That's the idea. So she can make the three of them invisible.
Mm-hmm.
Luna can muffle sounds. So she can make the three of them silent.
Ah.
And Star is like a living life detector. So she can tell when people are around. When the three of them are working together, they are impossible to see, hear, and they know where you are at all times.
Uh-oh!
Yeah. That together is that's actually a little bit terrifying. What? Really? Don't worry, they only ever use this to play harmless pranks.
Good for them.
Mm-hmm. Marissa also just kind of acts like their mom sometimes. Yeah.
You know how it is,
see
accidentally
here.
stumbling your way into kind of adopting 3 rambunctious children with the power of God.
And then here's Star's theme, which is actually goes way harder than a theme for a fairy ever should. Star Voyage 2008. And I'll play Two Worlds in a moment. Someone actually requested that. Sometimes fairy pranks get dangerous, but not that many. Has Cherno appeared yet? Yes.
Cherno was a while ago.
Mm-hmm. The three fairies interact with other fairies more often than most characters, so the Three Fairies series in general has the fairies show up a lot.
Mm-hmm.
There's actually one that I haven't talked about at all. She appeared in Perfect Cherry Blossom primarily, named Lily White, who her entire thing is just being the announcer of Spring, for instance.
Aw.
She showed up once in one of these because she doesn't. It's whatever.
Damn, this does go off.
For some reason, this is Star's theme.
That's so fucking funny.
Yeah, and then here's Two Worlds as requested. There's a couple of other fairies. Obviously, Cherno also appears in them. Actually, there was a prequel to the game that comes up later, which has Cherno declaring war on these three.
War were declared.
Mm-hmm. Bohemian Archive and Japanese Red. A collection of in-universe stories and news articles written by a Tengu journalist, Aya.
Oh, that's a fun idea.
A lot of stuff that's written in this, a lot of the books are written in universe.
Mm-hmm.
And so they're written as if they were.
That's really
fun. As this
fun.
is a collection of many disparate and unrelated short stories, it's not really possible to say it has one single story. Zun also wrote some music columns for it.
Nice.
This is actually the only book that I don't really like all that much.
Aw.
It suffers from too much of a lack of focus and from the early series writing syndrome, where it takes itself much less seriously than it could on purpose.
That tracks.
It's mostly just, it is like the previous ones, a bunch of jokes.
Mm-hmm. That's a neat idea, though.
Yeah. And starring in this is Aya Shimemeru.
She got the funny Tengu shoes. Yo, let's go!
Wind God Girl kicks ass.
Yo!
Is a traditional reporter of fantasy, Aya Shimemeru. She is Zun's probable journalism classes in college taken form. An important viewpoint character who stars in 2 books and a bunch of games. Aya is very important to the franchise.
Nice.
And, she's also one of the more infuriating characters to read about due to her realistically bad politics.
Ah!
Yes.
She's a fucker.
Yes, 100%. When Aya she's actually had the maybe longest character arc out of any character so far.
Mm-hmm.
Aya, when she was introduced, seemed like she was all right, and that she was actually a pretty reliable journalist who printed mostly the truth. Is the idea, right?
Mm-hmm.
One of those. Her newspaper is unpopular. And over time, she becomes more and more sensationalist and more yellow. And, like, there is a very distinct line where she reaches her nadir as a journalist.
Mm-hmm.
Like, she's going downhill over time and just becoming worse and worse and worse over time. To the point where she writes a literal fucking tabloid. And trust me, when we get to that tabloid, I have a lot to talk about it because it kicks ass.
Yippee!
Yeah. And she's been on a very slow upswing since, but it's slow. She's still pretty bad, is what I'm getting at. She is notorious. Like, how much of the politics that she brings up that she actually believes in is unclear, because grifters grift, you know?
Right.
That's how it works. Yeah. And we'll get there. I fucking love Aya. I love reading about Aya.
I adore the amount of people in chat just going like, oh, she's miserable, she sucks ass, she's the worst, I love her.
Yes.
It's
100%.
great. She's a bit of a Saul Goodman?
From what I understand, that's accurate.
I haven't watched Breaking Bad, so I wouldn't know, but that tracks. I would believe that.
It's the whole hell of a lot, let me tell you. Let me go ahead and grab... Here we go. Phantasmagoria Flower View. Phantasmagoria Flower View was the second of the versus shooters.
Ooh.
I actually genuinely like Phantasmagoria Flower View a lot, although it is kind of got a... It's very, very new player unfriendly and things like that. Also, playing this online for years and years was a gigantic pain in the ass. And trying to do it through, like, the traditional methods now is still a giant pain in the ass. But you can just go ahead and, play this on Parsec now instead. It's actually way more stable if you do that.
Nice.
In the latest 60-year cycle of death and rebirth, an overabundance of unprocessed souls has led to an incredibly active spring. Yo, the weather's fucked up!
Who keeps fucking up the weather?
Flowers and fairies run rampant, and one of the 16 playable cast members goes to investigate. In the end, it all stems from one psychopomp just trying to avoid overworking herself.
Oh no.
This was almost the series' final entry.
Huh.
There was a time when Zun thought like the franchise was really running away from him, like he had no control over it anymore. And Phantasmagoria Flower View was like almost released as the final game in the franchise to like just like cap it off as like, this is it. This is the last one. I'm done with Touhou. That's it.
Dang.
Obviously, he did not actually commit to this.
Nope.
Yeah.
It is probably not at all comparable exactly, but it does a little bit remind me of Sakurai being like, this is the final Smash Bros. This is the last Smash Bros. This is the final Smash Bros. We're making.
He clarified in one of his the YouTube series that he does now. He always developed each Smash Bros. As if it was the last one. That's what he really meant.
Interesting.
Because like even when 4 was coming out, he kind of already knew he was going to make Ultimate.
Yeah.
In the end.
That's
So,
an
Flower
interesting sort of
Master-
development philosophy. Touhou, though.
Yes. Flower Master of the Four Seasons, Yuka Kazumi. This is the last character to return from the PC98 games. I mentioned Yuka a long time ago. Yuka is, in fact, that same Yuka.
Neat.
She's useful as an early demonstration of the reported abilities don't mean much. I haven't even talked about this yet, but every character has a listed like single ability, like JoJo style, fundamentally, like that kind of thing.
Sure.
The one thing that they've shown in style. What do you want to talk about? Yuka can make flowers bloom.
That's her thing.
That's her thing.
Right. It's like how the one thing that Star Platinum does is punch.
Yeah,
That's all it does. Smile.
Well, in this case, it is literally all she can do for that front. What she is instead is an incredibly old and incredibly powerful yokai otherwise. Her ability doesn't mean anything in a fight because that's just what she can do. But she's also really fucking nasty.
Uh-huh.
She's notoriously dangerous. but surprisingly pleasant, actually, if you talk to her.
I like her parasol. I like her, like, little skirt dress.
Her parasol's actually a flower.
Oh,
that is
that's
a
cute.
singular flower that she made and keeps in permanent bloom.
That's fun. I like that.
Yeah. Yuka is also the origin of Marisa's Master Spark. Yeah. She has an incredibly good aesthetic. Yuka is also a character that's, like, very popular. Do you know how many times Yuka has appeared?
I'm gonna guess, like, 2 or 3 times.
Yeah. Yuka is not someone that pops up very often, but she's there in the background. We know who she is and what she's doing. She doesn't ever leave her sunflower field, is what it is, the Garden of the Sun. She doesn't leave that. She just kind of hangs out there all the time.
Well, yeah,
the Garden of the Sun.
She's got to make the flowers bloom. It's what she does.
Yeah, she's appeared in this game and in the Peace and Envy games, which same Yuka but also different. And then also in one of the Three Fairies manga, I believe.
Nice.
And also she has her entry in Perfect Memento and Strict Sense, but that doesn't count. We'll get to there in a second.
Yippee!
Komachi Onozuka.
Now this one's interesting because for a lot of these so far, it's been either "Oh, I've heard of you" or "Oh, I've seen you before."
This is one you haven't.
I don't know who she is.
She's the guide of the Sanzu River, and she's a character of reasonable complexity, but often reduced to a single joke, and it makes me sad.
Ah, that old song and dance, huh?
I fucking love Komachi. She's a beleaguered worker to an even more put upon boss.
Oh no.
She's a psychopomp. Psychopomp, for the unaware, because this is not a commonly used term.
Yeah.
Is the Grim Reaper is a psychopomp because he, helps you move on from death. Like, lets you go to the afterlife. A psychopomp is a guide to the afterlife.
Right.
Komachi is the ferryman of the Sanzu River. When you cross that, she's the one who brings you over and back and forth.
Yeah. I knew about the word psychopomp, and that's literally because 2 webcomics I read had the word used in it.
Oh, are you also have been reading Gunner Craig Corp for like 16 years?
Yep!
Hey, we're in good company. What's up?
Let's go! How you feeling about the latest chapter?
I enjoy it. It's very rare for me to not enjoy the plots going on in that.
It's exciting to see fucking God, what's his fucking name? The fucking
Loop?
Yeah, Loop. Suddenly just going like, alright, I gotta reveal my entire shit to Kat because someone was being shitty to her.
Because Loop has been so following his he's Coyote with zero restraint on anything. And because the Sengrin's influence kind of makes him lose restraint, I guess. And like he is learning over time, hey, maybe restraint could be good. And he's learned and all that kind of. It's good.
It's good.
I like it a lot.
I'm really enjoying where the comic's been going lately.
Yeah.
God, the one last thing before we get back to it. The whole thing with, like, Paz being like, this is too much, I gotta go. I could kind of see the writing on the wall, but even then it was like, oh no!
Yeah, I know. Like, Paz and Kat have been that's been, like, more than a decade at this point, right?
Good writing, well-written breakup. I'm so sad about it.
Yeah, of course. Alright, let's get off that tangent.
Touhou!
Yes. So, I love Komachi because Komachi has actually got there's much more depth to her character than she's lazy. This is the one joke that gets applied to her, that she is a constantly slacking worker kind of thing, and doesn't really do her job all that often. The thing is, she's amazing at her job. And the plot of 9 wasn't that she was being lazy, it's that she was being hella overworked.
She was fucking exhausted.
Yeah. And there's, like, Komachi is a character who has a lot of standards. She's very moral, actually. She has she responds with quiet fury whenever something, like, really bad happens, and actively, like, really tried to hunt down Tenchi at one point. We'll talk about Tenchi later. and things like that. Komachi actually has a lot of depth to her, enough that one of the manga artists wrote a very, very good doujin series about Komachi specifically.
Hell yeah.
She's very Death from Discworld-esque, honestly, with there's a lot of depth and interesting things going on in Death's character in Discworld. Komachi is similar, but has the problem of also having that joke, because she does slack occasionally.
Okay, now I'm extremely on board.
Yeah. Work in moderation, please. Remember to take breaks.
Please! I beg of you! Take it easy!
Yeah, I really like Komachi a lot.
Hell yeah.
Eikishiki, Yamazanadu.
Also never seen or heard of this one.
Yamazanadu is her title. For the longest time... It actually wasn't that long now I think about it in hindsight, but it just felt like the longest time because it was when I popped in at the time. Her name was referred to as Shikieiki Yamazanadu, as if that was one full name. It turns out she has one of the easiest names to remember in the franchise. It's just Eiki Shiki. That's it. Yamazanadu is her title. You don't even have to include it. Is she the one that calls you repugnant? Yes.
Ha! She calls me a pug dog. She mean to me.
She is the Supreme Judge of Paradise. She was almost the final boss fight of the entire franchise.
Damn right, I forgot about that whole point.
Yep. She's the final boss fight in for almost every single character's path in Phantasmagoria Flower View. In fact, might be literally all of them, because she has some of the most dialogue of any irregular character in the franchise. Huh. Because she judges every single character in Phantasmagoria. She tells them exactly what they're doing wrong and everything. The thing that she says to Marisa is that she lies too much, and if she continues on this path, when she goes to hell, her tongue will be ripped out as punishment. Marisa's response to this was, "I've not told a single lie in my entire life."
Fucking love Marisa.
Yeah.
Good for her.
She is maybe the single most disagreed upon character appearance-wise in the franchise by fan artists.
Wild.
Because some people make her very small, and then some people make her very tall.
Ah.
Her official art leans actually more towards, her original official art leans more towards very tall, but then there is actually another piece of art in another thing which made her very small, and then the latest time that she appeared, she seemed kind of average height.
Huh.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I think the thing to get down to is that when you are the Yama in charge of Gensokyo, your height doesn't matter and she can appear like whatever.
Uh-huh. It depends how she's feeling that day.
Yeah. So Eiki is she's the Judge of Paradise. She is actually she decides if you die in Gensokyo, if you go to heaven, hell, or whatever.
Yippee!
No one goes to heaven. Heaven is full.
So I'm come back.
It's the celestial bureaucracy of Touhou is fantastic.
That's
now I
awesome.
said heaven is full. It's not actually full. It's a gated community.
Ah, it's full in the sense we don't want you here, not in the sense that we can't have you here.
Yes, and the Netherworld is overstocked. It's kind of the neutral one, which is where ghosts without personalities end up going. And then there's Hell, of which Hell had to downsize at some point and moved somewhere else, and had to bring all of the prisoners of Hell to somewhere else. Oops. And also a lot of Oni decided to stay in former Hell, and now they just that's why there's former Hell and new Hell.
That's great.
Yeah.
It makes sense for the kind of, series that this is and what it's going for, thematically and mythologically, but I've never actually thought about the fact that there would be, afterlife bureaucracy. That's awesome.
They set up a bunch of stalls and, fucking gift shops alongside the Road of Liminality, which leads to the Sanzu River, because the bureaucracy is underpaid. The Ministry of Right and Wrong.
Oh, man.
You might have noticed that as I go deeper into these, I have more things to talk about with these characters and like the setting.
Mm-hmm.
And that's just because fundamentally Touhou became more interesting over time.
Makes sense.
Things like that.
You have something going on for long enough, you kind of get a feel for what you want to show, how you want to show it, things like that. So that tracks.
Yeah, the name of the bureaucracy, like I said, is the Ministry of Right and Wrong, which I think is also a fantastic name for it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So shoot the bullet.
I think that's what you do in most of the games. Well, great stream, everyone. See you next time.
Let me see here. I just played Mountain of Life, even though this isn't from Shoot the Bullet. It's a pain in the ass to find where Shoot the Bullet's music is. So deciding not to end the franchise with 9, Zun came up with an interesting twist on the shoot 'em up formula, the photography games.
Oh?
The term shoot the bullet is that you shoot with your camera.
Oh my fucking god.
You take a camera shot. Starring Aya, it's a very story-like game centered around taking pictures of the characters' attacks. That's really all there is to it.
That's so cute.
Fun fact, this is a game concept Zun had even before starting up the Windows games.
Ah.
He prototyped the idea at the time and didn't like how it was coming out and shelved it. He later returned to the concept and was much more satisfied with it then.
Hell yeah.
Shoot the Bullet is really fun. It's really good.
Nice.
It's a very unique kind of gameplay that I really enjoyed.
I love the idea of bullet hell photography. That's so fucking funny.
You take pictures in the middle of the fight, and you're trying specifically to get as many bullets in the camera shot as possible to get the both better score and also to make your camera recharge faster, things like that. And yeah, there's a bunch of little notes by Aya after every single fight encounter too. You do these attack by attack rather than by as a single game. And she has her opinions on the characters as little notes on them as well.
That's fun.
And Aya is, like I said, Aya's fun to read.
Uh-huh.
She is also a huge piece of shit.
Yes, Adrian, this is the Saul Good woman.
Yes. And Shoot the Bullet specifically, Zun also had the thought of, at the time, if he wanted to, he was actually going to keep on releasing more episodes to Shoot the Bullet over time and update it. He abandoned this pretty quickly after he realized that this would be too much infrastructure to set up and would suck at have to do. Too much work. Perfect Memento in strict sense is maybe the single most important book in the franchise.
Damn.
And maybe the most important work, period. It's the first entry to the Gensokyo Chronicle, an in-universe encyclopedia of information.
Ah.
No, this is an in-universe encyclopedia,
Right.
which means that it is written in character
Right.
for things that are in-universe, and it's very interesting from that perspective.
Yeah.
It's a lore book. Very important in the long run, as this was the book that settled the franchise and forced Gensokyo to be a thing. It has rules now. It did not before this point.
The world
Gensokyo
has
from
laws.
this point on, yes. Gensokyo from this point on is basically a consistent character in and of itself.
Fun.
In much the same way that Ankh-Morpork is in Discworld.
Good.
And things like that. It doesn't change that much, but it does change a little bit, and you can tell when it does. Perfect Memento in strict sense is full of extremely useful and interesting information, and some of it is being elaborated on even to this day. There's actually a thing that was mentioned in it that was used in 18. It was 13 years later, something in 18 shows up in the latest game.
That's fun.
And it does suffer a little bit from being presented with a schoolbook dry style of writing, though.
I kind of like that style of writing. It's an acquired taste.
Yeah, that's fair. And Perfect Memento in strict sense is, like I said, it's incredibly important from the perspective of solidifying down what the series was. I really like it. It's really
Hell yeah.
good. It is written by Hieda no Akio, the
Oh,
memory
she's
of
cute.
Gensokyo. We know her exact birth month. She was born in August 1994.
What the fuck? She's born literally a month before me, same year.
Yeah.
She's as old as I am.
Congratulations. she has 10 generations of memories associated with the Gensokyo Chronicle because Hieda no Are was the one who translated the Kojiki, which is the oldest extant text in Japan, right? So, and then there is a deal that Hieda no Are made with the Yama of to work with them, but in exchange to keep memory, like a generational memory around this specific thing, and to get sort of reincarnated every time. Now, it's not really. Akio was a different person than every one of her previous incarnations.
Right.
She's not the same person.
Right.
She doesn't, and from what we can tell, she doesn't have total memory of all of them. She just has every memory associated with the Chronicle. So she knows every single thing that's ever been written in that.
That's cool.
She's also one of Zun's biggest regrets conceptually because she's supposed to die by next year.
Uh-oh!
Yeah. So Zun didn't. The children of Miyare, which is what the reincarnations are called, historically have never lived long beyond 30, or if they ever even make it to 30. And I think that Zun just fundamentally didn't realize that he would be still making Touhou when he's 46. So at this point, it's like, I'm gonna have to do something about that. And the thing he ended up doing is that Touhou runs on Simpsons time.
Smart.
Yeah, so that, and also because he's also one of these, though, he can't really completely stop himself. The other reason is that modern medicine is just better, and even in Gensokyo, and that she's just not as sickly as her previous incarnations was because of that alone.
Yippee!
Now, there's an additional part about this that isn't canon or anything like that as far as I can tell, but also kind of is implied. Akio also knows how to have fun.
Good for her.
And doesn't seem to devote her entire life to working on the Chronicle, so that also seems to be why she's healthier than the previous incarnations.
It turns out, going to bed, getting some fresh air, having some medicine, it helps.
Yeah.
Who could have guessed?
And so Akio wrote down the, writes them down. Now, I'm going to go back to this real quick because I mentioned earlier there's one thing I want to talk about with spell cards a long time ago. So the spell card rules. This is a thing that is, the actual rules themselves are in this book. They were settled on beforehand in that they existed beforehand, but they're explained here. There was something I called the vampire incident, which was when Ramelia showed up for the first time.
The incident.
Yes, the incident. And she started to throw her weight around immediately. She was causing active problems in Gensokyo as a newcomer who decided to just uplift and everything. And so a bunch of yokai actually teamed up and said hey, fucking stop.
Cut it out.
Yeah. And then there was kind of a ritualized way of solving conflicts that was introduced into Gensokyo. And these are the spell card rules. Where they you use some form of magic power or whatever to create the complicated bullet patterns. It's an inverse explanation for why they do fucking Damaku patterns.
That's fun.
Yeah. And they're part of the rules of the setting and whatnot. No, there's actually a few games which they're not being used and there's actual danger going on.
Uh-oh!
Yeah. So, Akio.
Before we go on...
to show.
Before we go on, I have been hitting the snooze button on the ads because I want to keep listening to this, but it is about to play, so it is mandated break time. I gotta get up. I have a stretch. I gotta refill my little cup of tea. I will leave...
Oh, I've almost gone through all my water.
Ooh.
Okay, that's a good idea.
I will leave the mic unmuted in case you want to step on back and say anything, but I'll be back in a couple of minutes.
Well, I finished up my water. I can hold off on grabbing new water until next time, probably. I probably shouldn't do that. I'm gonna grab more water. I'll be right back. My cat burst into my room being mad that I wasn't currently petting her. And I had to kick her out because I need to be focused. I pet my cat. Don't worry, I did pet that. Pet that cat. It's fine. Don't worry about it. No, I can't currently pet her again. She's outside of my room now. Should you pet Lana? Probably. I recommend petting cats. It's a good time. No, I didn't talk about Patchouli, no. There's a pretty decent number of characters I have not talked about, purely because if I talked about every single one of them, we'd be here for like 10 hours.
All I know about Patchouli is that she's books, and also she drinks her Modelo in the summer. Also, hi, I'm back.
Hello.
Give me just a second. Oh shit, hang on, actually I gotta step away for another quick second.
Mm-hmm. Patchouli appears surprisingly frequently in endings. She's actually one of the more common ending characters for some reason.
I'm back again.
Hello.
She loves to appear at the end.
Patchouli is an asthma comrade.
She loves to appear at the end and go, "Good work, everyone, I saved the day."
She has a lot of insight into things that happened, is what it is usually.
Nice.
And she appears in almost every single one of Sakia's endings, if I remember right.
Mm-hmm.
So, I think I had I had a thought and it's gone. Sorry, ripped from my body.
Happens.
No longer accent.
It's gone.
All right. So, I was asked a moment ago by a bud of mine that I have to mention one more thing about Aku.
Mm-hmm.
Aku fucking loves footnotes.
Good for her. I get it, girl.
Perfect Memento and Strict Sense, and the other one we'll talk about in a bit here. Coated in footnotes. Top to bottom,
Awesome.
full of them. Yeah. That's again another like Pratchett Discworld thing in common.
Mm-hmm.
My man's there. He also loved him some footnotes.
Wasn't there like, I don't know if I'm remembering this right, but I feel like in at least one book there was like basically an entire page that was just footnotes at least once.
Oh, absolutely. So there's at least one time Pratchett wrote a book that had like 3 footnotes that were going on all at the same time, and they were disagreeing with each other.
Man. I gotta reread a bunch of Discworld someday.
I have been threatening myself. I need to reread Nightwatch at some point, because Nightwatch is my favorite book of all time.
I don't think I've ever actually read that one.
I love Nightwatch.
Hell
Nightwatch
yeah.
is so good. Oh, by the way, now that while I'm on that, sorry, hold on. Tangent. Reimu and Sam Vimes have so many things in common. It's unreasonable.
That's awesome.
Like, they're both put upon and have a mysterious, like, authority figure that kind of nudges them in the correct directions, but doesn't fully control them in any way. Like, Yukari and Vetinari are so similar in how that they deal with Reimu and Vimes.
Mm-hmm.
Reimu is very grumpy, but has a strong sense of like duty and honor and things like that. And is beloved by many of her close, like, you know, the closest people are to her kind of thing, but incredibly surly to everyone else.
Yeah.
They're very, very similar characters. Anyway, moving on.
Do they have gay energy with the mysterious authority figure? I mean, I don't know, but I have to imagine yes, given it's Touhou.
Yes. Listen, Reimu and Yukari is also is a very popular pairing, although I don't like it all that much because, listen, Reimu's just a normal person. Yukari is a, you know, endlessly ancient being with a lot of authority over her. That kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
That kind of thing. Don't date your boss. Exactly. So, Bogetsu Show. Bogetsu Show is a weird experiment that gave Touhou a pretty good amount of its notoriety for its inaccessibility to newcomers.
Awesome.
So, it's actually 3 interconnected stories about the moon that were coming out around the same time. They're Silent Sinner in Blue, a manga, Cage and Lunatic Renegade, a serialized novel, and Inaba of the Moon and Inaba of the Earth, which is a broadly canon gag manga that Zun didn't actually write himself. This is notoriously strangely paced if you're not consuming all of it in the order it came out. Yeah, it gives Silent Sinner in Blue in particular a reasonably deserved bad reputation for its quality. Taken together, it's fine though. Like, it actually works out a lot better if it's like, okay, you read the first 4 chapters of Silent Sinner in Blue, then you read the first chapter of Cage and Lunatic Renegade, and so on and so forth. That kind of thing. Like, you got to work it all together.
That makes sense if you know about it, I suppose.
Yeah. Cage by itself actually works kind of okay by itself. It's just mostly Silent Sinner in Blue that suffers for it. But the problem is that while this was, like, running, this was the first Touhou manga that I think was translated as it was coming out. So, you know, fan translated. So that means that when people are like, oh man, there's an official manga that's getting fan translated right now and everything, I want to go read this. And they were reading Silent Sinner in Blue only.
Oh no!
Yeah. There's nothing mentioning to you that you should be reading Cage and Lunatic as well. Like, it just is assumed that you are.
Someone in chat just said, oh, so it's like IDW Series 1 Transformers, and that has me worried about the state of the Transformers comics, which I've heard some things about.
Someone actually said once that Touhou storytelling has a lot in common with how wrestling is written, and you know what? I can't disagree with that.
With how what's written?
Wrestling.
Pro
wrestling.
Yeah, you know, that makes sense.
Where there's these long storylines that take place between these weird fights, like kind of thing, and that there's no way to know when they're starting or ending unless you already know, that kind of thing. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And all of them, I
won't say that they're wrong.
And all of them, to varying degrees, eventually just culminate into, this is an excuse to get people to do a fight together.
Yeah, pretty much. So, Mountain of Faith, released in 2007. Let me go ahead and grab something from Mountain of Faith in particular. Because Mountain of Faith is an important game.
So who in the Touhou cast do you think would be most likely to do a Stone Cold Stunner?
I guess it would have to be Ichirin. We're not going to talk about Ichirin later. But there's only a couple of... Oh, wait, no, sorry. I know exactly who it is. It's Yugi. We'll talk about Yugi later. Yugi is 100% the person who would do a Stone Cold Stoner. Absolutely.
The stoner is the finishing move of my new weed-themed wrestler, but no one seems to realize it's him taking a real rock and killing you with it.
Nice. So, Mountain of Faith. After a small break from game development, and I do mean small, like it was like 2 years. So,
okay.
Zun developed a new engine for the Touhou games, leading to this one. This is the first truly modern game in the series, as it's the first one released after Perfect Memento and Strict Sense.
P.M.I.S.
P.M.I.S., yep. Listen, I love me a fine P.M.I.S.
Continue.
A new arrival to Gensokyo sets up shop as a religious competitor to Reimu, going so far as to try and close the Hakare Shrine.
Uh-oh.
Reimu, or Marisa, goes to prevent this from happening.
Who do you pick? You
So-
decide.
Mountain of Faith wasn't a reboot or anything, but Zun decided to start development on it from scratch to give Touhou a completely clean slate going forward, is the idea.
That makes sense.
For what it's worth, everything in the Windows series absolutely still happened.
Yeah.
It's not even close to being a reboot. It's just that, yeah, it just is like that.
You do something like that for that many years, it makes sense that you would A, want to do something fresh, but B, also not want to, like, necessarily invalidate all the other things that you've grown attached to. That makes sense.
This is Nitori Kawashiro, the underwater engineer, a Kappa.
Let's go.
She's the main character of the Touhou manga. Not really. I only say this because she's appeared in, I think, literally every single one of them.
Good for her. She's the Luigi.
I think the only one that she hasn't appeared in yet is Lotus Eaters. She almost certainly will at some point. Symposium Post-Mysticism, which we'll get to, was devastating to fan perception of Tori, and it was amazing. I love it.
Oh, I'm excited to know what you mean by that.
So Nitori, when she was introduced, her profile and how she acts kind of lended herself towards being a shy, sweet, person, just in general, and seemed quite nice, if very reticent about doing anything to help someone or whatever.
Sure.
This did not last. Nitori is a terrible anarcho-capitalist and basically a letter atheist. And I truly love that about her.
Oh, she sucks! That's awesome!
So, Nitori, in the very next game that she appeared in, she immediately became much, much ruder. And she is also a character who has become, worse every single time we learn anything else about her. She is ruthless in being trying to make money at all times, for example. She's actively rude all the time. The reason why she's the Reddit atheist is because in a game that's religious themed, she's basically the science representation in that same thing. And she's quite in that particular game, she's quite in the weeds about it.
Logic be my sword, reason be my robot arms!
Absolutely. She has an attack that is called Extending Arm.
Good.
There's 5 A's there.
She would get a blue check mark. She would defend it.
Absolutely. No, she would absolutely be paying for a blue check mark. Yeah.
She would make alt accounts to get multiple because she think it would get people epic triggered or whatever.
So what's a kappa? A kappa is the Japanese water imp. They're historically the mythology on them is that they drown people in rivers to get at their shirikodama, which is a ball that contains your soul, fished out through your asshole.
Ball.
Yeah. They also like cucumbers.
Nice.
So, in Touhou, however, they're based off of a short story written by Ryunosuke Akutagawa, titled Kappa, which is that they are used as a metaphor for, heartless industrialization, is what it is, basically. And the Kappa of Touhou are based directly on that. So they are very, very in engineering and industry focused and whatnot, kind of like fantasy dwarves, more or less. And they're also ruthlessly capitalistic. Yeah.
What if a fantasy dwarf had Reddit swag?
Pretty much. They live in it's called Genbu Ravine, which is part of a mountain called Yokai Mountain. Almost every single place I talk about has much more to talk about than what I'm saying. Yokai Mountain this is the version of I think it's Yatsukatake, a specific mountain that in a story, in a myth, is at one point, it was taller and more majestic than Mount Fuji. And Konosaka Sakihime like hated this and got hurt the other mountain. Owanagahime, that's right. Owanagahime liked to get the top of that cut off to make it shorter and like less majestic and impressive. And Yokai Mountain is specifically that version of that mountain where it still had its top and was larger than Mount Fuji.
Awesome.
Yeah. And that mountain happens to exist in Gensokyo.
That's fun.
Sanae Kochiya.
Frog.
This is Luigi.
This is Luigi.
This is absolutely Luigi. 100%
Let's go.
Luigi. She's the modern living god. She is also a shrine maiden.
Nice.
She's the third tritagonist of the franchise, and probably the one that's stuck around for the most as one of them, pretty much.
Ooh.
She's the first human character who had a definite origin in the outside world.
Oh.
She's actually from the outside world.
Oh, shit.
Sanae was important for locking down Gensokyo as a setting and how to separate it from the outside world. The PS2 and DS are still rather new, right? It's that one, if you've seen that image going around. She's the person in that.
I think I have. I love her.
So, yeah, Sanae is a big nerd. She is a science and math geek who is also a deity. She's a living deity, so she's both a human and a deity is the idea. And she ended up in Gensokyo as part of the following two characters moving there to basically keep themselves alive, because the Moria Shrine is a real life shrine. It's a real life thing. But it's one that kind of like all divinities are losing faith over time, is what it is. So they moved to Gensokyo where they could find new faith to keep them like going and alive and things like that.
Fun.
So Sanae would have been fine in that she just would have turned into a regular human. She just wouldn't be an Arahitogami anymore. But then the other two wouldn't, and she ended up going to Gensokyo with the other two kind of to support them, and just the other two are her moms, basically.
Aww.
So of course that she'd come with.
Really good message from Emily in chat. The PS2 now is about as old as the Atari 2600 was when the PS2 first released. Now that message made me feel a little bit like a ghoul, and usually messages like that don't. That one worked for some reason.
There has been more time since Final Fantasy XIII has been released than there was between Final Fantasy XIII and Pokemon Red and Blue.
That's really fucking funny.
Yep. So the reason why that last one is there, Sanae almost certainly was a capital G gamer, but she had to give that shit up when she moved to Gensokyo.
No, my girl, she's suffering out here.
She saw the announcement of Snake being in Smash Bros. Brawl, but she didn't ever get to play Smash Bros. Brawl, so she doesn't know Sonic is in it too.
Pour one out for my girl right now! Right now!
Kanako Yasaka.
I like her.
Avatar of Mountain and Lakes. This is one of the two said moms. That she's her business mom. Kanako has the single most dialogue of any character in a single work in the franchise.
Oh, that's fun.
Yeah. Kanako in... So, Symposium of Hypnotism, which we'll get to, is both a lore book and also an extended dialogue between characters. It's written kind of like a play, almost.
Oh, fun.
Of just like characters, or sort of like a radio play, where they're just talking to each other. And Kanako has the most dialogue in that by a lot.
Nice.
Like, by a full 1,500 words.
Good for her.
Yeah.
She does look a little bit like she's manspreading here, and good for her, honestly.
She's allowed.
She's allowed.
Yeah. She is absolutely cutthroat with treating religion like a business. She's arguably the most successful god in Gensokyo.
Good for her, I think.
What Gensokyo needs is a belief in God is the hardest line in Touhou. I'm gonna go ahead and counter that with I'll destroy your flesh and build you anew of soil and water. Goes even harder.
Christ.
Yeah. So Kaneko is, first off, she's great. But she's, like I said, absolutely ruthlessly cutthroat in treating religion like a business, and she does in fact do that.
Wild.
One thing that separates out gods and yokai is that gods technically can change their domains over time.
Mm-hmm.
And Kaneko has done this twice. So the first time she was a god of wind and rain and sky and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
This didn't last forever. She decided to shift her focus into becoming a mountain god, which is like its own distinct kind of entity, right?
Mm-hmm.
Where the god of the mountain is like a local thing that's important. She was that for a long time. She's realized that this didn't work very well over time, and when she moved to Gensokyo, she did something incredibly like, well, why don't all gods just do this, right? Mm-hmm. She's trying to become a god of technological innovation. And if by doing so, as society continues, they're already technically worshipping her. That's the idea.
My god, she really is pulling a Savathun.
Mm-hmm.
That's awesome.
And that's part of how she treats religion like a business, and like, it goes so far as to like, I'm not seeing like these other two gods really cutting the mustard here. I think that they really should, if they really want to get any faith, they should set up like a fucking stall somewhere and start, selling potatoes. Get them some walking around money. Yeah, so Kaneko she's a lot like that. She's also appeared relatively recently, like a couple of times, and is a playable character in a game, and is... I like Kaneko a lot. She's actually one of like my top 10 characters because of how much I enjoy her writing.
Hell yeah.
And then...
Let me guess,
Suwako.
this is the for pleasure mother.
Pinnacle of native gods. Fun if fatalistic.
There you go.
Suwako is the... So, a very, very long time ago, Kaneko and Suwako were at war with each other.
Mm-hmm.
And Suwako is the original god of the Moria Shrine.
Ah.
And Suwako lost this war, fundamentally, because of... So Suwako was like... The short version of it is that Suwako's like followers had superior iron weapons and like were very like... But were lesser number. Mm-hmm. And Kaneko holds out a thin vine and like instantly rusts all of their iron weapons.
Oops.
And such that they became the ones at disadvantage. And after the war, Kaneko's the one who ends up winning. And so but Suwako is the boss of a bunch of curse gods, the Mishaguji. And thus, the Mishaguji would not listen to Kaneko. They just wouldn't do it. So they end up having to make a deal where they would work together. So Kaneko is the face of the Moria Shrine and the one who like leads it on like business decisions and like, ordering it. Whereas Suwako is the muscle of Moria Shrine. She's the one who actually hands out blessings and curses and stuff.
Hell yeah.
Mm-hmm. Suwako doesn't actually have anything to do with frogs, despite the fact that she has the frog hat and has frogs on her dress. She just likes frogs.
Good for her!
She's actually distinctly associated with snakes, but doesn't show it at all. She just likes frogs way more.
Well, yeah, snakes is her job. I don't go walking around in like a fucking Twitch shirt.
Mm-hmm. She's notoriously difficult to play in her one fighting game appearance. Crouching makes her taller.
What?
Yeah.
There she goes.
Mm-hmm. Suwako is... She's a lot of people's favorite character for being the, like... She's tiny, she's goofy, and she's a big, But she's also got a lot of, like... She's fatalistic, like I said. She's got a lot of, like, weirdly grim things that she says all the time about, like, that. That's just how things are. And the other thing is... So, Kaneko and Suiko are two different kinds of gods, is what it is. Kaneko is a divine spirit, which is a divinity formed from, like, it's unclear whether or not she was a person or maybe even a group of people who became deified. But the long and short of it is that if she were to lose faith, she probably wouldn't fully, like, vanish. She would, like, become a yokai, is what it is. If Suiko, as a native god, were to, if lose all faith, she would cease to be.
Bye!
Yeah. She would become one of the myriad Yaoyorozu no Kami, which is the 8 million gods and whatever, right? Which is supposed to be like the endless amounts of gods that exist that don't have names. She would lose her name and therefore her identity. She would technically still exist in that the thing that was once Suiko Moria would exist, but she wouldn't be Suiko anymore.
Jeez.
Yeah. So, and weirdly enough, she was the one that was actually fine with going, if the way of the dodo, basically.
Aww.
Kaneko was the one who actually convinced them, all three of them, to go to Gensokyo to continue to exist. Scarlet Weather Rhapsody.
2008.
Yep. Let me see here.
Damn, feeling old yet? 2008 was 30 years ago.
Feels like it anyway.
Feeling old yet? This morning was 10 years ago.
So this isn't... It's unfair for me to... You know what? Hold on a second. I know what I want to play here.
Damn, this one kind of goes, though.
Oh yeah, this is the remix of Broken Moon. It's a fantastic track. Here we go. Flawless Clothing and Slash Shields. This is what I want to play. So this is the second fighting game released by Twilight Frontier. It's a deck-building fighting game. It's a really cool concept with problematic execution.
Ooh, those are fun.
Yeah. The problematic execution part is not really the deck-building part. That actually works pretty well.
Wild.
An earthquake nearly completely leveled the Hakare Shrine. This is really bad. Unlike before, this, like, okay, damage to the shrine actually fucking matters, like, a lot, because it is the barrier of common sense. That is the thing that sets apart Gensokyo from the rest of the world. Is the linchpin, like, the keystone part of it is the Hakare Shrine.
Uh-oh.
The Hakare Shrine technically exists both in and outside of Gensokyo at the same time. One outside is just a really rundown shrine. One inside is the one that we know.
Well,
if it gets damaged, it's possible the barrier could go down.
That's bad and fucked up, but I mean, I guess technically an earthquake isn't the weather being fucked.
Oh no, the rest of the weather is also being fucked. Many characters go to investigate the cause of the earthquake, as specifically targeted the shrine. Oh yeah, also weather is messed up again. It happens. A bunch go and investigate.
They gotta stop doing that!
This game was inspired by the development team being really into Magic the Gathering at the time.
Awesome.
Scarlet Weather Rhapsody, the problematic execution is that there is also a weather system in it. Weather kind of inherently... Yeah, I know. The weather being a mechanic in the game is actually the thing that kind of really holds the game back, because it is completely random as to what weather that is currently happening, and they have a bunch of different effects. Like,
oh man,
fucking fog, for instance. Fog makes it so that there's like two different kinds of fog. One of the forms of fog makes it so that distance becomes fucked up and like characters shift to become closer and farther away from each other.
Oh my
and things
God.
like that. If it's Typhoon gives everyone hyper armor.
Oh no!
And so you can't block either. So you just get in someone's face and just mash the buttons and try to kill him as faster than that. Typhoon
Who the
sucks.
fucking DPS race faster?
The deck building part works pretty well. Although it has the problem of you have to grind for cards for
Ah.
some reason. Give me a second, because while Tenchi's theme is excellent, there's a better version of it for me to play.
Oh. I like her design.
Wonderful Heaven, 15.5.
I like her boots.
So, Tenchi Hinanai, that is pronounced just E at the end. It's not Hinanawi, it's Hinanai. The use of the WI there is because in her name is an incredibly archaic character that's not used anymore.
Ah.
She's the young mistress of Baba Agra. She is luck and prison given form in all its good and bad.
Ooh.
So she is a celestial, which is to say, like, the proper, like, divine kind of celestial that Taoists are trying to become and things like that, right? She is someone who the kind Kung Fu movies would typically translate as fairies from heaven. So, the thing is, she did not deserve this. Because all other celestials, like, had to work their way to becoming them. Tenchi got brought along because of she just kind of coasted on the, like, success and, like, work of her family.
Oh my god, she's a nepotism baby. She really is luck and privilege given form.
Yeah, exactly.
That's awesome!
So she lives in heaven, doesn't deserve to. She is just... she's a literal heavenly trust fund baby, basically.
Oh my god!
So, it's mostly bad, obviously. There is a tiny bit of good, and we'll get to that. She's a character who benefited from recontextualization after an extended absence. In that, in the time spent between Scarlet Weather Rhapsody and... Oh god, I fucking love this sax solo in the middle of this version. And Anatomy of Common Flowers, where she's playable in both of those games. It became increasingly clear, primarily from the fact that she's tiny, is that she's a lot less young than people thought she was, basically. She's a lot more young than people thought she was, I think, is what I mean to say. Her name was originally Chico, which meant, like, earthly child, Tenchi becoming actually basically the term used for angels in Japanese. And yeah, she got a golden ticket up to heaven.
Yippee!
It's very important that Tenchi is tiny and Shion is much taller than she is. We'll talk about that in a second.
That's exciting.
Tenchi is... She is incredibly arrogant. She's extremely rude to almost everyone. She is proud of her, like, heavenly heritage. At the same time, she's bored of basically everything that goes on in heaven. Feels like she's not challenged in any way but her life, and kind of wishes she was. And in the latest game, it's revealed she actually got fucking exiled from heaven.
Let's go!
Yeah. Like, that she got, like, kicked out because she fucked up and, like, drank a bunch of, like, heavenly elixir on them, and it's like... There it is.
You know how it is with the elixir? The magic of alcohol!
Tenchi and Shion's relationship is very, very, very cute.
Yay!
And this is where the privilege being given form actually does have a little tiny bit of goodness to it, in that upon being inconvenienced in the slightest, she's actually completely okay with it because it's a new experience for her.
Aw.
Yeah. And Tenchi is incredibly good luck by inherently. She has a celestial. She's unbelievably lucky. The other character, Shion, is a god of disaster and misfortune.
Oh, I like her.
Yeah. And they kind of get together, and Tenchi starts to finally experience any kind of like misfortune at all, and Shion's own misfortune starts to lessen up a lot.
Oh, they were made for each other. Oh.
And she's so much nicer with Shion than anyone else.
Oh.
She's nice and patient with this one person.
Oh, she's a bitch except for with one person. I like her. Oh, that's fun.
It's very, very cute, and I would love to see more Tenchi and Shion stuff.
Yippee!
Subterranean Animism. This is a very popular game, for good reason.
Nice. Oh, I think I know which one this is. This is the arm cannon one.
Yeah.
Nice.
Hold on. Where is it? There's Awakening of Your Spirits. All right. So, Subterranean Animism. This is the odd one out in the religion arc that is started by the previous main game. And unfortunately, it's frustratingly common for it to be the last game given representation in fan projects.
Oh.
Every time I look at a fan game, I have to ask, is this a game that only goes 6 to 11? The answer is, unfortunately, very frequently, yes.
Ooh. Dang.
That's not really, that's not a fault of Subterranean Animism, obviously.
Yeah.
So geysers suddenly erupt, and Rainbow decides that this could be a business opportunity and sets up a hot spring.
Well, at least it's not the weather.
At Submerging, she's driven to instead investigate as vengeful spirits erupt alongside water from the geyser. This game, when released on Steam some years ago, was a victim of weird false positives that flagged malware for some reason.
Uh-oh. I think I remember hearing about that, yeah.
Yeah, for what it's worth, that wasn't its fault at all. It was actually just a weird problem with like a server that Steam was prompting it to. And I think it was just the same one that a lot of like actual fucking malware stuff like happened to be on at some point, or a lot of asset flips and stuff. And it just unluckily happened to trigger on Subterranean Animism as well. It was completely safe for the whole time. It was ridiculous that was the case.
Sorry, Zun, we loaded your game on the crypto miner server.
Yeah.
Oops, you know how it is.
Yugi Hoshiguma.
Oh, I know her. I've seen her. I don't know anything about her, but I've seen her.
Ruinous super strength.
Oh, I like her.
I just wanted to include Yugi in this list because she's big.
You're a real one. You get me.
Yugi is an Oni's Oni. She's literally known as Yugi the Strong and loves to fight, drink, and runs a successful hot spring business.
Good for her.
Yeah. She is quite literally as Oni as you can get in the franchise right
Good.
here. She is the Oni's Oni. She's large, very powerful, is honest to her own detriment and things like that. She's just all in.
She's my hero.
Whoa, http://www.oni.gay/ is something else? That's rad. Check it out. Get back to me.
The double redirect. Let's go. Oh, you're a fucking hero for this one, my man.
It does, in fact, actually lead somewhere else.
Oh.
Yeah, putting the www in there actually does lead somewhere else.
Right, but does it lead to what I think it's going to lead to? It's loading so slow. Oh, hang on. Let's try that again. There we go. Okay, no, it went exactly where I assumed it was going to go. But still.
Yeah, of course.
Awesome.
Mm-hmm. So, yeah, Yugi's not that important. She was a boss fight in a recent game. And,
Good for her.
She's also one of the 4 Devas of the mountain. And, so long and short of it is... So, yokai in general are stronger than humans. They're spiritual beings, and thus are more weak to spiritual harm than they are to physical harm. And they tend to be stronger physically than human beings as part of that. Then among yokai, Oni are the strongest of the all of them, right? So they're notoriously powerful and strong. Among the Oni, the 4 Devas of the Mountain are the strongest of them all. And then of the 4 Devas of the Mountain, Yugi is the one known as the Strong.
Nice.
She is, her footsteps can collapse a building. She is, her voice can completely crush someone's bones. Things like that. She's one of those kinds of Oni.
I like her. I like her a normal amount. Oh, your design is fun.
Also, her design is actually based on a Frida Kahlo painting.
Huh. That's cool.
Yep. The sickness in everyone's heart.
Now, I remember seeing this character for, years and years and thinking that weird, eyeball with, ropes and stuff all around her was supposed to be, an IV drip.
It's her heart.
Ah.
She has an external heart that has her third eye on it.
Huh.
She's a character of unassailable self-confidence despite being actively despised. So she's a Satori, which is a kind of yokai. Her name, Satori, and she is a Satori. Don't worry about it. She can read minds.
Nice.
And it's not something she can turn off as far as we're aware. And as you might expect, being around someone who is passively reading your mind at all times sucks.
Uh-huh.
No one likes being around Satori.
I wonder why.
Generally behind the people. And so she went and she kind of keeps herself locked away. She's very popular with animals because animals reading your mind, reading animals' minds means you know exactly what they want. So, so animals love her. She keeps herself in a palace in former hell, surrounded by pets, basically, and dotes on them.
Living the dream.
She's generally pleasant. It's just hard to get around the whole can read your mind thing. And notoriously has maybe the worst portrait in the entire series.
Oh no!
Zun's version of her has these really tiny arms and things like that. It's really weird. Yeah, she's... Her art is... Zun is a mediocre artist for the most part. He's been improving.
He's gotten a lot better over the years, and you can very easily tell that just by looking at, things from all the games he's done in sequence kind of thing.
Yeah, and, he has improved. He's, okay now. The only thing is just, you can tell he only ever draws when he's making the games. He almost never draws outside of that. So... I actually almost didn't include Satori on this list, but the thing is that she's actually a protagonist of her own series right now, or technically a protagonist. So I have to, really. I like Satori a lot, though, for what it's worth. It's not that I dislike her, I just was trying to keep down the number of characters in general I was going to touch on.
That's fair. I can respect that. I'm starting to realize, oh, it's getting a little late, huh? So I do appreciate there being some brevity while it's still being as in-depth as it is, so... Hell yeah.
Utsuho Ryuji.
Her.
Subterranean Sun. So, what happens to a motherfucker when they get tricked into eating a dead god and getting perfect knowledge and control over nuclear fusion and fission?
You know how it is.
It happens all the time.
Happens to the best of us.
It's a tale as old as time. She enjoys a good egg.
Good for her! Me too! I'm literally gonna eat eggs tomorrow. She's got a gun. She eat an egg. Good for her.
So I wanted to include Utsuho because this is fun to do. Utsuho is a character who fundamentally doesn't have that many things to her. But what is there is very well executed because her boss fight's also really fun. It's impressive. It's hard, but also fair. And she has a unique, every character, when they do the spell card announcement thing, there's thing that pops up and all that. Yeah. Hers is unique because it has fucking nuclear klaxons.
That's awesome!
Yeah. It's the execution on her aesthetic is amazingly well done. That kind of thing.
She looks cool as fuck and she's got a cool boss fight. Well, see you next time!
Yeah. Pretty much. Because otherwise, the reason why she was chosen to get that eating the dead god thing When you're empty-headed, you have a lot of space to fill up with other knowledge.
Queen!
Yeah. So she's a big dumbass who does know all of this stuff because she had the space to put into to have all that put in there.
Good for her.
Koichi Komeiji. The Closed Eyes of Love.
Nice hat.
So you notice that her heart external thing is closed.
Yeah. And I'm realizing now, I've assumed these two characters were the same character this whole time because of the heart eyeball.
No, they are two different characters. They're sisters.
Ah.
She was briefly the series' most popular character.
Aw.
This was also true of Yomu and Flanta.
Mm-hmm.
She has a legitimately hard-tugging backstory that led her to basically giving herself brain damage.
Oh no. Aw.
So while Satori has unassailable confidence, and like is impossible to really like feel bad about herself apparently.
Mm-hmm.
Koichi wasn't. Koichi was very, very vulnerable to the fact that she could not get anyone to like her, and was in fact actively despised as a person while she was reading minds.
Aw.
So she figured out a way to close her third eye to prevent herself from reading any minds, including her own.
Oh no.
Yeah. So Koichi kind of acts entirely on subconscious and is kind of written as if she has interrograde amnesia, sort of. Not fully, but is similar to it.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah. There's a ton of pathos that has been done with. She also loves her current situation, though.
Jeez. I've definitely seen screenshots of this, yeah.
Yeah, this is an actual line. It's not like it's in Antonio McCon Flowers. It's just a thing she says.
Mm-hmm.
The Grimoire of Marisa. Actually, there's a surprising number of people who don't even know that this book exists.
Huh.
Yeah. Hold on, let me see if I can... The Grimoire of Marisa. Hold on. It's a huge pain in the ass to find this track. Hold on.
Mm-hmm.
There's actually there was a song released specifically for this one that has been is in other stuff as well, but for more Grimoire of Marisa, there it is. Magician's Melancholy, there it is. So it's a collection of Marisa's thoughts on other characters and their spell cards.
Oh, fun.
Yeah, so this is when I said that unlike Reimu, some things have been written from Marisa's perspective, this is one of them.
Mm-hmm.
The entire book is written from her perspective. Described by Zun as kind of a sort of in-universe Let's Play, Marisa describes how she feels about the attacks used by others and how good they are to use as reference material.
That's such a cute way of describing that.
Mm-hmm. While lacking in setting information, Grimoire Marisa is an amazing insight into Marisa's character and further separates her from Reimu, who has never had a book written like this for her. It really shows how much Marisa's constantly thinking about how to improve.
Aw.
Yeah.
That's fun. I like that.
A lot of really, really fun lines are from Grimoire Marisa.
Mm-hmm.
Find fantastic objects. This is the next one here.
UFO.
12. UFO, yep.
Yo.
This game has a very strange resource gathering mechanic backed by being maybe the second hardest game in the franchise.
Huh.
It's notoriously beginner unfriendly because of it.
Interesting.
The eruptions from something awful, no, from subterranean animism lead to a millennium-old ship being dislodged from former hell, and the yokai aboard that ship go searching once more for their friend and leader, which attracts the attention from the protagonists.
I can see eruptions from something awful causing this to happen too.
Yeah, of course. For what's worth, the yokai in question actually just lived in former hell for a long time, I believe. And when the ship got like dislodged, it's like they found the opportunity, like, Oh, let's go. Let's fucking go. Let's do it. Fun fact, this game was released on the 30th anniversary of Space Invaders, and it has a segment where enemies move like the enemies, aliens and Space Invaders in it.
That's adorable. Oh, I love that.
Mm-hmm. Surprise! Kagasa is being listed here. This
What
is the
the-
troubled forgotten item, Kagasa Tatra.
Oh, she's got one of those umbrellas that's alive.
She is that umbrella.
Oh, she's one of those umbrellas that's alive.
Yeah. Kagasa introduced a really neat idea into the series. Yokai syncretism. So she's one type of yokai, a Karakaso Obake, right?
Mm-hmm.
But has features of another due to the similarities between them, because there are two yokai that are described as hopping around on one foot and have one eye.
Mm-hmm.
There's the Karakaso Obake, and then there's the Ippondatara.
Ooh.
So the Ippondatara is a blacksmith yokai, right? Because of this, Kagasa is also actually a very surprisingly skilled blacksmith.
Ha! Hell yeah.
She is pretty much utterly harmless. The way that she has to survive is just by scaring and spooking other people, is the thing.
She's fucking Spaghetti from Tim and Eric. She pops up and goes, spooked you. Spaghetti! And then she just goes and chills.
The problem is that she's terrible at it.
Just like Spaghetti!
Yeah. There's actually a scene where she goes through a fucking existential crisis about the fact that she can't scare anyone, but it's the thing that she needs to do to survive.
Oh no!
And like, the tragedy of it is that she has the vibes of a broke-ass college student.
Oh no! I care about her now.
Yeah.
My girl.
And she keeps on showing up. There is one thing she's good at surprising, is actually people, the players. Because she keeps on showing up where you're not expecting her to.
She just needs to develop like a sense for the meta narrative, and if she keeps surprising the players, she'll live forever.
Exactly. I like Kagasa a lot. She's fun.
She does seem fun.
She's also the only character with heterochromia in the series because it's supposed to represent the fact that her yokai form is only one-eyed.
Mm-hmm. That's cute. I like that.
Murasa Minamitsu.
Anchor.
Murasa Minamitsu. Avatar of water accidents.
Ah.
Good old Captain Murasa. She is notoriously hard for a stage 4 boss and is also playable in 17.5.
Yippee!
I think she's the only stage 4 boss in the franchise with a survival spell.
Huh.
Yeah. She's also a prime example of a yokai who's adapted to modern life without giving up her yokai tendencies. Because the thing is,
people are still
Murasa's
having
a
accidents
drowned
at
ghost.
sea.
Yeah, and, well, there's not even a sea in Gensokyo, is the wild thing. Because it's in the fucking mountains. There's no access to the ocean.
Oh,
The thing about
right.
Murasa is that she's a drowned ghost. And drowned ghosts like to also drown others.
Uh-huh.
The thing that it's described as is that she only does it to people who she feels deserves it now, and she has pleasant conversations with them as they drown.
Yippee!
Mhm.
Damn, she would have loved the Titanic.
There's also a decade-long debate about her shorts.
What?
So, in her original art, it was really ambiguous whether or not she was wearing a skirt or shorts. And then there was another piece of official art that depicted her with a skirt.
Mm-hmm.
But people generally all agreed that she looked better with shorts, and also that's what the sailor uniform she has on, because that's a male sailor uniform, for what it's worth. And thus she was usually drawn with shorts, and then later on when she did appear playable in 17.5, they're officially shorts.
Good.
And not a skirt. She also wears fucking white gloves and a big ass black admiral jacket these days on her shoulders.
Let's go.
Mm-hmm.
Good for her.
Like her 17.5 glow up was fantastic.
You love to hear it.
Windows
you love to
XP
see
pop
it.
up.
What?
There was a Windows XP pop-up in the song there.
I didn't hear it. That's cute.
That was unfortunate. That was accidentally baked into the song when it was released in
Oh, no?
in game. Yeah.
It wasn't intentional.
She's lucky. It was not intentional.
Oops.
It ended up being fine because it fits into the song kind of okay, but it was an accident. Yeah.
Oops.
Byakuren Hijiri.
Oh, I've heard of her. She rides a motorcycle, right?
She does.
Fuck yeah.
Chief priest of Yokai Temple, of Myoren Temple. She is one of my personal favorite characters.
Hell yeah, hell yeah.
Byakuren has personal beliefs that offer a very interesting perspective. The rest of the cast thinks they're ridiculous, but they're also shown to work to some extent.
Huh.
Like, they don't seem to work as much as she hopes that they would, but they have actually helped at least one yokai help solidify their existence a little bit. Now, that same yokai then went with someone else's advice that worked a lot better. So it's not like it's that it directly fully works or anything. And it is possible that her teachings will even lead some yokai to just stop existing entirely.
Oh no.
Byakuren she is a Buddhist. She's a yokai Buddhist, is the thing. Now, she's also a terrible Buddhist by almost every respect. She became she's a yokai magician, is the thing. Just like Alice and Patchouli and stuff like that. And she did this because she was terrified of death. She has one of the most obscure character origins in the series because she is Myoren from... I'm not expecting you or even most people in the series in the chat to know what this is. There's a story called the Shigesan Engi, and this is a story that stars a monk called Myoren. And this monk goes off and does a whole bunch of adventures and stuff like that. And in one of these stories, Myoren's older sister is the main character of it. And Myoren's older sister was just trying to get him a coat or something like that because she's worried about him. Byakuren is that older sister.
Huh.
Yeah, and when Myoren died before her, she became terrified of death.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. And thus became a magician, is the idea. And then there's this very interesting, long backstory involving her, kind of two-timing and being a yokai, hunter, but also saving them and things like that. It leads to her getting sealed away in Hokkai, which is a sub-realm of Makai, which actually got brought back for this game, for, over 1,000 years. Her friends, the yokai in question, are actually ones that she saved while she was, doing the double teaming thing. And they go off to go help her and, to try and, release her. And they succeed. Byakuren's just out now. Yeah.
Byakuren is still out there. Byakuren is still a threat.
I mean, yeah, she also used her magic to de-age herself, but that's when you're an old person, you have the chance to do it. I mean, you may as well, right?
Good for her, queen. Grandma's kind of serving.
Her style of magic is that she buffs herself physically, and thus is also one who does, good punches and stuff.
Wait! So when I was fucking joking at the start of stream about this silly slapper who is also a Buddhist...
this is the silly slapper who's a Buddhist.
Is this why people said, no, that's a character? Fuck off!
So the thing is that Ichirin also counts for that. they are both physically, inclined characters who punch.
Come on! No fucking way!
So sorry, there are two silly slappers who will teach you about Buddhism.
Why do I keep accidentally being right? That's awesome.
Getting really, really deep in the weeds about how Byakuren's teachings work and how they interact with Buddhism in general is something that is interesting. It would require me to explain a lot about Buddhism, and it would take way too long.
Please look forward to the Buddhism stream.
That's the Tensoku. Surprise! Non-decimal 0.5 games exist.
0.3?
Not 9.5. This is 12.3.
My god.
Alright, let me get... Do you see that shadow? Did you see that? Where the fuck is it? Hold on. I love this this particular track, so I'm trying to track it down. Did you see that shadow? There it is. So, this is not really a full game. It's actually just an expansion to Scarlet Weather Rhapsody.
Ah.
It had 5 additional characters placed into it, and 3 new story modes and new spell cards for each character. It's overall about a distant shadow of a giant spooking some cast members, only to find out that it was a harmless float made by the Kappa to advertising of the cheering.
That's awesome.
Fun fact, there were 10 characters who could have ended up in this game, but 5 never made it very far into development.
Dang.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, Soku is not really that big of an expansion, but it's kind of... You can play it by itself, but if you do, you can't play as like half of the characters, so you have to play it with it and the other one together. They kind of made a weird merger thing. Listen, back in 2009, it was the Wild West. No one was doing this kind of thing.
God, yeah. There were no standards or precedents for doing something like this, really.
12.5, double spoiler.
Oh, before we do more, actually, I really gotta hit up the toilet, so I might just do break early.
That's fair. Go for it.
Okay, I'll be back. A couple of minutes. You know the drill. You know the song in hand. See you real soon.
Mm-hmm. Oh, did you see that shadow in the fucking list here? I should also use the restroom. All right, I returned. I have used Toilette. Girls do their best now and are now preparing. Please watch warmly until it is ready.
I'm back.
Hello.
Hello.
I don't know why I'm talking like that.
Well, I mean, a little bit of gremlin energy doesn't ever hurt anyone.
You know how it is.
Yeah.
I'm just taking the opportunity to fucking stretch my shoulders and stuff before we hop right back into it. But I am good to go whenever you are, boss.
All right. Double spoiler. The second photography game, this time also featuring a second character, the second Crotanga journalist, Hatate Himikado.
Fun.
This one actually explains why Aya and Hatate are taking their pictures. It's so that they can put them in their respective news bulletins.
Oh, are they like rivaling papers?
They kinda are. I'll explain in a bit, too. This game lets you take pictures in either landscape or portrait mode. Aya, since she uses a bespoke camera, starts in landscape, whereas Hatate uses a phone camera, so hers starts in portrait.
That's
It's a fun
cute.
little differentiation between them. Yeah. Hatate Himekado is the modern-day photography reporter.
Photography!
Hatate mostly exists to have given Aya a rival. That's a big part of that.
Cute.
She basically runs a blog instead of a newspaper, but he has a reputation for being much more trustworthy. She is comparatively forward-thinking compared to Aya.
Yippee!
Mm-hmm.
That's fun. I like her. I like her Gary's Mod missing texture skirt.
Yes. Wild and Horned Hermit. So this was started in 2010 and finished in 2020. It was the longest-running single and contiguous official Touhou manga.
Damn.
Technically, if you consider all of the fairies ones the same series, then that's run longer. But this was contiguous, as in it actually was from point A to point B. It was still going the whole time. It came out bi-monthly.
Mm-hmm.
It stars Kasa Nibaraki, a hermit who recently came down from Yokai Mountain to live more among the people at the base of the mountain. The series is mostly about her and her thoughts whenever it's not doing slice of life stuff.
Fun.
Wild and Horned Hermit suffers the most from Zun's usual type of ending, particularly because it feels like it was planned well in advance. So Zun has this enthusiastic love of anticlimax, I feel like. And sometimes it works really well, and sometimes it's rough. And in Wild and Horned Hermit, I think it doesn't work. But the rest of the series is quite good.
Hell yeah.
In this case, I don't think that having an ending I didn't enjoy soured me on the rest of it, you know?
How does it end?
Honestly, I don't want to say that. On
Fair.
stream.
I'll look into it some other time. Yo.
Kasa Nibaraki, one-armed horned hermit.
That's a cool fucking design.
Yeah, Kazen's character arc is one I have mixed feelings on, personally. I like her character arc a lot. The problem is that I think the ending forgets that character arc.
Dang.
Yeah. She dropped multiple lore bombshells over the course of the series. Very important, because she's
Good for
one of the
her.
sages of Gensokyo.
Ah.
Yeah. But, explicitly, among the sages, she regrets setting Gensokyo up.
Dang.
Very definitely, Herman, please don't do a background check. Oh god, stop. Nananoni, please stop. Don't look into... Don't do it. Please don't do it.
That explains the shackles and presumably the buns covering what are definitely not horns.
She does only have one arm as well. That's like a bunch of smoke captured by the bandages over there.
That's so fucking cool! I like her!
She is playable in a number of the fighters.
Nice.
Horned Hermit is, I think, generally speaking, quite very good. And Kasen, I think, for the most part, is quite good and fun. It's hard for me to get over the ending. Because the thing is that I think, for the most part, Wild and Horned Hermit was written kind of month to month, and it benefited for it. Like, things were, like, changing month to month as it goes on. And and I feel like the ending was pre-planned back when it started. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, she's also definitely not named after the one-armed Oni Ibaraki Doji.
Of course
no,
not.
Definitely not.
Why would you even suggest that? Get fucked.
The one-armed Oni Ibaraki Doji, who in some stories is the wife of Shuten Doji, and she definitely doesn't have an extensive history with Zuika.
Aw.
Definitely not. And also with Yukari, who she definitely doesn't have extreme divorce energy with.
Message to all Shrine Maidens. Please, stop calling me Epic Divorce Guy.
Great Fairy Wars.
Yippee! 0.8?
Yeah.
Come
Point
on.
exists.
You're doing some Kingdom Hearts shit to me. I
There
guess
was
more.
a lot of. There
guess
was a lot
more
of games released
accurately-
between 12 and 13.
I guess more accurately, Kingdom Hearts is doing some Great Fairy Wars shit to me.
Yes, Point 8 games also exist. A big departure mechanically, this game is only about half as long as a normal shoot 'em up at only 3 stages. As this is a game for and about fairies, it's very simple.
Yay!
The Fairies of Light blew up Toronto's house, so she declared war on them and fought them.
Ha!
Fun fact, this game's difficulty roughly lines up with how the characters work. If you fight Luna, who's strongest at nighttime during the day, she's an easier fight than Sunny, who's stronger at daytime. It's really neat.
That's cute.
Because it's the first stage is during the morning, the second stage is like during twilight, and the third stage is at night.
Mm-hmm.
So, and you get to choose which of the bosses you fight per stage.
Oh, that's fun. Pick your own difficulty.
Yeah. It also has an extra boss, and the extra boss is Marisa.
Oh, I was gonna say the extra boss is all 3 of them together. No, it's their damn mom.
And she has a... Hold on. There it is. She has a really dope like theme for as the extra boss.
Yo.
Called Magus Knight. Oh, this is specifically the Oh, nice. This is actually specifically the version off of Oriental Sacred Blaze 3. All right.
Ooh.
Which has a little bit of extra juice to it.
Hell yeah, got that zazz.
10 Desires 13, released in 2011. This is the game that had the misfortune of being released around the same time as Kantai Collection started to take off.
Ah.
And this caused a schism.
Huh.
The Touhou fan schism is actually very real. It's hard to describe. It doesn't really matter too much in the long run, obviously. Give me a second as I... Nope, that's the wrong thing to look up.
This is not a thing I have heard of, so...
Why
Fascinating.
are you not looking up the thing I'm trying to find? I really shouldn't use this for this, but whatever. It's fine. I just need to find the goddamn track.
There's unbelievable drama Touhou fans are experiencing that you will never know. I mean, that's kind of how it is about any sort of,
Yeah,
quote-unquote
that's every
fandom.
Yeah. Let's go with
Unfortunately.
Night Soccer of Dead Spirits. Alright. 10 Desires is my overall favorite game for every reason except playing it. It's my least favorite Windows game to actually play due to its incredibly unintuitive resource gathering mechanic.
Resource gathering.
Yeah.
You mentioned that in a previous slide, and I'm not really sure what resource gathering means in the context of like a shmup.
The way you get lives and bombs.
Ah, okay, I see.
Yeah. In UFO, because I mentioned that, that's the one you're referring to. With UFO, there are 3 different colors of UFO in the stages. There's the red ones, which give you lives. There's the green ones that give you bombs, and there's the blue ones that give you score. And you can also form a rainbow one with all 3.
Oh, love wins.
When you fill up the red one, you can get a life chunk. If you fill up the green one, you get a bomb chunk, and so on and so forth. But these spawn at specific times over the course of the stages and whatnot, which makes it very complex. 10 Desires is even weirder. It involves getting like specific spirit worlds and stuff like that. It's really, really strange.
Huh.
After UFO, Byakuren sensed danger in Gensokyo and set up her temple over a mausoleum to keep it sealed. It didn't work, and spirits streamed from the mausoleum as an ancient prince practically rises from the dead.
Well, at least it's not the weather.
This was the first game to ever reintroduce spell practice from 8, a useful feature that lets you practice facing individual spell cards.
Oh, hell yeah. I love when games that are largely about, hey, here's like a difficult encounter, let you like practice the fucking encounter.
Seigakaku! Alright, the
I've seen
unreasonable and unjust hermit.
Good name, good name. Or epithet or whatever, I suppose.
Let's go with Desire Drive for this one.
Good fucking name for a song.
Desire Drive is a fantastic track. So, before I move on, 10 Desires has 3 of my favorite stage themes in the entire franchise. It has Night Stalker of Dead Spirits, Let's Live in a Lovely Cemetery, and Desire Drive. I love all 3 of those tracks a lot. There's a lot of 10 Desires music is like, also is my favorite extra boss. When I can say one game has 4 categories of my favorite songs in the franchise, I love it to bits.
Nice.
Seigakaku is the worst. Notoriously unpleasant in series, absolutely no one likes Sega except Yoshika. And she introduced Christmas against Soko so she could twist it into her breaking into people's homes to steal shit.
She introduced Christ to Gensokyo so she could rob people.
So Sega is...
She's the Grinch!
She is in fact the Grinch.
She's actually awesome?
Sega is a Senin, a hermit, a practitioner of Taoism. And specifically, she's a wicked one, as in she's a bad one. Well-known, actively known to be, wears it on her sleeve as a thing that she is.
Mm-hmm.
Sega actually, Sega is a character from fucking Tales from a Chinese Studio, I think, which is like one of the 4 like great novels of China.
Mm-hmm.
She's Lady Wu from that, and she has a distinctly long backstory of, all right, her father abandons her to become a hermit, right?
Mm-hmm.
You have 2 responses to this. Either, dang, it feels bad that my father abandoned me, or, hey, being a hermit must kick ass if my dad was willing to abandon me over this. She went with the latter.
Awesome.
However, being a woman in ancient China, she didn't really get the chance to go off and do that herself. So she ends up in an unhappy marriage she doesn't want to be part of. She kind of despises like her life as it is, and then forms a plan to fake her own death and then to go practice, Taoism.
Mm-hmm.
She does so, and then she moves to Japan. And the reason why she moves to Japan is because China's full of tons of fucking hermits that are famous and all of that. Japan isn't. I'm gonna be the big fish in the small pond.
Dude, I'm gonna be so famous here.
So, yeah, so she goes off and does that. She then teaches a fair number of characters, like Taoism and whatnot. The thing is that she's also a necromancer who practices a bunch of really nasty magic and is just generally an unpleasant person to be around. She has her Yoshika, that the warden in there in the text. Yoshika is kind of her pet and is a jiangshi, as in a revived poet. Yeah. Toyosata Mimi no Miko.
Oh, I've seen her.
The supremely gifted hermit.
I like her headphones.
They're actually earmuffs.
Oh, cute.
Miko is my single favorite character.
Let's
Out
go.
of the entire franchise. Her character origin makes her unintentionally connected to so many others. It genuinely gets funny. We're gonna be on here a while because I like Miko a lot. All right, so Miko is Prince Shotoku, and when I say that, I don't mean that she's inspired by Prince Shotoku.
Literally
I don't mean
him.
that she has a story. She is literally him.
I see.
From top to bottom, she was in fact the historical unifier prince of Japan. Is the idea. So, Taishi-sama, as she's often referred to, basically meaning crown prince by all of her subjects and whatnot. She is a shikai-sen, which is a kind of hermit where you basically trick the heavenly bureaucracy into thinking that something else dies for you. And in her case, she had a sword die for her.
Good. Rip to that sword, but she's different.
And she was then... And the ritual takes a very, very long time to work properly, so she then puts herself into a mausoleum to sleep for 1,400 years?
Oh, girl, I
Or
wish
so?
I could do that.
Yeah. Is it the sword she's wearing in this art? It is. Actually, the funny thing is, dude, how it works. That sword that she's wearing in that art is her body, and the body that she currently has is the sword. So she is the sword.
So that's why you like her.
I mean, the big reason why I like her is I think she's got like some of the most fun characterization in the franchise.
And
kind of a
gets to
lich.
be a sword. So the best of both worlds.
She is kind of a lich, yeah.
Nice.
So when she was, it's noted that Shikai-sen have a tendency to stick with their original body out of like attachment to it because, it's just for completely reinventing yourself isn't something that a lot of people are going to do. Miko did. What I'm getting at is that she has like the far and away the most text out of being a trans character in the franchise.
Let's go.
Yeah. So Miko is she's also absolutely a politician, like 100% a politician from start to finish, and really, really emphasizes that. Yeah, trans rights and a lot of trans wrongs going on with Miko. Trust me.
Good for her, I think.
Yeah. So yeah, Miko is. She's like an interesting instance of like absolute self-confidence with absolute the acumen and skill and whatnot to back it up. She is, however, also strongly convinced that she should just be the one ruling against Tokyo, and anyone getting in the way is like wrong. She shouldn't do that. But she is also willing to back off because she knows that if she did take over as a tyrant, that would not actually work out very well. So she's trying to take over slowly, grassroots style, like a classic politician would. Yeah, and all of Miko's dialogue is fantastic. In particular, her dialogue with Byakuren is the best. And I just really like this character from in almost every way. She's also an interesting example of her very first introduction was very different from everything that came afterwards because she was very polite at first. She immediately became one of the rudest characters in the series afterwards.
Let's go!
Yeah.
Good for her.
Miko. Miko's great. I love Miko to bits.
Her cape is fucking dope. Cape, cloak, whatever.
She was introduced without that cape, and then she got the cape in the fighting games, and it was the most important, Listen, that cape completed her design.
It does. It really does. It really does.
We'll get there, Tears of Frog. Mamizo Futatsuwi wa.
Oh, she's a
Tanuki
Tanuki.
with 12 trends. She is a Tanuki, and she has my favorite track in the series.
Ooh. Ooh. Ooh.
Tatsuya from Sado, her theme is... This is Tanuki's theme. Alright. Mamizo is a character Zun finds extremely fun to write.
Hell yeah.
She is a... She's kind of like a laid-back Yakuza boss, who speaks like an old man.
Oh man, I like her.
Yeah. Mamizo is interesting because we saw her build her status as a mover and shaker from Gensokyo as it happened.
Ooh, fun.
Because she just showed up, and then she started to, like, build up her influence over time, and we saw it happen.
That's fun.
It's
That's
really
fun.
cool. Zun is also... He answered a character he'd like to share a beer with, and his answer was Mamizo.
Yeah! She seems like she'd be a good drinking buddy.
Mm-hmm. She's actually been in like every single manga since her introduction, just because she just feels very at home there.
Oh,
she's
fun.
a main character almost in Ben Scrollery, even.
Good for her.
She's also, unfortunately, a character who's not that popular among fans.
No fucking
which
way.
is weird, because she's great. It's probably the talks like an old man / old woman thing.
The fans are wrong.
Yeah. She's at, like, on the popularity poll, she's like in the 80s, I want to say.
What?
Yeah.
Like, listen, you're well within your rights and encouraged to enjoy media however it brings you the most joy. You're wrong about this one.
Mamizo was great. I love Mamizo to bits.
Fools and cowards all.
Symposium of Post-Mysticism.
I've heard that name before.
I need to get back to it, but I've actually been... I got all the dialogue recorded years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And I need to finish it at some point. Although I probably should re-ask all of the actors, like, hey, am I cool to use this? Because, like, it's been years.
I just realized that's where I've heard of this before. I don't think I've ever told this to you. I literally almost applied for this and, like, chickened out at the last moment.
Oh, dang. You know what? You probably were going to have a tryout for Miko.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, Symposium Post-Mysticism. To be explicit here, I organized and actually paid for a bunch of actors to do this symposium part of this and acted out. And unfortunately, my fucking failure to focus on ass did not actually do the audio editing part that I had to do. I have all the raw dialogue still. I could get back to it at any time. Symposium Post-Mysticism is the second entry of the Gensokyo Chronicle, an in-universe encyclopedia of information. This one also has a long-form dialogue presented like the script of a play between some movers and shakers of Gensokyo and their thoughts on many things. In this case, it was between Marisa as the moderator of the symposium, Akio as the scribe, and then the three people who were actually participating, Kaneko, Miko, and Byakuren. So, a Buddhist, a Shinto god, and a Taoist. Symposium Post-Mysticism is my single favorite written work in the entire series.
Fuck yeah. Unlike
Perfect Mentor strict sense, it's entertainingly written, and the symposium itself is extremely cool, with tons of insight into the setting we needed to get.
This is so much better than Pemus.
Yeah, Sopum is fantastic. She's Sopum on my penis. And
if you weren't gonna do what I was about to.
I know. There was no way it wasn't gonna happen.
These streams are intended for mature audiences. Ding 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 ding.
No, sorry, I only got this one.
Let's
That's
go.
the correct noise. So, Symposium. I love this book. It's so goddamn good. Like, it has a bunch of... It tells you, like, a bunch of metaphysical parts against Gensokyo in not a way that's, like, you didn't need to talk about this. It does it all in very interestingly well done ways. Like, it talks about why Tengu can look like, well, like what Aya does, for instance. Because Byakuren brings up, the Tengu in my time didn't look like that at all. I wonder why they're like that now. And this is actually where the phrase "freed from the curse of human imagination" comes up, which is a fantastic line.
That's fun.
Telling you, like, why yokai can look like anything they want now. That kind of thing.
Hell yeah.
And Symposium Pessimism is just full of stuff like that. And I need to emphasize, it's written very entertainingly, because this is when Aki starts to just flat out have fun as she's writing it.
Nice,
And
nice.
it's very well done. Forbidden Scrollery. My favorite official Touhou manga, and the one that's easiest to read in English.
Scroll.
Kosuzu Motoori is a bookseller with a fondness for Yoma books written by yokai and other beasties. Unfortunately, that fondness leads her down some perilous paths, exposed to dangers she wasn't meant to encounter. Forbidden Scrollery, I think, is great. This is Zun's love of anticlimax actually ends up working out here, and
Nice.
I love it to bits.
That's exciting.
Kosuzu Motoori does have her own theme.
Oh. That's fun that a manga character gets a theme song.
Yeah, he actually makes sure that every single character gets one.
Hell yeah.
Bibliophile with a deciphering eye. She's a rarity, a focal point character who's not in on the masquerade of the human village. So this is a normal person, basically. We're following a completely normal person in Forbidden Scrollery.
Extremely normal woman.
She's a useful look into the mind of humanity and how they can feel completely powerless. The Berlin Wall came down. Should have made a better wall. This is her response to it, because she doesn't understand the context.
Oh no, because she's living in fucking Gensokyo.
Yeah. Kosuzu does have a special ability in that she can read any text, which is part of why she loves the Yoma book so much, because she can read those.
Hell yeah.
When almost no one else can. But yeah, Kosuzu's fun. She starts out like feeling like, oh yeah, you're like 15 years old, but then over the course of the series become, and the story is mostly about her like going more and more into danger as she keeps on looking in more and more into what Gensokyo is. She basically forces herself in on the masquerade. She figures out what's going on.
Will there be a Kahoot for bonus points after? What the fuck is a Kahoot? Did you just make up a new Bionicle?
I have no idea.
Also, hang on. Thank you for the subscription. Your username fucking sucks, so I'm banning you. Hang on. Bye!
That's maybe the worst part about doing that. You have to type it out. It's gross.
Yep! Don't come back!
So, Hopeless Masquerade, the fourth fighting game and the first to depart from the first three's grounded gameplay, being a flying fighter instead.
Huh.
This is the first of the flying fighters.
Finally. Flying around.
Hopeless Masquerade is a strange game that concludes the series' religion arc. Duels in the street about Shinto, Buddhism, and Taoism erupt out, advertising to the village to boost up business, which has collectively been feeling hopeless lately. And things are getting weird at night.
At least it's not the weather!
You can lose to timer in this game, even if you're up on life, but lower on popularity. A mechanic that's present in this game. It's really weird.
What, you got a fucking grandstand in the crowd or something?
Yes.
That's awesome!
It kind of sucks to play with, but and also the fact that this is a mechanic where, again, you can get timer scammed and be up on life and still lose.
That's awesome, though. Really good on paper, even if it sucks ass to play. Also, ending the arc in the spin-off fighting game is really funny to me.
That actually happens a fair amount. Hold on a second. So this is Hata no Kakuro, the expressive poker face. This is the first time we saw this. She's kind of a newborn yokai.
Oh.
It's a little bit more complicated than that, because she could be newborn or she could not be. Because the thing about Kokoro is that she is a collection of 66 masks.
Ah.
And each of those 66 masks appear to be alive on their own. They're all Tsukumogami.
Mm-hmm.
And what it seems to be is that Kokoro, as the collection of those 66 masks, is new.
Huh.
Yeah. She's also the first time we meet a yokai with, I almost said gnocchi. Meet a yokai with an unstable existence. She had an arc of self-discovery to stay alive.
Ooh.
Because the thing is that, so she's a collection of 66 masks minus one. She lost her mask of hope, the one that represents hope in her form.
No.
And this led her to like become very destabilized and like unsure about how to continue existing and things like that. And so she had to like, she was getting advice from like every single character. And this is when I was talking about like, there's one instance of Byakuren's teachings seeming to actually work, and it was on Kokoro. She then learned better on how to be yokai from Mamizo instead, and that worked out a lot better.
Yippee!
She's actually very autistically coded in a way that comes off well.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah. From the base level of, she's actually very, very, like, expressive and emotional, but it doesn't show on her face at all.
Mm-hmm.
Because, like, it's those masks instead that do it, and she's very... It's like you have her face show, like, completely blank on all of her dialogue, but it's all, like, exuberant and, like high-energy dialogue and things like that, too.
Mm-hmm.
She gets really fixated on specific things, like, when she then decides to, in the next fighting game where she ends up like playing a role, she gets really, really into it, and she likes to stick to it and things like that, and so on and so forth.
That's fun. I like her.
There's a lot more specifics as well, but yeah, Kokoro's fantastic. She's very, very fun.
Hell yeah. I like her little bow tie. I just noticed that.
The bow tie?
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah. And then the four shapes going down her shirt. And
yeah.
She has the comedy and dramedy mask, like dramedy. The comedy and tragedy masks on
She's
her,
got the
skirt.
Commedia dell'arte skirt. She's got the PlayStation buttons.
Mm-hmm.
Good for her.
Oh, this is another instance of what I mentioned earlier. Like, it's very funny how many characters Miko is attached to.
Mm-hmm.
Kokoro was actually the masks that she was made from. Miko made them. Because she's the collection of masks owned by Haruno Kawakatsu, and so on and so forth. It's complicated. We're talking into like very deep in their historical people.
Awesome.
Yeah. Double deal character. All right, let me see what I can do for a double dealing character music-wise.
Wheeling and dealing.
Double dealing character was sort of returned to basics mechanically. It lacks any major gimmicks outside of the two character shot types play very differently, and one of them from Marisa is like you can get unlimited resources on Marisa pretty easily, but it's not it's otherwise very simple. The only gimmick that it has is that it focuses on the point of collection a lot. Which is a place on like 2/3 of the way up the screen where if you go there, every item that's on the screen just magnets to you.
Oh, fun.
So the protagonists find that their weapons are acting all kinds of strange, and now all of a sudden acting weak yokai are rebelling and acting rowdy. Also, tons of Tsukumogami are showing up, which are a kind of yokai which is just a living object. Reimu, Marisa, or Sakia go to investigate, but you have to choose if you bring a weapon or not.
Huh.
Fun fact, this was the first game to be digitally released in any form by Zune, released on Playism. It would later be released on Steam, too.
Nice.
Yeah. So, DDC I only have 2 characters lined up for. Not because I think that they're less important ones, but rather because there's a trio in this one that all have to be talked about if they're gonna one of them is gonna get talked about. The Yokai Grassroots trio. Which is quite good. They're a lot of fun. Anyway, Seija Kijin. Give me a second as I grab... Yeah, there it is. Reverse ideology fucking whips.
Ooh.
huge gremlin energy on this terrible goblin of a person.
Why are people calling her the Joker?
She's kind of Joker. She's got a little bit of Joker going on.
I think women should be allowed to be the Joker. More than the Joker should be allowed.
She's never the muscle in any story she's in. She's always the brains, despite lacking them. So Seija is an Amanojaku, which is to say that she is a... Amanojaku are little goblins who are contrary in all ways. When someone else is happy, they're unhappy, and vice versa, is the idea.
Oh man, she really is the Joker.
Kinda, yeah. And she convinces the main, the final boss of this one to kind of have... She wants to cause a rebellion and, like, a revolution where the weak will rule the strong, kind of as just because she wants to. And Seija's also the playable character in Impossible Spell Card, and we'll get to that in a moment. Seija's character is simple, but it lends to her being the series Waluigi. It's great.
Oh my god, of course she's a fucking Waluigi!
Yep.
You know, that tracks!
Where is it?
Oh, I know about this one! She's small and she lives in like a rice bowl or something.
Yes. This is Shimiyomaru Sukuna, the descendant of the Ingelings.
She's the size of a pea.
Tiny and mad, the two most dangerous things to be. She's a descendant of Isunboshi, the inch-high samurai, is the idea. She's a great victim of over-softening by fans. She fully 100% believed in what Seija's idea and was 100% behind it. She wasn't tricked. She's a rebellious little hellion of a person.
Good.
Is that a needle? It is. Yes. Her shining needle sword is literally just a needle.
Right, it's like Hollow Knight.
Shimiyomaru's boss theme was stuck in my YouTube recommendations for like 2 full years.
Good.
It for some reason had a ton of SEO. I don't know. I couldn't tell you. What's up?
That's so fucking funny. I think of like anything to get stuck in YouTube recommendations for years. Touhou music is a pretty good one.
It's the two that stick out in my mind really well are this one, Little Princess, and also fucking Bury the Light from Devil May Cry 5.
I was about to say, wait a fucking second, that's a DMC song, and then he's...
Yes. Fun fact, she is currently missing out there in Tenemy Calm Flowers. It's not that she's missing, we know where she is. Alright, so I'm going to briefly talk about this because it's a little bit complicated, but it is interesting. And we'll get to it in depth later on. The Shinmyomaru that is currently in the series is not Shinmyomaru Sukuna as we knew her. It's her dream self. She swapped completely with her dream self. Now, the thing is about this is that over time, this doesn't matter. They're the same person, and like, they normalize into being just the normal character, basically. But it's still existentially kind of spooky that she swapped with her dream self. Yeah, we'll get to that, though.
That's fun.
Impossible spell card.
It was all a dream!
So, I love Impossible Spell Card.
I like the song.
I have Bella Vici. It's originally from this. This is actually a remix from a later thing, but it is from this game originally. This is sort of the third photography game, but not exactly. It has access to the camera, but you're not required to take pictures of it.
Wait, is this one going to be at GDQ?
Yes.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah. Impossible Spell Card is about Seija being held responsible for the events of 14 that basically everyone hates her, which she loves. In an attempt to convict her, they use impossible to dodge attacks, which are a violation of the spell card rules. But Seija was one step ahead with a bunch of items that she can use to cheat.
This really is just a Waluigi game.
Yeah. Despite the name, every attack in the game can be beaten without using any items. None of them are actually impossible, which is what the GDQ run is going to be.
Nice.
It's going to be a beat every single attack without using items.
That's fun. That's fun. That's fun.
Oh, Bella Vici from Double Spoiler? Dang. Sorry, I'm thinking of, what is it? Eternal Short-Lived Reign. That's what I was thinking of. Right, yeah, sorry. I should get that on, even though this is a good track.
Yeah, Pyro. That's a thing I've been noticing is that, like, basically all of these side games have just, like, really, really fun concepts.
Yeah, I think so. Urban Legend in Limbo, the 5th fighting game and the 2nd flying fighter. It simplified down the mechanics of flight heavily, but also introduced a random element like weather. So this game was kind of doomed from the outset to not be, like, viable.
People liked Smash Bros. Brawl, right? What did they like most about it? Was it the tripping?
I mean, there are people who love it. Like, I'm not gonna say that it's, like, they're wrong for liking it. It's my personal take on, like, I don't like the random element in this.
It's different. It's just not for you.
Yeah, it doesn't exactly have weather, but it has something similar to weather.
At least it's not the weather!
Mm-hmm. This one's about the newly arrived and strangely persistent Urban Legend incident, which brings Urban Legends to a sort of pseudo-life. The arrival of the 7 occult balls doesn't help, I know, as there's a rumor that if you gather all 7, something good might happen.
The arrival of 7 balls! How weird!
Let us wager our balls and fight!
But it doesn't make a bit of difference, guys. The balls are inert.
Oh, how dare you fucking cadget me in the year 2023. Oh, the balls are inert.
It doesn't make a bit of difference, guys.
I'm always thinking about that anytime I think about balls.
You must have left it in my other pants pocket. Yeah. So the dialogue in Urban Legend Limbo refers to them as balls literally every single time, which gets very funny.
Good.
Because I'm 7, you know?
Smartest fucking decision they ever made when localizing this.
Yep. Fun fact, this game is the first to have a console release.
Huh.
A year later, it was released to the PS4 with extra content on it that never made it to PC.
Wild.
The extra content didn't matter, but it did have a little bit of a, like, teaser for the next fighting game in it.
That's fun. Also, man, I'm having another bit of a ghoul moment, realizing, like, wait, 2015 wasn't recent. That was, like, 8 years ago.
Yeah.
My goodness. I like her design.
Give me a second. It is last up. Yeah, sure, let's go with this one. There's a bunch of different very good versions of her theme.
Nice.
Mystic and difficult to handle schoolgirl. This is the series' 4th protagonist, sort of, but she did it differently.
Good for her.
A depiction of an absolute Zoomer kid that treats her ridiculousness with a surprising amount of respect.
Hell yeah.
Like, Sumeriko is a really good example, part of why I like Zuna a lot as an author and a writer, and this is actually something that was also true of Pratchett, because I keep on hammering that down.
Yeah.
He respects children.
Yeah.
He respects children and, like, the fact that they are people. Even if they're not fully developed people, they are still people. And thus, while Sumeriko does have a lot of fucking Zoomer-ass traits and has a full-on chapter of Curiosity of Lotus Asia where she goes 100% Holden Caulfield.
Jesus.
Zun still respects her as a full-ass character worthy of, like, you know, she's a main character in a number of things.
Yeah.
Like, he doesn't look down on her character at all.
That makes me happy.
Yeah, it's legitimately a very rare thing for an author to be able to write a scene in which a child and an adult are speaking with one another, and it's not condescending to the child. She does have a gun.
She has a gun?
She has a 3D printed gun. Not only does she have a 3D printed gun, it is explicitly that gun that you could get off the Pirate Bay for like a month.
Oh my god.
Yes.
Girl? You are going to be fucking arrested!
There's 3D printers in Gensokyo. Samurika's from the outside world and still lives there.
She can just...
So,
Huh?
yeah, she has the... There's a specific thing about Samurika where she can go back and forth between the outside world and Gensokyo. It involves her dreaming and the fact that her dream self is complicated.
Wild.
She, alongside Aku, forced Zun to commit to Simpsons time because she's been in high school for like 5 years now.
Mm-hmm.
More than 5 years, like 6 years.
You know how it is with school. I think the alerts stopped working? Because we got a raid, and like someone resubbed, and it's not popping up on screen, but thanks Wayne for the raid. Thank you Grandmaster B-Funk for the resub. I don't know why it stopped working. That's weird. Huh. Anyhow, we're learning about Touhou.
Sure are. Oh boy, Legacy of Lunatic Kingdom.
Well, that's an exciting start.
Yeah, Legacy of Lunatic Kingdom is a hell of a thing. Rabbit has landed. Okay, there it is.
How many
Legacy of
hours
Lunatic
is this
Kingdom.
going to go on for? Until it's done!
If it helps, I'm on slide 115 out of 142.
Don't worry about it. If you gotta go to bed. Watch the VOD. We're going
So,
until we
Legacy of
can't keep going.
Yeah. Legacy of Lunatic Kingdom, lol K, is the hardest mainline Windows game.
Okay.
It features an alternative game mode, Point Device, to support this.
Huh.
I'll explain what Point Device is in a second.
Point device is
So-
when I see a rabbit outside and I want to take a picture of it.
Absolutely. So in a twist, the plot of Urban Legend Limbo was actually a setup for this game, which is like something that's never happened before, where one of these side games directly led into a main game.
Mm-hmm.
The Moon introduced the Urban Legend incident and sent the lunar capital Occult Ball to Gensokyo to set up moving there, which would wipe the place out.
Uh-oh.
There's actually like a fucking description of there's an actual literal spider drone robot that is like taking a scouting look over at Gensokyo in there. It's wild.
Jesus.
I didn't even mention this. The Moon is really, really like technologically advanced compared to even Earth. Yeah.
Wild.
So the cast goes to the Moon to stop them, only to end up helping them in the end to prevent the need to move at all. Basically, we gotta leave them there because if they don't, well, it's better than it's helping them to stay there is better than letting them have the chance to get out there.
Can you really say that you've written a work of fiction if you haven't made the Moon fucked up in some way?
Exactly. Yeah, 100%.
People are obsessed with the Moon being fucked. The real Moon is fucked. It's made of asbestos or whatever. It's made of fiberglass. You breathe in, your lungs are shredded.
It's made entirely out of glass dust, basically.
Yeah.
So, Point Device mode was inspired by I Want to Be the Guy, because the idea is that it's Point Device mode is a version of the game where you basically play it chapter by chapter, where if you die in it, you just go back to the start of the chapter.
Ah.
Yeah. Why it's called Point Device mode? Good fucking question.
Inspired by I Want to Be the Guy?
Yes. Outright said as such.
Wild.
The reason why that's the case is because at the time, I Want to Be the Guy became very popular on Nika Nika Doga Japanese LPs.
Oh my god.
Yeah, like, they got to the same thing like 6 or 7 years later.
That's so fucking funny.
Yeah.
I don't know why it's making me think of this specifically, but it's reminding me of, like, when, for a while, Angry Video Game Nerd became really popular.
Yes.
And so
That's actually always been the case.
Has it?
Yeah, he's still popular in Japan.
Fuck yeah. Anyways,
Yeah.
like, sometimes you just see clips of, like, AVGN, and there'd be, like, Japanese subtitles, and then you'd see, like, all the comments scrolling across the screen.
Yeah,
It's
like
so
he has a
fucking
dedicated... He has a dedicated fan base that subtitles his videos for Nika Nika Doga.
That
I don't know why, that just makes me think of, like, how Game Center CX has, like, dedicated fans in the English sphere.
Listen, people are the same everywhere.
It's true.
Fucking, you've heard of the debates of, like, people being, like, that there's Japanese fans of King of the Hill who dislike the Japanese dub of King of the Hill because things like, it makes Boomhauer, like, understandable.
Uh-huh.
And they actually prefer the subtitled version of King of the Hill.
This is a fucked tangent. Let me
go press the button.
There's a Quebecois localization of King of the Hill, and not a dub, a localization.
I have heard of this. I've actually seen an episode of this.
Henri pis sa gang.
Yeah.
Henry and his gang.
I have, on way back in the day, I've got a bud who does, it's just called Anime Night, because usually it's checking out, anime and all that.
Yeah.
And does it, nowadays just does it through a big, large Discord side stream.
I've checked it out every now and then.
Yeah. And every now and again, he puts in things that aren't, and one of them was, in fact, Quebecois King of the Hill.
Oh, thank God. I was genuinely worried that it was, like, actually maybe lost forever.
Yeah. It was pretty good.
It's my favorite thing about it is how they do Boomhauer, where they also make him, like, completely unintelligible speech, but they do that with, like, an actual, like, Quebecois dialect.
Yes. That's how you gotta do it. The way that Boomhauer speaks is a real way that human beings speak.
Right.
In a very specific part of Texas.
Right. The way that Boomhauer speaks in this is a way that, like, people specifically speak in, like, some very specific fucking, like, little township, basically, in, like, the country, or it's, like, somewhere by, like, one of the rivers, I think.
Yeah.
It's so fucking funny. It's so goddamn funny. I am pretty sure they also, because it is, like, a localization and not just, like, a translation, I'm pretty sure they also rewrite it to imply that it's taking place in Quebec.
Yeah, so... Which... I mean... Good fucking luck. I don't know if there's been a place that looks less like Canada than fucking Texas.
Oh, it doesn't look anything like it. But that's why it's so goddamn funny.
Yes. Quebexis.
Quebexis.
It's like fucking Ace Attorney being in Japanifornia.
Eat your goddamn hamburgers, Apollo.
Eat your goddamn pizza Getty.
Pardon me.
Alright, let's get back to this.
Hell yeah.
Doremi Sweet. She's the ruler of dreams.
I like her.
No, really, all dreams.
You said that when I was in the middle of taking a drink and I damn near choked.
I don't regret it. I said it good.
I don't either.
She was fully recontextualized by her second appearance, because when Doremi Sweet first appeared, it was not entirely clear exactly how big of a deal she was. Mm-hmm. She's the stage 3 boss of Legacy of Lunatic Kingdom.
Right.
She's the extra stage boss as well. She appears in the middle of when you're traveling through the dream world for something, right? Mm-hmm. And she just kind of like stops you for a bit and just kind of like tests your mettle. In her next appearance, it was revealed, no, fucking, she's the ruler of all dreams. Like, all of them. She is the queen of the dream realm.
I like you stumbling into her world, and she's like, oh shit, hey, what are you doing here? That's pretty cool. You want to have a fight? Alright, see you later. 3 days later. Wait, what the fuck? Who was that?
Yeah. So, the dream world got really expanded on in the next game, is what it is. The dream world became like a big, important part of the plot and whatnot. So, she also had a big problem. For Fantasy Maiden Wars, I talked about Gensou Shoujo Taisen a while ago. That was one of the fan games, right? Mm-hmm. The existence of Doremi Sweet actually drove the creator into a brief bit of despair because her introduction unintentionally invalidated all of that game's original content.
Oh no!
And it's worse than that.
Oh?
Because here's the thing. The very first demo for the final chapter of Fantasy Maiden Wars, like all like all Super Robot Wars has an original ending. That's the idea. Where it's original content for the ending. They always do that. So that was part of this as well. And the first demo for that, and the demo for Legacy of Lunatic Kingdom came out on the same day. And this forced the creator to like have to rewrite stuff. And then later on, another demo came out, and It's Gonna Be Common Flowers came out, also on the same day, really, really, really hammering it home that no, Doremi Sweet is the ruler of dreams, which forced them to have to rewrite things even more.
Oops.
Yeah. It's the problem of, like, it happened at the same time, both times, which is the thing that really kicked their ass.
That's so fucking funny in such an unfortunate way.
Yeah.
Also, I love her Charles Dickens hat.
Yeah, her hair is in there. She has a lot of hair. She's a Baku, which is, the Dream Eater. And thus she has a sort of tapir kind of, like, visual design going on, except for her giant sleep hat, which is enormous.
Take a big bite.
Oh, boy.
I know her, she's American!
She's not, she's Greek. I'm not joking, she is.
I trust you. I believe you. What?
This is a 100% legitimate name and character design. Clown piece.
Now I knew Clown Piece was real. But I just assumed she was American.
I don't know why you would have that thought. That doesn't make any sense to me.
You know, in retrospect, not sure where I got that from.
So, Clown Piece is the actual strongest fairy that we know of. She's actually a notoriously difficult boss fight. Like, she's Miss 99+/0, which is a reference to the number of times that you die to a spell card and the number of times you capture it are kept on screen. But they only count up to 100 deaths. So, Miss 99+/0 means I've tried 100 times to capture this attack and failed every time. Puts out an intense daughter energy that makes you want to buy her curly fries.
You know, I would.
So, Clown Piece is a lampad.
She's a what?
She's a lampad. A lampad being a kind of like nymph in Greek mythology, which carries around a torch that could have someone turn to madness if they witness it, and they are the servants of Hecate from Greek mythology. And she's a fairy from hell with a torch of that and whatnot. And now, I say all this, and you see her wearing the American flag, and I fully understand where you're getting that from. The reason why she wears the American flag is because Legacy of Lunatic Kingdom is a game in which that they are at war with the moon.
Right.
And the American flag makes the moon really fucking mad because we planted a flag up there.
Oh my god. She's doing this to make the moon mad.
Yes.
That's awesome.
Yeah. She is a main character in Visionary Fairies of Enshrine and appears to be the fourth member of the Three Fairies of Light.
Oh, I think she would be friends with Neil Armstrong. Now her I think I've seen before.
This is Junko. No title. Junko purified herself of all identity. She, is an incredibly difficult character to write because she's calm and serene despite being made entirely out of resentment. Yes. There's no jokes with Junko. She's 100% serious.
Scary.
Yeah, she is despises Changa with all of her being, is the thing. And, like, literally all of her being. That's the only thing left in her being, basically.
Scary.
Whether or not that's literally true is, you know, up in the air, because it doesn't seem to be, but at the same time, that's how she's described. And is basically systematically taking apart the moon and everything that it can do and all of its defenses and everything one bit by one bit. Like, she's successfully fighting the moon by herself and her army of purified fairies. Because it turns out, fairies being embodiments of life, and in particular, these purified ones which are juiced up to be even more so, are so flush with kegare, the Shinto concept of impurity, that they are so toxic to the moonfolk that they cannot interact whatsoever, and they have to, like, they're getting their ass kicked, is what I'm getting at. Legacy of Lunatic Kingdom is partially a game that is, like, really humbling the moon because they are not invincible.
Knock the moon down a fucking peg.
So Junko's story is actually that she's one of the older characters in the series, like 3,000 plus years old. And she, at some point, her son gets murdered, and this, like, causes the fight that she goes on with Chunga for the rest of time, basically. So she's a mom. She is actually a Touhou mom, but I don't recommend her putting on your list, and I want you to put that list in the garbage.
People keep fucking asking me to put together a list of Touhous I want to be my mom, and I get it, it's the joke, it's the meme. It's none of them, though.
Yeah, you really shouldn't want any of them. Well, okay, sorry. There is one character who is legitimately a proven good mom, and we're gonna get to her in a second.
Yippee!
I would not say Junko is.
But before we move on to more, though, it is I gotta get up and stretch time, so,
Okay.
I'm gonna flip on over to here. I'm gonna get up, I'm gonna do my stretches. I'll be back in a couple minutes. See you real soon.
Pure Fury kicks ass. Is a good ass track. But also is a good ass track. To see where one's home planet is reflected. For what's worth, Junko actually did have a husband. Don't worry. That doesn't matter, considering that she's still very strongly, like, intertwined with the next character. So Junko's allowed to be bi, if you want. It's more she cared about her son, though. Oh, no, Vanarchus. No, she despised her life with her husband. No, Sega is strongly implied to be just gay. Don't you worry about that. Listen, there's only one straight character in all of Touhou, and her name is Meira, and we stan a homophobic queen, okay? I'm pretty sure I said homophobic, but if I accidentally said homophobic, that's funny. Listen, because that did directly make the first... Her one line is proving that Reimu is just straight up into ladies from the outset, alright? Are there any male characters in Touhou? There's 3. Only one is important, though. Y'all, it's a goof. I said a goof. Don't like focus in on the goof too much. Come on. Okay, the tavern regulars from Lotus Eaters count as well. They're actually more recurring than most of them, except for Inosuke, so may as well, yeah. Are we gonna watch some silly fan animations? I didn't plan on it. I'm not fond of Lennon. It's not something I'm into at all.
Hey, I'm back.
Hello.
What's going on?
I made a joke about we stand a homophobic queen in the name of Mera, and everyone got mad at me for it.
Jesus Christ, dude. You
I was
can't
talking
just...
about... I can just say that, and you know I can.
But you shouldn't. Give me just a sec to tab back on over to the presentation. There we go.
Mm-hmm. I don't need to. I don't have to have this playing again. Let's go with Never Before Seen World Nightmares, which.
Yeah.
I love that bassy intro.
Yeah.
Oh wait, shit! I forgot to press the tangent button. Oh well, it doesn't matter.
We're no longer on a tangent.
All right, so yeah, Junko. I think I've talked enough about Junko.
Mm-hmm.
Ikadia Lapis Lazuli. It's also a real character design.
Good. Oh my god, this bitch, yeah! I seen her, I assumed she was fake.
If anyone fucking calls me out on my pronunciation of Lapis Lazuli, by the way, Lapis Lazuli and Lapis Lazuli are both acceptable pronunciations of the name of the word. Don't get on me.
Is that a thing people have gotten on you about?
Yes.
Why?
I don't know. People don't like to look up people don't like to look up pronunciation guides until they need to be proven right, I guess.
What, it's like people assuming peridot is pronounced peridot and getting mad if you pronounce it peridot? Because that's happened to me.
Yeah, despite the fact that both of them are okay.
Yep.
Anyway, there's no jokes with Junko. She's 100% serious, which is why Hikadia looks like this for levity.
Good for her.
Exists partially to end power level arguments in the series. She's the top, cut it out. She is weirdly good politics despite being from hell, which is a libertarian nightmare, which I guess I had to explain that.
What?
Yeah. Yeah, so hell is exactly what I just said. It's a libertarian nightmare. It is a place explicitly of might makes right, etc., and all that. Everyone's exploiting each other and that kind of thing. Where if you really want it the most, then you should definitely fight for it, kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Where they despise any like outside observation and stuff. Which is funny, given that hell is partially governed over by the Ministry of Right and Wrong, kind of thing, you know?
Mm-hmm.
But there's like wild hell, and then there's the the organized hell, which is the place for the punished and whatnot.
Right.
Ikadia is from the wild part. And apparently has some relation with the Ministry, but not so much as... She's referred to once as like being a higher up in it, but she's never said as such ever since.
Mm-hmm. And
Yeah.
like, her name was totally supposed to be like Hecate, right? And Clown Piece is...
Yes.
Yeah.
She is also Greek. That's the idea. Now, she's a great mom to Clown Piece.
Yippee!
Clown Piece was sent to Gensokyo because Ikadia just thinks that she would enjoy it more there and wants her to have a good time.
Girl, you gotta get out more. Have some fun.
Yeah. So, Ikadia straight up has like a big long argument about immigration with Aya at some point, and it's really good because Zun is using Ikadia as the mouthpiece to say like, hey, anti-immigration shit is the worst.
Good.
Yeah. She has 3 bodies. That's her power. It's described that maybe the 3 bodies have slightly different personalities. The the one that exists on Earth, has blue hair and has the Earth on her head. The one that lives on the moon is blonde and has the moon on her head. And then the one that exists in other worlds and hell is redhead and has that weird planet on her head.
Of course you have blue hair and world hat.
It's true. So, Ikadia is great, and she actually has like a lot of really fun, warm stuff with Junko and Clown Piece and stuff like that.
Aww.
Actually is surprisingly nice, despite the fact that she is literally the most, like, down in hell, she's probably like one of the most cruel and like overbearing people that's around. Because that's how she become, unlike every other single character in the franchise who is a divinity of some kind. Those all use the term, they've never used Megami, which is the gendered form of like God, for goddess. Hikari is not actually divine. She's, if anything, a demon.
Ah.
So she uses goddess as a vanity title.
Good for her.
Yeah.
I do love the fucking dichotomy between Junko being like, I have purified myself of all titles and all identity, and then Hikaria over here just being like, I'm calling myself God because it feels good.
Yeah.
Good for her.
Please read this title.
Alternative Facts in Eastern Utopia.
Yes, it was actually titled that.
Huh.
This is a collection of stories, articles, and ads, all presented in a way that you're reading a grifter right-wing magazine trying to sell you shit.
Fuck!
All written in universe by Aya.
In 2017.
In 2017, a book titled Alternative Facts came out. This is the tabloid.
Do you think perhaps the franchise and the author are trying to say anything? Smile.
I mean, maybe. We could say.
We have our
Alternative
top
Facts
men
is-
looking into this.
A Few is amazing. It's so good at emulating what is parody, it's mystifying. While Touhou was always at least slightly satirical and political, the book literally titled Alternative Facts is the one that goes completely ham on it.
Good fucking lord. I had no idea this even existed.
Yeah, a lot of people don't. This book is great. I need to emphasize, I love this book. It is infuriating to read at times. So remember I described that Miko is like, a traditional politician in a lot of ways, right? Mm-hmm. She has a tendency to occasionally scaremonger and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
There is, and this is, I know a lot of folks might find this in bad taste given that we're still recovering from it and all that. There is straight up an article in it where Aya edits it heavily to make the presentation that Miko is giving, which was actually just about eating healthy, to be her screaming about make humans great again.
Ooh.
That kind of thing. Yeah.
Good lord.
It went in hard. There is like no punches pulled.
Do you get it? Do you get it, reader? Do you understand?
Yeah. There is
God.
later on in it, after her discussion with Ikadia, where she kind of learned, like, she gets fucking verbally beat the shit out of.
Good.
About this. In universe, Aya doesn't actually publish this book. She doesn't. She actually pulls it, and she almost does. And when she does, she actually issues a bunch of corrections to it, where she talks about, I'm sorry, that original article, I changed things. What it actually was is she was just talking about like being careful about eating too much sugar and things like that. I'm sorry, this article over here that I redacted a bunch of things to make it look worse and all that kind of thing. And she has a bunch of apologies and then decides in the end to not publish the book.
Editor's note.
I'm sorry. I'm trying to delete this.
This is another thing that normally I wouldn't like this kind of thing, but in context, it's actually fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
In the book, there is actually a couple of pinups of the characters, which has otherwise never happened before or after. and they're of Aya herself and a couple of other like Tengu. Which is to say, she tried to sex sells this book.
Fuck!
Yeah. Which is like, also they're fucking really tame for what it's worth. Like these pinups in question, but at the same time, if you actually received this book, they're treated the same way that pinups are in a lot of like magazines in Japan, which is say they're covered in an opaque film at first, where you have to then take that off to be able to actually look at them.
Christ.
Yeah.
She's the worst. I love her.
Mm-hmm. This is, in fact, the book where it turns out that Kagero, a werewolf, is running games of reverse werewolf, where it's Spot the Human. Like, I really am not... I need to emphasize, Aya, over time, just became, like, a shockingly realistically written, like, right-wing grifter.
Uh-huh.
Like, she became that kind of journalist.
Mm-hmm.
And it is after this where she's experiencing her absolute nadir, where she starts to improve.
Good for her, I hope.
16! We're getting close to the end here.
Dang.
All right. Here it is. Pandemonic Planet is a slightly loud track in general. Released in 2017, this one has a sub-shot and sub-bomb that both rise and fall differently than normal.
Huh.
I say rise and fall like that was a natural thing to write. What the fuck? I guess this was probably when I wrote when I was like 4 in the morning. They gain and lose power differently than normal. It's neat, though it had a character problem. Which is to say, I only have one character that I'm going to touch on in Hidden Star in 4 Seasons, because there's a specific way that Zun decided to introduce characters in this one that just didn't work out very well.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, we haven't had in a while? The weather's fucked up.
We were doing so good.
Hey, it took a while for this fight to come up again. It was years.
It was years, but it wasn't years enough.
So the cast goes to investigate because the weather's messed up again. Some parts of Gensokyo are just straight up different seasons. Like the Forest of Magic is in the middle of winter, whereas the Hakure Shrine is in spring. The mountain is mostly fall, and so on and so forth.
What the?
And, yeah. So, they go to by asking people they know what's going on first, for once. It all leads to one person pulling the strings. Fun fact, Hidden Star in 4 Seasons was the first game we released on Steam, which you can easily tell from the number of Steam reviews for it compared to all the other ones.
Ha! Hell yeah.
Majority of people, when they buy the Touhou game on Steam, just don't bother leaving a review. So that while they probably all sold roughly the same, this one has like way more reviews than all the others because it's the first one that did.
Mm-hmm.
So the character problem. Zun decided that he wanted to introduce characters who everyone already knew, like in setting.
Right.
And this kind of just ended up not working. It's like they just none of them ended up being popular in any way, except for Aon. Aon doesn't count. Aon is a wonderful dog everyone loves.
Yippee!
But I don't have her covered in here because I just didn't feel like it. If I'm being
Fair.
honest. Aon is interesting. Okay, there's one thing that's interesting about Aon. Every single character in the franchise is rude or wrong, mean or anything like that at least once at some point for some reason.
Mm-hmm.
Aon doesn't have a single bad bone in her body.
Good.
She's a sweetheart.
Good.
And it's kind of weird because she's the only one.
Good for her.
Yeah. Okina Matara. There's a reason why I did that specific transition to this one.
I like her paper hat looking ass hat.
Mm-hmm. The ultimate, absolute secret god.
What the?
She's got a strong opinion of herself. the only character from 16 on here, but she's a doozy. She's the third stage of Gensokyo we meet, and she filled in some missing info on the setting.
Ooh.
She's kind of Gensokyo's sysadmin.
Ha! That's fun.
Her inspiration has so many domains that it may as well be the Dunning-Kruger god. Matarajin is the god in question, which is like... The way that she's described is the god of the back door. Don't laugh.
I wasn't going to until you told me not to, and then I thought about why.
Yeah.
Oh, she's the sysadmin, huh? What? She working on the back end?
Yes. She keeps Gensokyo running in the background, basically. And she started to get kind of annoyed that no one remembered her. Is the long and short of it.
I'm sorry, you said background. Like a butt. Yeah, that's how I feel.
All right, so.
Moving on.
Yep. So Kina is, yeah, she has also the two absolute hardest spells in the series in the form of Spring and Summer Finals and Lunatic, because she makes you really weak for those specifically.
Scary.
Anyway, Okina is inspired by Matarajin, who has a bunch of different domains, including like, the downtrodden, the unpopular, the disabled, things like that. Like a bunch of different, like the unmentionables of society kind of thing. And that's kind of like that is a big part of her character inspiration, in that she's actually depicted as a wheelchair user every now and again, kind of thing. And Zun was actually going to go all in on that, but was worried at the time that he wouldn't be able to depict it with enough, what do you call it? With enough nuance and like respect. So he backed off at the last second, but she is depicted using one every now and again.
That's good.
So, doesn't need it all the time, but does use it at times. Yeah, and she's like, she runs Gensokyo from the back a lot. She has the entire plot of this game, weirdly enough, is both announcing that she's here and also doing a job interview. Because she has two servants called Mai Taraida and Satano Nishida, who are kind of like pseudo-human, like left-hand, right-hand puppets of her.
Mm-hmm.
And she wants to replace them because she feels bad about having them be her servants for so long. Because they used to be humans. They used to be people. And she wants to replace them. And that's what the job interview part is. She doesn't actually the only person who almost seems to like give her like, okay, you would actually work as Marisa of the 4 playable characters of this one, in the form of Reimu, Marisa, Aya, and Cherno. The other 3 don't make the mark.
Cherno would be so good at it, though.
This is when Cherno got the 10 and decided she could beat Okina up, and failed.
That's why she would be so good at it, though.
Well, succeeded and failed at the same time. Everyone fails at first, and then they succeed later.
Yippee!
Well, Aya is a good shot in this game if you specifically want to be scoring, because she's actually amazing at scoring. Cherno's the one who's not very good.
Dang. Can't catch a break.
15.5, Antinomy of Common Flowers.
Flower.
What was the name of the... fuck. Damn it, I don't remember what... Alright, hold up, I'm gonna have to open up the folder for this one.
Okay.
15.5, Hyoebana. Oh, this is one of the ones that's all in Japanese, that's why. Okay. So, Antinomy of Common Flowers. The 6th and currently latest fighting game and 3rd fighting fighter.
Ooh.
This is a team fighter. You get 2 characters
Ooh.
rather than just 1. And this removed the random element from the previous one. So this is actually a completely deterministic fighting game where it is a team fighter, which, like, a lot of folks find that very fun and interesting, like me. I love Enemy.
Mm-hmm.
So the urban legend incident stuck around, and people are still finding ways to abuse powers given by it. One such way is the introduction of perfect possession, where you're taken over not just in mind, but body as well. And at a current concert, and by that I mean your body physically changes to the other person. And at a concert, people find their wallets light.
Uh-oh.
Mm-hmm. Fun fact, this is the first game to receive an English translation.
Oh.
Although it wasn't very good. An official English translation. Stick to the fan one, please.
Yippee!
It was unfortunately translated by, like, a Korean superfan who didn't know Japanese or English ultra well.
Oh no.
Yeah.
So
Oh,
it
sorry.
was a Duang situation.
A little bit, yeah.
Oh no.
John and Shion Yorigami. The most despicable and disastrous twins.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. Second, as I... There
Fucking
it is.
stylish, though.
Mm-hmm. They call themselves that. They are the most despicable and disastrous twins. The 2 of them actually figured out a shockingly difficult foil plan that had Yukari stumped for a while. And this is what recontextualized Yukari's character entirely. Like, it was the one that was like, Yukari is not as smart or impressive as she claims that she is. She's been keeping up a character, basically, the whole time.
Mm-hmm.
And these 2 used it to get rich quick and then spend it all instantly.
Fucking of course they do.
So, Joan and Shion here. Joan is the one on the Wario there, where she's got the the twin tails, the
Right.
top hat, the glasses, and all that. She is. I call these 2 frequently as goofs, Miss Shakedown and Poverty Ghost.
Right, it's that famous duo from media everyone knows, Wario and the Grudge.
Exactly. So Shion, Joan over there is a Bimbogami, which is a disaster god of some kind, right? And specifically the one that she's a god of pestilence.
Ha!
And she uses, and she does this by, siphoning up money from other people and then, spending it freely kind of thing. Do you think that there might be some subtext there?
I wonder.
Could be anything.
We have our top men looking into it.
Mm-hmm. And Shion as well, also Bimbogami, but she is a god of poverty, is the thing. And specifically, like, the spread of and just misfortune caused by and things like that. So, these 2 figured out their plan. They executed it, did a pretty good job for a while. Eventually got stumped by them using it against each of them by swapping the boundary between master and servant kind of thing for the possession. And eventually, Yukari possesses Joan, and then Shion is the only one left, kind of thing. And that's how it ends up working out.
Oops.
Shion is a character who... They're both bad. They're bad people, is what we get at. But they both improve over the course of it slightly.
Yippee!
Joan ends up going to the yokai temple to learn a little bit of humility and, to only target people that she thinks have the money to lose. Shion ends up hanging out with Tenchi and basically raised in hell. So the only reason she improves is because she gets a girlfriend.
Good for her. Love wins.
Mm-hmm. Hey, it's a pretty good improvement though. Their final story is really fun. Anatomy of Common Flowers is full of dream-like cells, and this is where Shimyomaru swaps place with their dream self, and Sumereko does as well.
Mm-hmm.
But there's actually a payoff to the one for Sumereko.
This has been going on for 6 hours? Yeah, it turns out when a franchise is nearly as old as I am, there's quite a bit to cover.
Yeah, it's 27 years old. Violet Detector.
That's what I call my eyes when I look for flowers.
Violet Detector is maybe one of the least popular games in the series, and I get it, but also, I don't think it necessarily deserves it. This is the 4th photography game. It has a different focus. So for this one, you want to make one great shot and beat the boss, not take X shots. This is more like 14.3 to an extent. The first 2 photography games are very, very popular with people who love scoring. There's like, in Violet Detector, there's not really much in the way of like figuring out great scoring. It's like you have the one great shot and that's it. So it's pretty, it's simple. It's a hard game too, but like in a different way.
Yeah.
So, the plot of this game is that following 15.5, Sumeriko is trapped in the dream world while her dream self ended up in the real world. She has recurring dreams where she fights off assailants from dream world until she eventually fights herself and swaps again. Fun fact, this game had a translation war back and forth whether to use doggy or doggo. The former one eventually.
Fucking God.
Because here's the thing, I was actually on the doggo side because Sumeriko would use that. That's what I'm getting at. Alright? I know. Listen, I personally would use, well, Puppo, actually, is what I would say. not either of those. But I would probably use Doggy if I had to use the 2 of these. But Sumeriko would use Doggo. That's my thing that I'm going to say. The Violet Detector was the cap of Sumeriko's very long and complicated story about why she's able to do the shit that she can do. First off, she actually suffers from a disease called fantasy dream disease.
Oh no.
Where she and her dream self were kind of separate beings. And specifically, she's able to swap places with physical beings while dreaming, kind of thing. Which is how she could end up in Gens Tokyo just by sleeping. And it's literally called fantasy dream disease, yes.
That's such a funny fucking name for a thing.
Yeah. It's long and complicated to describe. I actually have a Twitter thread explaining all of this, and it's like 18 posts long.
Nice.
I had to make a chart. All right, the Grimoire of Usami.
The King Crimson of Touhou. That's probably not true, but...
The Grimoire of Usami is a cast of judges review the attacks of characters from multiple angles, only for it all to collapse.
Oh, that's a cute concept.
Inspired by the cross reviews in Strange Creators of Outer World, which is like the official Touhou magazine. Which the cross reviews where characters would like in universe review other characters and things like that. And a lot of very fun character stuff popped out of this. Importantly, Reimu's fucking savage with her like judging.
Good for her.
The reason why she rates Mystia's Damaku a 9 out of 10 is because Mystia makes you go night blind, which means that she rated her 9 out of 10 and said, "Oh, thank God I didn't have to see her awful Damaku." Grimoire of Usami is very funny. Each judge is different, and the ways that they are is consistent and fun. Marisa is as fair as she was in Grimoire of Marisa, but the rest of the cast reacts very differently to the shows that the others put on. Yomu is one of the judges, and there is no guessing what Yomu is going to judge something. She is completely arbitrary.
Yippee!
Wily Beast and Weakest Creature.
I've heard that name before.
Let me go ahead and grab Wily Beast and Weakest Creatures. I have this one, right? Ah, shit. Right, I haven't been up on this as much as I could be.
That's okay.
Because I actually don't have the soundtrack for 18 or 18.5, so... So do you remember the weird resource gathering from 12 and 13? What if you merged them into one system?
Yay!
Weirdly enough, it works a lot better when you merge the two.
Let's go!
Now, some people really don't like Wily Beast and Weakest Creature very much, but... And... I get it. over time, Zuna's been making the games less for the hardcore, like, shoot 'em up player crowd. And part of that is because he's getting older and he finds that he actually literally can't beat one of these games on Lunatic from start to finish anymore.
Mm-hmm.
So they're a little bit less cohesive and whatnot. And Wily Beast and Wicked Creature in particular has terrible visibility problems, which does temper it a little bit. So this one's wild. A protagonist, Rainbow Maria Saryomu, is approached by an animal spirit and asks for help, which also allows them to get possessed. An adventure ensues while you're being manipulated into ending a gang war in Beast Realm, a realm that's adjacent to Hell, and crushing the uprising of downtrodden spirits.
Uh-oh!
Zun was earnestly concerned if he was going too dark here for this game.
Oh no! The girls have been tricked.
Yachi Akicho, matriarch of the Kiketsu family.
I like her otters.
Yeah, those are fun little guys. Let me see here. Did I update this at some point? No, I don't think I did, so I'm gonna have to play this manual style. So
Zootopia plot? What do you mean? I've never seen that movie. Is Zootopia about stopping a fucking gang war?
And gang war and also rebellion, like rebellious uprising of the downtrodden.
It is not?
All right.
Okay, what the fuck are you talking about then, Adrian?
Yachi Akicho is the actual worst person in the entire cast, no question.
Let's go!
She is basically an unrepentant slaver who got away scot-free in her first and only showing.
My fucking god.
Yes. Charismatic, but utterly repulsive. A villain in a series without real villains. It has antagonists, but not that many villains, you know?
Damn, she's bad.
Yeah, Yachie is really like a horrible, horrible person. She's a turtle dragon, a Jidiao.
Huh.
And she is the leader, like I said, on her title. She's the matriarch of the Kiketsu family, which is an animal Yakuza group.
Mm-hmm.
The Kiketsu regard all of the other... So, the way that Beast Realm works is that it is a realm without, like... It's a realm without any concept of freedom. No one has freedom. They don't have, like, neither do the people who are doing the exploiting. Because everyone is at, like... They're at... What do you call it? They're in danger of getting exploited themselves. Everyone is. So it is extremely a... it's a beast eats beast world, is the idea. And the weakest creature in Beast Realm are human spirits, because, hey, humans are animals, so they can live there.
True.
Still, just like everyone else. The Kiketsu family regards everyone in there as a potential slave, including themselves. So that's how they work and how they react to it. There are 4 Yakuza groups that rule Beast Realm. And we'll get to 3 of them, but this is one of them. One of them has not been fully revealed yet. Or probably never will be. Because the usual Zun reaction of having a group of 4 is that he will reveal 3 of the 4 and then let you fill in the blank.
Ha! That's cute.
Mm-hmm. And then Keiki Haniasashin.
I've seen her. I like her design.
The sculptor god crafted by utter isolation. Keiki seems like a hero you're fighting at first, but it's more complicated than that. Because she's uncaring about the human spirits she's saving beyond their survival, and her servants control them. 17 was just like this. So, the plot of... There's like 2 different sides of the plot of this game. And the side that is when the human spirits desperately summoned up a god to like save them from their plight, they summoned up what basically led to an AI like caretaker rebellion, where instead of having freedom in Beast Realm, they gave up their freedom to do anything to have their lives ruled by these Haniwa spirit, like idols, which are functionally robots, is what it is. And Keiki kind of does and doesn't care. She kind of only really cares about their survival because it's what she was hired to, like, something to do. So the reason that she was actually, like, really... When Keiki was summoned, she started to build these Haniwa for, like, to defend them and, like, to take over. And the thing is that because these Haniwa don't have spirits, but all of the Beast realms are only spirits, they were unstoppable. They couldn't be harmed by anything that the others were doing.
Huh.
So she was very much on the path to just taking over the entire place. So it's like, this is a story about you're assisting probably the worst people, but you're still causing in the grand scheme of everyone in Beast Realm, technically saving the entire place. It's complicated, you know?
I can see why Zun was maybe worried this would be a little too dark.
Yeah. This is the one where it's like, okay, maybe a little bit too much for the series for some people. I love it, but because I love Wild Beasts and Weakest Creatures plot, but still. Keiki Haniaskin is basically a primal. That's actually pretty fair.
I'm realizing now that the reason why this title sounds so familiar is because it sounds like the name of, like, a fucking Skrillex song.
Huh. Oh, yeah, the, something Ghosts.
I don't actually remember what it's called, but
Yeah,
it sounds like this.
It's... Yeah. The humans traded 4 oppressors for 1. That's right. That's pretty much what it was. Scary monsters and nice sprites. That's it.
Right, Wily Beasts and Weakest Creatures.
Exactly. I love Keiki's final boss theme, and her actual final boss in general has, like, the best spectacle to it, because Keiki is the only Amatsukami, which is the, or Amatsunakami, which is the, there's 2 different classes of, sort of like 3 different classes of Japanese god. There's the earthly ones and the heavenly ones. Things like Izanagi and Izanami are Matsukami, that kind of thing, right? All of the Amatsukami we have seen before are from or on the moon. Keiki is the only one so far who is not.
Huh.
But she is an important one like that. But yeah, the fight with her is really great because the spirit that's possessing you goes like, ah, fuck, we can't handle this, we gotta fucking run.
We gotta
the fight
go.
Starts with you running away. That's great.
That's fun.
Saki Kurokoma.
Cowboy!
Matriarch of the Keiga family. At least the extra boss of that game was just a meathead horse. She has the wings because she's a kind of like Pegasus themed. Her and the Keiga family are your war-loving crime family. Like, they're the ones who...
Jesus.
The way that she describes her opinions on the spirits in Beast Realm is that they're all food. Like, they're all something to be consumed. She's apparently much shorter than the energy she gives off. She does a bunch of things to make her seem taller than she is.
Awesome.
Yeah, because the Kurokoma is the kind of horse that she's based off of is actually kind of a small horse. And she's a little bit self-conscious about this. So she keeps incredible posture and she keeps her wings really spread wide to make her look like she has a much larger, like, silhouette than she does.
Just got here 6 hours? Again, this franchise is like a year younger than I am, and I'm turning 30 soon. There's a lot of ground to cover.
Yeah.
And even then, this is like... This is the abridged version.
Yeah. Saki is in fact Miko's horse. Miko's horse went to hell, apparently.
Ha!
And then became the leader of a Yakuza gang.
All horses go to hell.
Worth noting, her notable ability is that she has unmatched leg strength.
Good for her.
This one did. This one went to hell.
Therefore, all horses go to hell.
Foul Detective Satori. And at
Good
this
name.
point, I can swap over to... So this is a manga revolving around investigating one particularly persistent vengeful spirit. touches on many characters from earlier in the series, but as it's a mystery story, it's unclear exactly where it's going.
Ooh.
In sharp contrast to Lotus Eaters, this is my actual least favorite official manga.
Huh.
It was hitting a stride in the latter half of Gimokasei's run as the artist, but both the beginning of and much of the run after Akimaki Yu took over, I'm not into.
Oh, that's too bad.
Ginmokasei being the, or Jinmokasei, I'm pretty sure it's Ginmokasei, was the first artist, and she had a very, like, you know, the style on the right. This very shoujo, like, ethereal look to it.
Yeah.
I feel like in the latter half of her run, it was looking very nice and like she was getting to something, but she unfortunately is chronically ill and could not handle drawing it anymore.
That's a shame.
And then I don't like the artist who took over.
Oh no.
Yeah.
That's too bad.
It's rough. It is a Ja sound? Oh, it is Jinmokasei then. Okay.
I hope she's
Yeah,
doing
so
okay.
she's doing all right now, I think. No, it is Ga? Okay. Anyway, and for what it's worth, this is romanized by her herself. She could have chose to use a G instead for a Ja. It's allowed. Lotus Eaters. This is the other of the manga that's currently going on. These came out very close to each other because there was a time when like all of the current like manga finished at the same time, and then like after 6 months, 2 started up at the same time. So a manga revolving around Gedonte, a Mar in the human village.
Ooh.
Sort of an inverse Forbidden Scrollery. If Forbidden Scrollery was about the dangers of humans looking into the lives of yokai, Lotus Eaters is about the harmless yokai who want to look into the lives of humans.
Oh, that's fun.
Yeah. I've enjoyed Lotus Eaters a lot as it's gone on, and it's become my second favorite manga in the series, and has plenty of room to grow as it continues. It has a mysterious but lighthearted tone to it.
Oh, that does sound fun.
Miyoye Okunoda, the poster girl of Gedonte.
Oh, she's so cute.
She's the focal point, but not the protagonist of Lotus Eaters. Miyoye is a mystery, but unlike most of the mysteries, she's not enigmatic. She's just very slippery about her story and like tries to avoid telling people about it. She does this cute little jazz hands thing all the time.
Oh my god, she's
the way
wonderful.
that she like waves to people is with both hands, like held out, and
That's
things
cute.
like that.
Yeah.
She's pretty cute on what she's doing, but she's also a memory manipulator and does things like that, and she can give people like nasty dreams and things, and she does this occasionally. It's very exactly what Miyoye's like motivations aren't really that clear, but she's not really a problem either. Yeah.
She's the prankster. She'll fucking prankst you.
Unconnected Marketeers.
Ooh, this one.
Zun went really on one here somewhere, and introduced a roguelike element into this one with the ability cards, a plot point and gameplay mechanic. Reimu and Marisa find a card with Cherno's dumb mug on it and find out that it can generate cold like she does, along with having important information on it. They're heavily concerned by this, and they, and Sanae, go to confront whoever's creating and spreading them. The reason why they go off to investigate them is actually different for each character. So the thing that Reimu is actually really opposed to is the information part. She doesn't want to get doxxed.
Right.
Marisa's actually into the cards and wants to go collect them and find out what's going on with them. I think Sanae is the only one who's concerned about the whole ability part.
Uh-huh.
Oh yeah, Saki is also there. This was the first and so far only game to be released digitally first, because Comic Cat was canceled for a while.
Right, yeah, because this came out during COVID times.
It did.
I mean,
yes.
it's still fucking COVID times, but...
Yeah, but you know what? This is during, like, you know, lockdown times, specifically.
Back when governments were actually taking it seriously.
Well, when we're talking about Japan, from what I understand, they extremely weren't taking it seriously enough.
Ooh.
Yeah, they had a they had a notoriously bad reaction to it.
Uh-oh.
Tsukasa Kuramaki. The wicked white fox who whispers in ears. She appears a lot in her game, and by that, I mean that she is a mid-boss exclusive character. One of the first mid-boss exclusive characters in a long time, and she appears as a mid-boss 4 times, I think. 3 or 4, one of the 2. She thinks she's an absolutely slick manipulator playing at all sides, but isn't actually any good at it.
Oh, man.
Like, we've had plenty of characters who are slick manipulators.
Right.
Here's one who thinks she is, but isn't.
Okay, but she's slick AF with it, though, and she's the only one saying that about herself. She looks in the mirror every morning and says that to herself.
Somehow puts off the energy of a manipulative twink, but they're getting into the 2 leads of a yaoi series.
Christ. Listen, women can be twinks too if they want. It's equality. It's 2023.
All right, Queen Grimlock, you're correct. This is a Yuri series. However, there is a group in this game who strongly give off a polycule-like vibe. And specifically, they give off a girl yaoi polycule vibe instead of a Yuri one.
Just got here. Can we start over? Could someone send you notes? Just literally just
sure,
go watch the VOD. Oh, okay, we're starting over. All right.
Yeah, all right. So let's get getting back to the start is actually a pain in the ass at this point.
Just go watch the damn VOD.
Megumu Izunamaru, chief of the Crow Tengu.
I like her design.
Aya's boss and worse than she is, which says a lot. Yeah.
Uh-oh, that sets a worrying precedent.
A relatively straightforward depiction of a greedy, resource-depleting grifter, specifically.
Ah.
She is the one who is like, she's the one who's like organizing the production of the ability cards, which actually involves mining a valuable and rare like resource from a mountain, which causes some pretty significant like depletion problems as well. Carries a tripod, fitting for the info gathering Crow Tengu, but she just uses it as a bludgeon.
Jesus.
Yeah.
They invented NFTs that you have to excavate a mountain for.
Yes.
Jesus.
So, for what it's worth, the NFT commentary, probably accidental.
Really fucking funny either way.
Yeah, like the fact that this game was in development kind of like at the start of NFTs really catching on means it probably wasn't intentional, but that does work as an NFT like metaphor regardless. The only reason why it kind of doesn't in the end is because the ability cards stick around, unlike NFTs, which are dying.
Good riddance.
Momio Himamushi.
Right, she's a fucking, like a centipede or a millipede or something, isn't she?
She is in fact a centipede. She's actually an omukade, which is the giant centipede. The Onyx Dragon Eater. She's like an old school yokai, specifically. She's like, like old style. She's notably the first beast yokai we know who actively prefers her beast shape and only takes the human form out of convenience because it's a lot smaller. The omukade is described as like, it can wrap around a mountain 7.5 times. It's that big. So she takes this form to be able to fit into small things because most things are small.
I like her.
Dumbass and literally eats rocks.
Let's go! I'm interested in her a normal amount.
Not an exaggeration. Because those like gems that she's been digging up, they have the qualities of dragons because they're the rainbow dragon gems. Is the thing, right? And she eats dragons. Yeah. I'm sorry that I'm not playing the their themes here, but I just don't have them on hand as easily.
It's okay.
So, And also, Momohime, her name is actually a like shout out to Cave because Mushihime, like with Mushihime-sama and other like of the Cave shoot 'em ups.
Oh, cute.
Yeah, she Hime Mushi instead. Yeah, Momio is pretty fun.
She has wanted to eat cement since she was 6.
Probably. 17.5 Sunken Fossil World, which actually only got that subtitle when it was released on the Switch with a full English translation. It was just Goyoku Ibun before. So this is an entirely new kind of game from Twilight Frontier, sort of a boss rush side-scroller like Cuphead or Gunstar Heroes minus platforming.
Oh, neat.
Black water, which is oil, it's just oil, starts to erupt out onto the surface of Gensokyo, and Source gets tracked down into former hell. A bunch of characters make their way down there for various reasons, but primarily to figure out how to stop or exploit it in some manner.
Oral.
This game had an extremely troubled development where its main programmer was sick for much of it, which is why it took so long to make.
Oh no, that's a shame.
Yeah, this game came out like over 4 years, I want to say. It was supposed to come out earlier, and they just could not do it because it was really like rough. This is a game where Flandre is playable. Yeah,
Nice.
That's an absolute thing. Yuma Tatetsu,
Damn, that's a
matriarch
cool
of the
fucking
Gyoku
design.
Alliance. Now hold on, we'll get there in a second. So the Gyoku Alliance are another one of the Animal Yakuza groups. This is the one that's like the cult of personality around Yuma, which is kind of funny given that she doesn't like them all that much. Yeah. The single most gremlin character in the entire franchise, and I will defend that statement with my life.
Good for her.
You have to see her animations to really to get it. But she really is an absolute gremlin. Zun designed a completely unironic character in 2021 who carries a giant spork, braver than all the troops.
No fucking way. You're fucking with me.
I'm not fucking with you, it's a spork. This artist drew it as a spoon, but it is a spork.
Nature is healing.
Braver than all the troops.
My fucking god. Heroes out here.
She has a lot more going on there, but man, her design is a lot.
It's fun.
So the thing is that she can eat anything. She's a what is the term? Dauti. She's a dauti, which is a kind of it's one of the 4. Basically, like take a sheep, make it mad fucked up, and able to eat anything.
So a goat.
And yeah, but a sheep specifically. So she can eat anything, and she gains power and is influenced physically by what she eats. So she's actually very Kirby.
So she's American box art Kirby.
Yes. And what she's been doing is she's actually been eating the oil. And this oil is giving her both, it's really, really making her very greedy. I wonder if Zun writes it with subtext anymore. Makes her very powerful at the same time because it's full of energy, that kind of thing. She's so full of crude oil, yum. And on top of that, she's also able to eat other people's attacks. So like they had to really figure out how to fucking take her out.
Oh fuck.
And the solution was so Flandre is able to destroy almost anything, right? And the way that they figured out how to beat her was, all right, I'm gonna go ahead and feed her like a fruit that has the ability to blow up Yuma Totetsu. So when she eats the fruit with the ability to blow up Yuma Totetsu, she blows up Yuma Totetsu when she does it.
Try and take this power, you son of a bitch idiot. It's the bomb for killing you specifically. Don't mind if I do. Oh shit, it's the bomb for killing me specifically. They just Dodongo her.
Yeah.
It's they Dodongo her, but imagine if the entirety of the Zelda franchise made it very clear that bombs were explicitly Dodongo killers and nothing else.
Exactly. So, and after she's defeated, she actually chills out a lot. She manages to survive somehow, which is something that surprises Flan. Like, I thought you were supposed to be dead, but she is alive still. The thing is that she becomes like a different Yuma Tatetsu, who's a lot more chill and relaxed. Weirdly enough, she doesn't actually like fighting at all and tries to avoid doing so as much as possible. Yeah.
I like the idea of, yeah, I died. Now I'm just chilling, though.
So, the latest game in the franchise is 100th Black Market for 18.5. It expands on and leans heavily onto the ability card system and elaborates it on the roguelike aspects into a full game. So for this one, it's like you can get tons of cards in any given individual run, and you have like what boss or in waves of enemies you're fighting are random and stuff like that. Again, a bunch of things that make hardcore shoot 'em up players hate this game, but you know, if you're a much more casual player, you might be really into that kind of thing.
It does sound fun.
Against expectations, the ability cards continue to raise in popularity and spread, and Marisa goes off to investigate the source of this and gets more and more into the cards in general. It's a fun fact for 18 as well, but the art of the ability cards were actually done by Zun's wife.
Aww.
Which generally marks these games as the first since 9 where he got help in making them.
Aww.
And then this one, which is not out yet. This game was announced during the me making this PowerPoint to begin with.
Huh.
And the demo for it is available now.
Nice.
So this is a versus shooter, although according to Zun, the mechanics have changed significantly since the last entry 18 years ago. We only know the absolute basic plot of this one so far, as it's not out yet. Since the market's ability card stuff happened, ownership over an ancient land, in quotes, whatever that is, has come into question, and now it's unclear about what's going to happen to it. No, I don't know what they're talking about either.
Mystery.
Aside from Raymond and Marisa, this game may have an all-beast yokai cast. It's looking likely so far with some interesting choices. Like, Nazrin, Aoun, and Seiran are all playable characters in here. All three of which I didn't cover in this presentation.
They're gonna be fighting over the fucking Yakuza 0 empty lot.
Pretty much, yeah, it seems like. And this is the final slide, because we're on the generic Q&A.
Yippee!
Oh.
So first of all, how you feeling?
I mean, this took as long as I was expecting it to, or so, like about 6 hours.
Yeah. There's one character I kind of know about, and I assume she was left out for reasons of not a major player, don't worry about it.
Oh yeah, who?
I don't know her fucking name, though. She's like a drum. She's like an alive drum or something.
Oh, Raiko Horikawa. I left her out because... The reason why I left her out is because she's actually importantly part of, like, a 3-person group. Or like a 4-person group.
That group you mentioned earlier. Yeah. Okay.
So she joined up with the Prism Rivers at some point, which were a 3-person group at first, but they were lacking percussion because they were a Tsukimogami. Well, no. Those three are poltergeists, which are created spirits. It's complicated. Where one uses a synthesizer, one uses a trumpet, and one uses a violin.
Oh, that's fun.
So they're kind of lacking in percussion outside of the synthesizer. So they get a drummer, and it's Raiko, who is also like a huge diva and stuff like that.
Hell yeah, good for her. That's fun. Did I have any other questions? I guess this is more in the topic of like speculation rather than anything like concrete, but and this is 2 questions, I suppose. What sort of things do you think they're going to cover in like future entries, and then after that, what sort of things would you want them to get into?
I could not tell you what what I'm suspecting that they might have, because I could not answer that question.
Right.
Every time Zen puts out a game, it's like, this has a completely different inspiration than I thought I would have ever thought that he would use.
Okay.
But something that I would love to see is a Tengu Revolution at some point, because I feel like he's been leading it up on that a little bit. Because here's the thing about Tengu Society. They are a group that live on Yokai Mountain, who have an explicitly oppressive caste system. Every Tengu we've ever met, except for Megumu, who is on the top because she's a Dai Tengu, has expressed that they hate this system. And I could absolutely see him, and I would actually love to see him cover a game which is like about Tengu Revolution.
Hell yeah.
That, and also, he did introduce that there is a single boss of the Tengu ages ago named Tenma, who has never been ever seen. That kind of thing. And that would be a fantastic time to introduce them.
Hell yeah.
I was asked on a scale of 1 to 10 how gay is Touhou.
10.
If I'm being completely honest, it's not that high.
6.
Maybe a little bit higher than that, like 7.
7.
So, the thing is that the franchise basically is, and it's extremely difficult to argue against it being that, but at the same time, it's very rarely at the forefront, you know? It's never, like, important that the only times where it's been has been, you know, the one time when Reimu was, you know, disappointed that she wasn't getting proposed to. There's a couple of, like, you know, really, really sweet scenes between Reimu and Marisa, in Wild and Horned Hermit especially. There is the Tenshi and Shion thing, which is, like, unambiguous.
Right.
And then it's very difficult to say anything else about the Hebrew Club characters other than that, my god, these bitches gay.
Good for them. Good for them.
Good for them.
And I mean, like, that tracks. It's not really a romance. The series isn't really about romance.
Yeah. There has been, like... It's pretty romanceless overall, if I'm being honest. And the thing is that while there is, like, little bits and pieces of it that there is, it's like that. Now, here's the thing. I say all of that, that does not mean that it's not a, like, important piece of lesbian media.
Right.
Because Zun would have to be the fucking blindest person on Earth to not realize that that is what he's making. The thing is that he's just making it like he's always made it, you know?
I think it would be very difficult to somehow convincingly argue that Touhou wasn't, or at the very least couldn't be, read as Yuri. Like...
Yeah, no. For what it's worth, he's also he's never said anything like saying you shouldn't.
Right.
He's completely fine with it.
Right.
And Zun is notoriously actually like a really, really swell-minded guy.
Hell yeah.
Who, when he was on a fucking, like, a radio show once, and another person on the radio show started making, like, homophobic jokes, he actually, like, put the guy down and was like, hey, dude, don't fucking do that. Like, that's not under any, like, that's not in any good taste.
Let's go.
Yeah, he's a swell guy, like, consistently, from what we can tell. And there's that, the whole, like, the politics that he writes into the series, that kind of thing. Like, it's clear and obvious. He's also, which is a weird, wild thing to say, he's actually pro-weed legalization in Japan, which is a wild thing. That's not something that anyone admits to being.
Are there any trans characters in Touhou? Yes, we covered her.
Yes. Well, we covered one. Like, the thing is that there's also a bunch who are, like, very, very easily interpretable as such. Like Marisa, actually.
Hell yeah, good for her.
Because Marisa's name is, like, combined from a bunch of particles that very much are not natural name like things. Her last name, Kirisame, is, but her first name, Marisa. The ma in there is the same one that's in Maho, like, for magic, and specifically, like, black magic.
Cute.
That kind of thing. And it has extremely strong I named myself vibes.
Good for
you know?
her.
That, and she's also like completely estranged from her family. And decided to go practice magic in the woods.
As you do.
Like, Marisa's very easily as such. There's a bunch you can. It's like the only one who it's actually hard to argue against is Miko, is the idea. So basically, as many of them as you want them to be.
Yippee!
Speaking of drugs, can we talk about the Reimu smoking his opium Zun art? I was actually thinking of putting that up at some point, but I decided against it. There is the one time Zun just drew Reimu smoking opium.
It's good for her, I think.
Also, like the witch aesthetics on Marisa, she actively pursues those. She doesn't have to. She doesn't need to at all. She does it because she wants to be known as a witch. And weirdly enough, she actually consistently corrects people to, whenever they say hero to heroine.
Aw. Good
Yeah.
for her. I always think it's fun when there's like, I don't really know how to word this, and it's almost 1 a.m. and my brain is a little bit checked out. But like, I don't know. I always think it's neat when like there's a character where like there's definitely enough there that you can very easily read into it as like, oh yeah, this character is completely a fucking allegory for being transgender.
Yeah, and like, listen, the one for Miko, it's so fucking strong that there is literally a scene in one of Sanae's endings where she looks up a history book and finds a portrait of Prince Retaku. Is like, this beauty guy is the guy I just met earlier? Huh. That's wild.
This is a bit of a tangent. I've been watching The Owl House, which is was a Disney cartoon that got cut short, and they had to fucking abridge like the second and final seasons kind of thing, which is a damn shame. I quite like what I've seen of it so far.
If I remember right, they were promised basically 3 seasons, and then the 3rd season was cut down to like 3 episodes instead.
The 3rd season was, you have to make 3 special episodes now, and each one's like double length, basically.
Yeah.
So it was essentially, season 3 is now more or less 6 episodes, but condensed into 3.
Yeah.
There's one character I really like, and I'm too fucking tired to go into details or nothing, but there's one character I like named V, and she really does feel kind of like an allegory for being a trans woman, and I think that's charming.
I think I put down the... Oh, wait, is that not visible because it's getting... Oh, it's getting covered up by the captions. There is an artist credit for all of the art on this, on the tangent screen. This is all Zonase. Unfortunately, it's covered up by the captions, but that is there. If you look up Zonase, which is... Hold on. You'll find it.
There you go.
I talked earlier about Zonase being actually a fantastic doujin manga artist, but I would not recommend someone popping in new style. Zonase is very, very fond of exploring the yokai philosophy angles of Touhou, and part of that is a lot of just bold-faced acceptances that they straight up eat people. Like, that's part of their life.
Scary.
Yes.
Oh fuck. The ads are about to happen, and I can't snooze it any longer or nothing. So sorry if the next couple minutes of Q&As you don't get to hear it because of advertisements, but the Twitch machine wants me to do this. Unfortunately. It is what it is. But the VOD will certainly be there. Hang on, I gotta. There you go. But do anyone else got any other questions or not?
Yeah, I could take from anyone if you want to. Like, basically this segment can go as long as you want it to.
Oh, I got a fucking question, actually.
Yeah?
What the fuck was the, fandom drama that you mentioned a while ago involving Touhou and what the fuck was it called?
Thing. Okay.
Is Kantai Collection the boat one or the horse one?
It's the boat one.
Okay.
So the horse one is Uma Musume, which comes about way later.
Okay.
So, here's the thing about Touhou, is that there are a lot of shitty nerds who love it too.
Right.
Obviously.
Right.
It's a bunch of, anthropomorphized yokai and stuff who are all cute girls. Obviously, there'd be a bunch of shitty folks who love it too. Now, here's the thing.
Don't you fucking Holly please me in my own goddamn chat room. Go to hell.
The thing is that the actual canon content for Touhou tries its absolute best to not cater to those people when you get down to it, right? Mm-hmm. The one time that there is a bit of like I said, the one time there's anything like a pinup in the franchise is specifically as a character thing for Aya to show how fucking low she's gone. Right? The fact that the series is otherwise so unbelievably chaste is actually a thing that in the end, the moment that there was an alternative in the form of the Boat Girls, which has the fucking one who is literally just wearing a thong, like a high-rise thong, as one of the main characters of it, right? The fact that those showed up, a bunch of people who were, clinging to Touhou purely because of the all-girl cast, jumped ship, literally.
Ah.
And this has happened repeatedly over time, where okay, then FGO did the same thing. Then Azur Lane did the same thing, so on and so forth. There's always just a slight siphoning away from Touhou for that.
Dude, what if there was a series that also had women in it, but it was horny? Oh!
Fundamentally, that's the only way I can really describe why these schisms end up happening, because a lot of them are just people posting what was at the time and actually still is fan art of the tag on Pixiv that has the single highest number of entries.
Mm-hmm.
There's over 2 million pieces of Touhou fan art on Pixiv.
That doesn't surprise me, but that is still a big number.
2 million. It's huge. It's impossible to go through all of it.
It will be huger.
Yeah. So, because of the constant resistance that is put forth by the series itself, it's very easy to lose the people who, in the end, they don't give a shit about.
Right.
Or the series doesn't actually care about, because they're not the target audience.
They're just here because they heard, oh fuck, there's a woman, I can look at women?
Mm-hmm.
And that's kind of, God, this is maybe mean of me to say, but man, that's pathetic.
It is, yeah. It has always been pathetic to me. And on the other hand, there is also actually the alternative, which is other ladies doing the same thing about the series, but that's different when you get down to it.
Yeah.
Because they're not. That's more of a, I don't know. It's hard to explain. You know what I mean? What are my thoughts on Chimada specifically? So Chimada is not as interesting to me as the other three that I showed from Unconnected Marketeers, because but at the same time, she's still relatively interesting. I can't say that she's not, It's, I don't know. I don't have nearly as strong opinions on Shimada as the other three. The thing is that she's the one who she's the one who gives power to the ability cards, because they are part of exchanging of services. She's the god of the unowned, determines exchange of ownership of things.
Don't think we're better because we aren't horny is something Touhou purposefully pushes. I mean, I think it's... I don't know. I mean, I think part of the reason why they do that is because kids are into it,
Yeah, it has a complete from top to bottom. It's supposed to be multi generational appeal at this point.
Right.
Yeah.
It's not the fucking franchise where the people making it going sexuality is bad. It's fucking Zun going, kids like this. Oh fuck. To some extent, at least. It's just also not really a story about sex or romance again. It's not.
Isn't there a Touhou anime?
It's not really what I'm talking about,
There is no official Touhou anime. There's a couple of fan-made ones, which is actually wild to say.
Wild.
I don't really like any of them, though. There's 3 I could name off the top of my head. Midsummer Night's Dream is it's okay. It's the one that's the best of them, I guess, but I'm still not very fond of it. Then there's something of Gensokyo. I actually don't remember its full name right now. Unfortunately, it's drawn by a chud, and the the art is good, but at the same time, I don't like the way that it's paced or anything like that.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's the technically Hifu Club one that was Chinese made. Unfortunately, that one has gigantic drama behind its production, and unfortunately, it's really boring.
Ha!
sealed esoteric history. That's what that one is.
No, I didn't think you were Juniper Theory. It's just, again, it's not really what we're talking about. I suppose. You know?
Are there any fan projects that I do really like? Did we get my favorite character? That's Miko. Fan projects that I do really like. I'm very just official content heavy and forward. I do really like Gensokyo of Humans by Ishiyama, and I am really enjoying The Magician Who Loved the Fake by the same artist.
Nice.
I like a lot of Zanasei's Dojins and stuff like that. Achire by Karagetaro is fantastic. I like a lot of the music, but in the end, fundamentally, the things I like most are all the official stuff.
Is the Izakaya game an official one? I don't remember.
No,
Okay.
it's not. It is just a very well-made fan game.
Hell yeah.
I don't even own Skydrift, so I wouldn't challenge anyone to it.
Neither do I.
I would say the character with the best hat is Tenchi with the peach on it.
Character with the best hat is Marisa.
That's fair. It is a very large witch hat.
It's a really big hat, and that's good.
Thoughts on Komajo Densetsu? I think Komajo Densetsu has really terrible level design.
Ha!
Like, actively really bad.
Awesome.
Oh yeah, Three Fairies Hop and Flap and Adventure is really good. It's a cute RPG starring the Three Fairies.
That's a really fucking good name.
If you enjoy the Gambit system from Final Fantasy XII, it's like that, except way expanded on.
Oh.
Where you could just program fights.
I thought you were gonna say the Gambit system from Destiny 2, and I got really scared for a second.
Savaria, that is in that is in the presentation already. It's near the start. You can find it if you start, watch it from the beginning.
Mm-hmm. Hollow Song of Birds.
Hollow Song of Birds is a fan-made shoot 'em up that's done kind of in the style of the official games, and from what I've heard, it's quite good. There's a bunch of those. The one I actively do not like and recommend people never check out is Concealed the Conclusion, which a lot of people are really into. CTC. Fucking CTC I actively dislike, and partially because it's not that very good of a game. It's weirdly ultra grim dark, and third, at the time of when that came out, there was a lot of confusion about whether or not it was an official game or not, because that was just like, listen, way back in the day when people talked about this series on fucking dedicated image boards, like if there's anyone out there who has the neurons that I'm about to just activate and then send you into a death spiral of remembering how bad it was, of Pushelmer, back in the day when the people were talking about it on that kind of shit.
I don't know what that is.
CTC, that's good. Don't. CTC was one of those kinds of. It was one of those kinds of fucking. It was presented in a very similar way, and the only reason why it got any significant popularity is because, like, the first. Sorry.
Bless you.
It was the first fan translated fan game, basically. It's nothing remarkable, and it's not any good, and I still hold a strong, dislike for it.
Are there any Touhou games that are like Destiny 2 Gambit? Well, are there any Touhou games where you're largely playing a player versus computer experience where you can somehow attack the other player during that?
No.
Then no. The Drifter
Well,
will...
no, wait, hold on. I guess technically the versus shooters do let you do that.
Then yes. The Drifter will be in the next versus shooter. He's gonna be flipping his damn coin.
19. Yeah, 19 is the one that's most like Destiny, I guess.
He's gonna be flipping his damn coin, and he's gonna look at it and he's gonna go, "Ooh, Cherno, bring a sword," and you have to kill Cherno. And if you don't bank enough motes of fairies quick enough, then the other team's gonna kill Cherno before you can.
in peace.
Fucking, if Destiny 2 can announce an official collaboration with some other fucking dime a dozen gacha game whose name I don't remember because I don't give a shit, they can announce a collaboration with Touhou.
Hold on, what is the most obscure game song that I have on tap? I actually do have an answer for this.
Nice.
Let me see if I can track this down. So it's in blue. I would say. So Zun did, in fact, return to the FM synth once for Silent Sinner and Blue. For Yokai Space Travel.
Fuck yeah.
Probably the single most obscure one is Lunatic Blue from this like small there's a very, very small like CD release with 3 songs on it that were all in this style. And Lunatic Blue is probably the single most obscure one. Now, with that in mind, there is also an incredibly dope remix for it for one of the Genso Wanderer games.
Arknights? I don't know what that is, so I'm going to assume you're correct. I don't pay a single goddamn fuck of attention to gacha games on principle. If you could put any Touhou character into Overwatch, would you rather be invisible or have super strength? Neither, if that's the price to pay.
So yeah, here's that remix I was talking about. Actually, there is something to bring up with Arknights, believe it or not. Every single the main director of Arknights and most of the artists on Arknights are former Touhou fan artists.
Ha! Wild.
And in fact, if you've ever seen the character Hoshiguma from that, weird, that name right there, 1000% and very obviously inspired by Yuki. I personally wouldn't want to cosplay any Touhou characters myself.
Marisa.
That's also fair.
She's a cute dress and a big hat. I could pull that off. I mean, I would have to fucking make it or have someone make it for me, but I'm not gonna pull off wearing it.
Alright, let's see what else we got.
I saw people talking about a Touhou gacha game. I think that exists, but I'm also pretty sure it's
There are
not at all official.
3, soon to be 4, but none of them are official.
Ha! Christ.
So Cannonball was the first one. That one died within a year. That one died within a year because it was incredibly high production cost for something that had the gacha kind of stapled onto it for no reason. Then there's and it was also weirdly explicitly targeting kids, which was also really rough. Yeah.
It was 100% orange juice? That game rules! Why would you put a fucking gacha on orange juice?
So the second one was Lost Word, and that one's actually still going. That's the successful one of the 3. Which Lost Word is what it is. It's a gacha game, and I kind of hate it that it exists in the first place.
Yeah.
The third one is Danmaku Kagura. That one also has shuttered. Specifically, that one shuttered as a gacha game. And here's the thing about Dankagu. Dankagu was actually very popular, but it was also another one where like they were spending so much money and so much budget and time and effort on making the presentation as good as possible, and it's a rhythm game. Now, the gacha part of it was also very much tacked onto it, kind of for no reason, aside from needing it to make money. And when it finally went under, they announced that, okay, we're gonna release this as a non-gacha on Steam. This is a thing you can do, right?
Nice.
And when it did that, Zun talked to the people involved, like, why the fuck didn't you just do that in the first place?
Oh, brother.
Yeah. For what it's worth, well, Zun has apparently just allowed them to exist and get made because he's just that permissive with the franchise. It does not seem like he likes them.
Yeah.
He does not like that they exist.
Yeah. Like, it's... I can understand not wanting to, like, set the precedent of, like, you know, like, oh no, I don't want to poo-poo, like, any creator trying to, like, make a thing in the project unless they're, like, a big fucking corporation specifically type of thing, because, like, that... I can understand worrying about that, like, setting, like, dangerous precedent or whatever, but also it's like, man, I certainly wouldn't fucking blame him if he just put a no fucking gotcha rule in there or something.
Mm-hmm.
If I ever make something that ends up like that, I'd certainly put a no fucking gotcha rule.
Yeah, so... And then there is a fourth one coming out, which is really disappointing.
Damn.
Specifically because the ones making it are Cave.
Huh.
As in the famous shoot 'em up developer.
Yeah.
The thing is that modern Cave is not the same as old Cave, where they used to just make those. They've been making phone gotcha, shovelware shit for ages now.
I mean, yeah,
And-
that's just about any developer, what's been going on for years and years. Just management changes, and employees change, and priorities change, so it's like...
Yeah,
Nothing's ever the same as it was.
There was a, like, last-ditch held-out hope of, like, oh, dang, they might just make this just to shoot 'em up, and we hope that it is, because it's, like, them paying homage to a different other Nope. It's the same as what they've been doing. Yeah, it's unfortunate.
That is a shame.
So, only one, soon to be two, actually still exist, thankfully.
Really good fucking message in chat from Medibot. If I wanted to put money into my computer to make a Touhou JPEG appear, I'd just submit a scam commission.
Completely accurate.
Really good
right.
post.
I've only ever commissioned one piece of art, and it was actually specifically to support Ginmokuse after
yeah.
something went down, and I did give her 40,000 yen.
Hell yeah.
That's the only time I've ever done it.
I fucking wish... This is only kind of related. I fucking wish that I ever knew ideas for things I would want to commission, because I never have a goddamn idea of what I would like a person to make for me.
Yeah, same. My problem is that my first instinct is almost always, I could just make it myself.
I mean, I know I certainly couldn't, but the other problem then is like, okay, well, someone else can make it for me. What the fuck would I want them to make?
Yeah, Sun Machine, you signing up for it and like doing it as to make money, unfortunately, is Japan only.
Dang.
You can submit from anywhere in the world almost, but unfortunately, actually making money on it is Japanese account holders only.
Is shit still going? I mean, it technically ended a bit ago. We're just in the hanging out, talking whatever period of the stream.
I don't think that there's any individual work that's actually playable that I missed, or anything like playable or readable or anything like that I missed, except for Dolls in Pseudo Paradise, which I only skipped because I did every other one of the music CDs, and it felt weird to have 1, then 2 through 10, you know, as all is the same thing.
Dolls in
guess
Pseudo Paradise, you could abbreviate that to DIP.
It's true, we do.
DIP.
Dip. There is one thing. Almost everything is just readable on the wiki. And that's actually how I've read almost everything. With a couple of exceptions.
Nice.
Like, you can just read them on the Touhou wiki. And if it's a game, you probably want to do the Touhou crap wiki instead, the one that's the automatic patcher.
Dip fans are called dipshits? Don't call them that! Mean!
Could you ask my take on the connections between Mary and Yukari? I'm curious. I didn't even bring that up. That's right.
Oh?
So, remember when I did the Hibou Club stuff, there was the picture of Yukari and, like, these two are related? So, Mary Hearn there is a very ambiguous but there and extant connection between her and Yukari. and part of them are, all of it is like dependent on the author, Lafcadio Hearn. So Lafcadio Hearn was a Irish Greek author that ended up later in his life moving to Japan, and actually getting married in Japan and changing his name and all that and becoming a naturalized citizen and everything. From Lafcadio Hearn to Koizumi Yakumo. And Yukari Yakumo's full name is, what it is. So, there is a very ambiguous but extant connection between the two that Zun has confirmed. That's like in response to the question of what's the connection. It's like, there was once a man named Lafcadio Hearn, and just left it at that. And it's deliberately very unclear about what that connection is, because I think Zun wants people to fill in the blanks themselves. And people have tons and tons and tons of, like, ideas about that. Like, what is their connection? What is going on? They've even got relatively similar abilities and sort of thing. And it's like, does Mary become Yukari and then travel back to the past or something? Is Mary, like, related to Yukari? It's unclear.
I like that, personally, as someone who has been put into a position sometimes where people will ask me, like, hey, this thing you worked on or this thing you made, what are the connections here? And it's fun just going like, there are connections! Smile. Won't elaborate. It's more fun that way.
It's rude to say Parsi doesn't matter. I didn't skip over them because they don't matter. Anything between Renko and Sumreiko, they appear to be distant relatives of some kind. Distant via generational stuff. She's probably like Renko's great aunt or something.
The gaps between canon are fun to explore in fanon works. Right, exactly. Like,
Remember I described that every time he does a quartet, he always leaves one of them blank?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know, it's fucking fun to just be like, well, you know, if stuff is like explicit or textual, it's there because I feel like it needed to be for the story I was trying to tell. Anything else, you don't gotta get that from me. You've already got ideas about that.
Have I ever written any Touhou fan fiction? I've only done like 2 pieces of Touhou fan art.
You've got the questions, and the questions are already the answers, you know?
Yeah, the answer is no, for what it's worth. And what are my thoughts on your absolute favorite Touhou, Futo? What's worth, I actually personally really hate Touhou. I hate whenever anyone does that. It has always been a weird bugbear for me specifically. Ugh, anyway. What is weird about your absolute favorite Touhou, Futo? I think Futo is great. Futo is Miko's, like, right-hand gremlin, is the way I'd put her. She is a... Alright, you know it's something very, very funny?
Clowns.
That's pretty funny, but not that kind of funny. I'm talking about someone who... Take old Shakespearean English and then make it come out of a truly, just completely head-empty dumbass. This is where "let us wager our balls and fight" comes from. This character, yeah.
Awesome. What's a Fumo? Isn't that just like a plush toy?
It is, yeah. The Fumo. Fumo, which I believe is actually supposed to be Fumofu. Like Fumofu or something like that. They are a kind of... They're all handmade plushies that like a small group makes, and they're very, very popular, and there's shitloads of like imitators and things like that. They're made short run style and everything. I own one of Miko, and that's it. I have her ride my Dodogama plush.
Hell yeah. Miko and Dodogama would be friends, I think.
Probably not. Miko is not that kind of person.
I think it would work out. Do you watch silly Touhou Fumo vids? No? I didn't know that was a thing.
I'll watch one person who does them. Yumemi she's pretty fun.
The only videos I really watch, aside from streams, are like videos about gardening and cooking. Sometimes stuff about a game I'm playing.
Can you still try to be a Touhou fan if you don't like beer, or will Zun try to end you for this crime?
You can't do it.
Zun wrote an entire chapter of I believe it was Wild and Horn Hermit, which is about how being alcohol harassed into drinking when you don't want to is a bad thing.
Hell yeah.
So no, he loves beer, but he would never force it on anyone.
He loves beer, but you're not him.
Mm-hmm.
You're you. You love whatever the fuck you want it. Love wins.
Yeah.
Except
Got any favorite old school fan Touhou animations? Oh, the old school ones, huh? It's been a while since I last saw any of the old school ones. I like all of the Iosis shit.
Are you?
I'm gonna
beer?
be honest and say no.
What do you mean? Are you the beer? You're a person. You're a human. You're typing in my chat room. Beer don't do that. Beer get on the keyboard and make it broken. Different. What are some other works people who like Touhou might like?
I've said the words Discworld 5 million times in this chat, in this like presentation, so go read some Discworld, buddy.
Discworld. The inordinate number of lesbians I know that enjoy Touhou lead me to believe you'd probably also get a kick out of Symphogear and Review Starlight. Those are two anime.
Have I heard of Walfus? Get out of here with this. You think that I haven't heard of that shit? I've been a fan of this series since 2007. I fucking remember when Wolfie was making that shit to begin with.
Oh, fucking also, yeah, message in chat made me realize, if you like shoot 'em ups and you like a cool cast of women with very cool designs and interesting boss fights and music and stuff, go fucking play Zero Ranger. Get on that shit. Zero Ranger fucking owns.
The funny thing about Zero Ranger is there was actually a time when I was really into Fraxi a long time ago. And my favorite creator from Fraxi is actually the one who made Zero Ranger.
Hell yeah.
Like from way back in the day.
One of these fucking days I'll actually get around to beating Zero Ranger and maybe I'll stream it. I don't know. I like that game a lot. Never did much in it, but I watched other folks play it and I had a real kick out of it. That game's cool. What other cool shmups are out there? I'm feeling extremely like an old woman by saying this, but like, you guys ever heard of Ikaruga?
I was about to actually say what Rusty Iron Pole said. Monolith is very good.
Oh, Monolith is also fucking great, yeah.
Does Marisa still have a fat snake? But by the way, Touhou does not have a capital H in it. It's just Touhou, one word. That's it. There's no capitalization of anything. Anyway, what was I about to say? Does she have still the fat snake? As far as we know, she still has the Tsuchinoko. Yes, she does have a pet Tsuchinoko.
You can't just ask a woman that. Go to hell. Tsuchinoko real, though.
The artist for Hakame and Mikuchi actually started out making Touhou doujins. Which I'm sure is not surprising to anyone, given that Hakame and Mikuchi are pretty much just Raymond Marisa. Like, just Raymond Marisa, flat out.
Which one is Hakame and Mikuchi again? Because that sounds really familiar.
It's the Tiny Little Life in the Woods. The one.
Oh,
about
that
the tiny
one!
ones.
I've had so many people tell me that one's so fucking good. I gotta read that someday. Pokemon Snap is a photography game.
True, but you're not shooting bullets.
Well, you're shooting apples.
Yeah.
It's kind of the same.
Similar enough. And Apple Girlington is right there.
A bomb can blow up on you, but all of the main characters that aren't beasts are men, so it's not quite the same.
Yeah, it's not. That doesn't fit in.
Maybe it's not quite where it needs to be.
I think we're probably winding down here.
Yeah. This has been real fun.
Congratulations! You now have a overview of every single piece of the franchise. You can jump in whenever you want now.
Yippee! I was already planning on playing Luna Nights eventually, and like the Izakaya game looks like it'd be something I'd really get a kick out of. And like I've always had like an interest in shmups, but I've never actually gotten around to playing any of the Touhou games. Now that I think about it, I should do that someday.
There has not been any official interaction between Tsukasa Kunmaki and Yakima Ran. Tsukasa has existed for only a little bit, and Ran almost never appears to begin with.
Presentation was awesome. Hey, hell yeah.
Thank you.
I think it was too.
I appreciate that.
Yippee!
It's I did, like I said, I produced it over 5 months, so most of the time I produced it over 5 months, only working on it like 5 minutes at a time, but still.
Hell yeah. I mean, that's how it is. I've been like fucking plucking away at a presentation I want to do on and off for like the past couple of years, and like because I'm a weird fucking perfectionist about it, a couple of times I've just like torn it all down and started from scratch more or less.
I definitely did that once here.
Yeah. And then, you know, some days it's like, oh, I do a bunch of work on this, and then some days it's like, oh, I've done maybe 2 to 3 minutes, if anything. So like I get it. I understand.
It's like I frequently only did like there was a couple of days in there where I was doing like filling out the character ones where I had, you know, the 3 bits each. I was like, all right, great. I did work on it this day. I got 1 line out of 3 of these. And then, you know, another day, I made 40 of these slides and I got them all done.
Yippee! I am like fucking dreading, now that I think about it more, how long the thing that I'm making is, because like I'm making a presentation about Bionicle, and it's not just, oh, here's the story. I want to go into detail about like the toys and like the making of like them and like real world stuff revolving around it, things like that, going into the context of like why and how this was made, not just what it was. And that's it gets in depth when I can find the information to be in depth about. And like sometimes it's lacking. And then sometimes it's like, oh, okay, here's a bunch. Oh god, do I actually want to make a 3-hour tangent about this? It's been a learning experience putting it together, and I've kind of accepted it's definitely going to be a multi-part thing.
Yeah. Also, Venicus, you mean
PowerPoint!
which I do have on hand.
What the fuck is that?
Alright, so first I have to explain Kaiji.
Did Bionicle suffer from gold plastic syndrome? Not quite, but for folks who don't know, gold plastic syndrome, from what I'm remembering, was like an issue with a bunch of Transformers, right? Where like
Yes.
there was like a specific.
Also, I'm just gonna.
Sorry, go ahead.
While this is going on, I just realized I could swap over to my actual favorite music group right now if I wanted to, and I'm gonna go ahead and do that, and I'm gonna play one of my favorite tracks in it to begin with.
Hell yeah. Right, if people remember the fucking Randy video we watched a while ago, where he picked up Randy and crushed him in his hand, and he was just completely destroyed that toy. There was like a specific type of gold plastic they were using that was just extremely fragile and brittle, and did not hold up together well at all for not even rough play, for any amount of play. It would just shatter. Randy was destroyed, atomized. Bionicle
Randy
didn't.
sucks.
Randy sucks hellacious ass, and he deserved to die. For any fans watching, I'm talking about a damn toy, not a real person. Bionicle had an issue a couple of years with a couple of, like, series, I suppose, is the word you would use for that, and, like, sets in those series, where, I think it was a mix of, like, the specific color of the plastic and also the specific, like, mold they were using for, like, the ball joints, where, if you, like, were a little rough with the ball joints, or if you, like, removed the socket from the ball and reattached it too many times, it would just shatter. It would just explode. You would just straight up, like, it would be rendered unusable because it would no longer, have the tension it would need to, like, sock it onto a ball and stay there. It wasn't just the lime green ones. It was not just the lime green ones. It was also bright yellow-orange, all the way up into, like, what the fuck was it called? Fantoka and Mystica. Because I have, Toa Inaika, the Toa of Life. I have him. He's my boy. I love him. Those joints are so fucking fragile. So many of them have cracks. One of them literally shattered, but is still barely holding on. I have to be so gentle with my boy if I ever want to pose him or play with him.
I see. I used to own Bionicles, but at some point, I owned actually a lot of Legos and Bionicles and stuff, but at some point, when I hadn't used them for ages and they were, like, put away in a shed, my parents did sell them at a yard sale.
Oh, that's too bad. I've like made it explicitly clear with my parents, like, hey, if it ever happens where, like, you've got to clear out stuff and you've got to get rid of some of my old stuff, and, like, you know for a damn fact I'm not really doing anything with it, that's fine. That's okay. I understand. Do not do that with any of my Lego, please. I want to save that.
Yeah. Especially since, like, in the modern day, I probably actually would have sold them at some point. Thing is, I could have gotten a way better price for them. That was a lot of Legos, and Legos are worth a lot.
Yeah. I don't think I ever want to sell mine. I think if I don't want to keep them for myself, I would want to give them to, like, a grandkid or, like, a friend's kid or something like that.
Yeah, that's completely fair, too. Now that I have nieces, I've been thinking of doing the same thing. Well, I would have been thinking of doing the same thing, but unfortunately I can't. And actually, I would, I've been waiting on getting one of my nieces' Legos because, unfortunately, the other one is, like, 1.5, 2 at this point. And that's, like, still within the Lego danger range, you know? Just wait until she's, like, at least 3.
There's a reason on some of those older instruction books they would say 4 to 99.
Yeah. I mean, it's accurate. Everyone can enjoy Legos after they're, like, of age to not put them in your mouth.
True.
Okay, sorry. Let me correct myself. To put them in your mouth safely.
Right.
Yeah.
The instant you make it to 100, the instant you're a centenarian, the plastic starts emitting harmful chemicals that dissolve your skin.
Yeah.
So
it's not that you can't play them anymore, it's that they will kill you.
Safety concern. You have to have someone play with them for you.
Yes.
It's so scary, and it's so true, and I've never said a lie ever on stream. Never, ever, never done it.
This is Lost in Lies in Reality by Felt, by the way, specifically. I fucking love this track so goddamn much.
Hell yeah. Putting on your hazmat suit to play with Bionicle? Damn, I didn't know we had a 100-year-old stream viewer. That's awesome.
Nice.
The first and only centenarian on Twitch.
A fight between Yukari and Akagi? Akagi's just a kid, so Yukari wins the fight. But if it was a, like, challenge of wit and create, like, and a gambling thing, probably Akagi. I would give Akagi would win the gambling.
Bugs Bunny.
Bugs Bunny would also definitely win, yes.
Damn. Is the TTS turned off for the stream? Yeah, I turned it off just a while ago just because, like, I didn't want to be fighting over, like, telling Doc, like, hey, you gotta hush up, or telling people donating, like, hey, don't do that while we're talking, kind of thing. So I just muted him. But then also, the alerts just stopped. In general, which was weird, and I think I saw someone talking about how that happened on Wayne's stream as well. When he was streaming earlier, then he raided us, and there was no alert for that at all. So I think maybe just something on the back end for, like, the alerts is a little fucked right now.
Yeah, that happens sometimes.
It does.
I remember days where Streamlabs just flat out started to just die.
Yup.
That happens with Stream Elements I use now pretty frequently too. Which I'm very glad I swapped over to Stream Elements, not necessarily because of the things with Streamlabs, but rather, man, they were actually prompt on getting me a 1099 for my taxes. Like, they actually got that shit to me, and it was right.
Damn, wild.
I never received an accurate 1099 from Streamlabs, not even once.
We don't really get tax forms from any of these middlemen, or from PayPal in Canada. We gotta do it all manually. Yeah,
that's rough. That's one thing that's nice about living in my state specifically, because my state specifically, so with PayPal normally it's like you have to make like $20,000 normally to get a tax form from them. It's ridiculous. In Massachusetts, the minimum number to get a tax form from any service is $600. So it's way, way easier for us to get them.
Every year I file my goddamn taxes and pray that I haven't done something so egregiously wrong that the CRA would ding me or something.
Oh, I actually have a fun game I've done before. So, just to really elaborate the fact that I am a huge-ass fucking nerd who knows this shit. If you were to say a number from 6 to probably 17, maybe some 18, and then like from 1 to 6 or EX, naming game then stage, I could almost certainly tell you both the character who is the boss of that stage and their theme, just off of the stage alone by a number.
For centuries,
and if someone were to want to do that, they could do that at any time. Like, I will just answer that. There's also, there's a fucking fantastic
superstition.
There's a fantastic
it's a hostel inhabited by the strangest creeps. Others that it serves as a dangerous outhouse. Legend has it that the only hope of ever getting out of there is a mask that every deep-sea cucumber has been craving for years.
It is surprisingly hard.
Everyone is prepared to fuck for and risk their life to possess. But the only way of ever finding out is to fuck around and find out. Bionicle presents the annual Bionicle Buffet, a 3-day event featuring an all-you-can-eat smorgasbord of pies and pastries and pizza and grilled salmon and mussel crabs and dumplings and cakes and sandwiches and protodermis and stuffed peppers and mutton and brisket and rusty nails and coins and disc launchers and meatballs and fresh squeezed lemonade and lithium
Wait, I just
batteries.
realized I could fucking screen share this to you. Hang on. I was accidentally leaving you out of something, and I forgot you couldn't see or hear this. Okay, here you go. I got the Discord side stream up. You can see it now.
For centuries, the bottom of 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 the deepest seas have been shrouded in mystica and superstition. Some say it's a hostel inhabited by the strangest creeps. Others that it serves as a dangerous outhouse. Legend has it that the only hope of ever getting out of there is a mask that every deep-sea cucumber has been craving for years. A mask, they say, everyone is prepared to fuck for and risk their life to possess. But the only way of ever finding out is to fuck around and find out. Bionicle presents the annual Bionicle Buffet, a 3-day event featuring an all-you-can-eat smorgasbord of pies and pastries and pizza and grilled salmon and mussel crabs and dumplings and cakes and sandwiches and protodermis and stuffed peppers and mutton and brisket and rusty nails and coins and disc launchers and meatballs and fresh squeezed lemonade and lithium batteries and cigarettes and fingernail clippings and deviled eggs and bicycle chains and cone snails and acorns and scorpions and cactus needles and rubber bands and pencil shavings and grilled salmon and egg rolls and spoiled yogurt and staples and witchetty grubs and paint chips and rotten cheese and battery acid.
I saw someone in chat mention this fucking video and it compelled me to watch it again.
Understandable.
The fucking thing that always murders me when I watch it, and the funniest part is the anticipation of it right until it hits, is just Bionicle presents the annual Bionicle buffet.
It just keeps going with what's in there.
It's so fucking funny to me. It's so fucking good. Hang on, I can fucking link it. It's something I retweeted a while ago, so you gotta scroll down a bit, because I don't post much on Twitter, but here you go. The annual Bionicle buffet. And rusty nails and coins. Yeah, this is the song that plays in one of Doc's tip alerts, and I fucking love this song.
Yeah, this is the Bird Rave one at $100.
Yeah.
This is the equivalent of Cranky Space Boosted Cranky.
Two
my
sides
end, anyway.
of the same coin.
Mm-hmm.
Thanking whoever set up that fucking poll.
Feels real good. Yeah,
Feels real
the
good.
song is I really do love this track a lot.
It's a good fucking
actually,
track.
I do also use the one I just did previous as an alert as well. That one is rare when it comes up. It's because it's a lot, but it is very good as well. Where's Lost in the Abyss? There it is.
Does Doc have a Twitch? Yeah, I literally added him in the title of the stream. It's in the stream title.
I've been doing it. I've actually been doing it for like 6 years.
Hell yeah.
It's 6 years in August, so.
I can do a shout out again. Now that that's a thing you can do on
dang.
Twitch. Go check him out. His streams are real fucking good. If ever at any point tonight you sat here and thought, hey, this has been a pretty fun stream, this has been a pretty cool presentation, don't fucking wait, don't hesitate, or we'll rip your nuts off, or whatever they say in Big Bill Hills. Go follow Doc. You gotta. I'm sorry for threatening you with Big Bill Hells, but...
My stream is the home of challenge pissing, so I'm
That's
not.
right, challenge pissing!
If you can piss 6 feet straight up and not get wet, you'll get no down payment!
Don't wait, don't hesitate, don't fuck with us or you're a dead motherfucker.
Bring your wife. We'll fuck your wife.
That's right, we'll fuck your wife. Home to the meanest sons of bitches in the state of Twitch.tv.
I fucking love Big Bill Hells.
My embarrassing college story is that one time I was in like a computer lab and thought that I had my phone muted, and accidentally clicked on, Big Bill Hells. And so suddenly blaringly loud for everyone in the room to hear was just, fuck you, Baltimore! And a bunch of people just stared at me. And the fucking teacher, which I think was the most mortifying part, looked at me and went, oh shit, Big Bill Hells. And then went right back to what he was doing.
That's mortifying, but also that teacher had good taste.
True, yes, but also every time I think about it, I get fucking heart palpitations.
The experience was rough. It's not the teacher's fault, exactly.
Uh-huh. You can probably tell by the way I've been talking and sounding it, but I'm fucking tired.
Absolutely, yeah. Like I said, this is going on as long as you want it to, so.
I think now is a good time to wrap up then.
Yeah, that's fair.
But before we head on out and say goodnight and thanks for everything, is there anything you, excuse me, is there anything you want to plug?
I'm going to be doing another marathon next month.
Ooh.
On the 21st. Hold on, let me double check this because it's specifically on the summer solstice. The 21st, yeah, which is me live every hour of daylight on, in my region. It's like 4 in the morning to 8 p.m. Probably
Hell
going
yeah.
longer because I just do that during my 16-hour marathons. I often go long these days because apparently 16's not long enough for me anymore. I'm just invincible.
I have
when it comes to doing
such
those.
fond memories of. I don't remember if it was one of your solstice marathons, but it was one of your fucking marathons you did where you were just playing Beyond Wonderworld at some point, and I have such fond memories of that.
That the first time I did that when it was the Bluebird Marathon, the April one, 2 years ago, I think now, and that was the 20-hour marathon where like the last 7 or 8 hours of it were all Balan Wonderworld. And that was rough. That game is so bad.
That game is something, alright, and I have to play it someday.
Ugh, I hope you don't have to 100% it.
Well, probably not. I don't think that was anything I said I would do. I did say that I would play it and also speedrun it, but
I want to say speedrunning it's not that hard because there's just so limited shit that you can do in that game. It's mostly just there's one costume that is able to just walk up into the air and specifically goes
True.
upwards. And it's like, I think speedrunning that game is mostly just using that to skip shit.
there was...
So just don't get hit.
God, I think I've talked about this before, but I don't remember how often or who's heard it. There was, for a fucking while, my fucking wife and I were like, man, wouldn't it be fun to learn like a co-op speedrun together? What's a speedrun we could learn? And at some point, Balan came up, and we realized, wait, no one's ever done and submitted a fucking co-op speedrun of Balan Wonderworld. We could do this. We could do fucking anything and we would get the world record. Anyways, months pass and we're like, maybe we should actually seriously look into this. And then we realize, no, three entries have been submitted by this point. It is no longer free. And I'm
Rough.
so goddamn sad about it.
Missed opportunities always is like, it's the rough stuff.
We do still want to speedrun it together at some point, but it's just not going to be a free world record anymore.
Yeah.
Anyways.
Man, Balan Wonderworld. That's a video game, all right.
Oh, Balan, we can go to your world. We can have... I don't know if I could say fun rightly, but we could have something. 100%.
I feel like you can have the same amount.
100% co-op is empty? Yeah, but the 100% single-player run is like... I want to say 20-something hours. I'm not doing that. No. No. 28 hours. Even worse. Even worse than I thought. No.
I'm gonna guess that involves finishing up the Tower Tims and things like that.
Don't you like Tims? Don't you have so much fun with Tims? Don't you want to collect all the Tims in the world?
No.
Tims!
The Tims are also like so fucking obviously that he's just trying to cash in on. Well, Sega hasn't actually done a Chow Garden follow-up, so I'm gonna try to be the one to get there first. And it does not work at all.
I have bad news for you, Yuji Naka. Wobble Dogs was out for a while by that point, I think. That shit's already in the world. Oh, Balan.
Balan and Lance, their names together. Balan Lance.
Oh, you know, Balance, but stretched out.
Lance.
Balance. Is Balan the money laundering double jail game? I mean, as far as I know, the money laundering had nothing to do with Balan directly.
No, it was the
It was insider
fact that
trading
he
too.
got-
Not
yeah,
money laundering.
the insider trading is what got him, and on top of that, the funny thing though, of course, is the fact that he's embroiled in a lawsuit about Balan Wonderworld because he accuses Square Enix of being the one who ruined that game.
Oh my god.
When, according to basically everyone else on the dev team, it was that they ousted him from working on it because he was fucking insufferable. everyone else on that team.
Balan Wonderworld. Right, it's not money laundering being involved in the game. It's that Mr. Yuji Naka was too busy doing insider trading.
You do have it already, right?
Yes.
Okay, because it got delisted, I believe. So if you don't have it now, that it's like you're not going to be able to get it anymore.
Fucking hang on a second.
I know it got delisted off of Sony. I don't know if it got delisted everywhere.
I'm checking Steam. Balan Wonderworld is still available for purchase on Steam.
Okay. On Steam, I'm sure then it'll never go off on Steam because Steam has no standards. But it's not available to purchase on PSN.
Steam delists games when there's, like, legal precedent for it. Like, they delisted a bunch of Transformers games because the Hasbro licenses expired on them. If you hadn't already bought the really good fucking Platinum game, Transformers Devastation, which is just a fucking Transformers character action game, if you didn't already have it, you can't get it legally. Also, God, it's so fucking funny looking at Balan Wonderworld's Steam page and seeing two friends already own this game, and one of them is you.
Yeah. I do in fact own that game, and I think I played like 16 hours of it. Let me double check. Wonderworld is 16.7 hours. Yep.
40 US. You guys are paying $40 for Balan Wonderworld? Guess how much I paid for it. Guess how fucking much I paid for it. Directly funded by viewers like you because it was one of my subathon goals. Guess how much I fucking paid for it.
70.
$52.99 before taxes, so probably closer to 70.
Yeah. So I paid full price for Balan Wonderworld, which means at the time it was $60 in the US. And I did this, and I did it and played it 2 days before it went to like full 50% off.
Oh no! Oh no!
And
Oh,
I could not get a
Balan's
refund
trick.
for it anymore. Yeah, I paid too much money for it. Yep.
I don't want a refund for it.
I didn't. I'd say I would have just got the refund and then bought the cheaper version. Is the idea? That's what I would have done if I had the option.
I think I'm allowed 1 or 2 inexcusable financial decisions a year.
Yeah, it's the number of times I had paid full price for games I didn't have to. It's a lot.
Ain't that just the way?
Streamer's curse.
Streamer's curse. Also, man, you could say this about a lot of games, but I'm looking at the store. Sorry, we're just talking about Balan now. I'm looking at the storefront for Balan Wonderworld. The screenshots they've chosen for it are remarkably bad.
Yeah.
Where it's like, here's a picture of a cutscene with a bunch of Balans in it. Here's a picture of a cutscene with a child in it. There's like a weird shot of a teacup ride where it's a visual mess. You can't tell what's going on. Story of spiders, and then like a underwater bird.
That's a boss fight.
Ah, I see.
Yeah, I recognize that boss fight. That's the second stage boss fight. Well, I think, yeah, second stage, the wet one.
Isn't Yuji Naka in jail right now? I don't know, but I do know that,
I think he is in civil court right now and could go into jail.
Okay. There was like, because he did actually go to jail for a while, didn't he? Like, I think.
Yeah, for like a couple of weeks.
Right, and like
because of the.
And here's the thing about it specifically. He went to jail, and then he got out of jail. And immediately they put him right back into jail because that's got something to do with how, like, Japanese, like, judicial law works. Like, out then immediately back in kind of thing because of a different charge.
Yeah. Oh, boy.
Story of Spiders is Harvest Moon? Story of Spiders is Rune Factory? No! Story of Spiders is Spider-Man!
Now, Story of Spiders, the new Harvest Moon, would be good, though.
It would be good. But
I would be all about that as a spider liker.
that's just got the one spider, though? No. I started calling it Story of Spiders during the fucking GDQ run of the Miles Morales game because there's 2 Spider-Men in that one. Story of Spiders.
That's
And
fair.
I don't know why, but I felt like a fucking... I felt like a woman possessed watching that fucking run, and I was just constantly compelled in all capital letters to just type out and send to people, Story of Spiders. And now anytime I think about spiders, I think about that.
That's fair.
I'm gonna type it out in chat so everyone can see. Story of Spiders. Thanks for tuning in tonight, everyone.
This is a... There is a Spider Touhou character.
Fuck
To
yeah.
bring it back a little bit, her name is Yamame Korodani. She has a really wide, poofy, like, lower dress because it looks like a spider's abdomen.
Hell yeah. Good for her. She's Story of Spiders now.
She was actually, she's a boss fight in 17.5, which was a surprising reoccurrence of the character.
Nice. Also, the first...
she is also... hold up, I just remembered a fun
Yeah.
Yamame fact. Yamame has the ability to control and inflict disease, and she has described that diseases make things taste different, and she describes mental diseases as spicy.
Scary. Also, the first Insomniac Spider-Man game is Strange Rope Hero. Specifically, Miles Morales' Story of Spiders, because there's multiple of them.
Yes.
This is important lore. Don't forget. If you forget, you're going to fail your Spider-Man exam. That's the
I
stream.
don't want to fail the Spider-Man again.
If I fail Spider-Man again, they're going to throw the book at me.
Like,
It's-
I know that they say that you have, the first point of Spider exam is signing your name, but listen.
Thank you for making the time for this tonight, Doc. I really appreciate it.
Nah, no worries. Like I said, I am available almost any time for someone to ask me Touhou questions. Like,
Yippee!
literally at any time, I will often just drop what I'm doing and answer that question. That is a common thing that I do.
Wise. Alright, I'm gonna let you go then. You have a wonderful rest of your evening.
Yeah, absolutely. Have a good one. I hope
Bye-bye.
you enjoyed it.
I sure did. I gotta end the fucking stream, because otherwise it's gonna make you watch another ad. Fuck that. Thanks for tuning in tonight, y'all. Have a wonderful rest of your evening. Make sure you're taking care of yourselves and taking care of the folks around you. I hope to see you again soon.